Production by Liang Gu, Zhu Ziqing's prose. Foreword. Wu Weigong Li Shuping. In the development of modern Chinese prose, the achievements and influence during the May 4th movement were the highest, and Zhu Ziqing's prose creation and writing were the highest achievements during this period. As a master of prose, Zhu Ziqing's name will always be written together with the history of modern China and prose. Lu Sun once said, "The success of prose and sketches during the May 4th movement was almost greater than that of novels, operas, and poems." The crisis of essays, indeed, the May 4th movement. Among the various categories of literature during the period, prose's achievements were the most outstanding. Zhu Ziqing also spoke highly of the achievements of prose on essays in modern China. He said, "The most developed ones are essays and essays." Various publications have become popular in the past 3 or 4 years. They have published many essays intentionally or unintentionally. In the past year, there have been more and more such publications. Short pieces of prose became extremely popular for a while. In the preface to Back, he said, "As far as prose is concerned, the development in these 3 or 4 years is indeed brilliant. In this extreme prosperity. In the garden of prose, extremely splendid, there are Zhou's meaningfulness, Yu Pingbo's denseness, Su Jima's beauty, Bing Xian's elegance, and Mr. Zhu Ziqing, with his sincere, quiet, and elegant demeanor, stands tall in the May 4th movement, The Forest of Prose, Luhua Collection, by Zhong Jingguan." First published by Zhongzhong Book Company in 1929, his prose, with its unique artistic style of beautiful prose, adds a magnificent color to modern Chinese prose, establishes a new aesthetic feature for modern Chinese prose, and sets up a model of beautiful vernacular prose. 1. Zhu Ziqing. Born on November 22, 1898 in a feudal family of small bureaucrats in Donghai County, Jiangsu Province, his original name was Zi Hua and his nickname was Qiushi. When he was 6 years old, he moved to Yangzhou with his family from the East China Sea. He grew up in Yangzhou, so he called himself a Yangzhou native. 1916. He graduated from Jiangsu Provincial No. 8 Middle School, later Yangzhou Middle School, and was admitted to the preparatory course of Peking University, and later transferred to the Department of Philosophy. After graduating in 1920, he worked as a middle school Chinese teacher in Jiangsu and Zhejiang for 5 years. In 1925, Tsinghua University established an undergraduate department, which was recommended by Yu Pingbo. He served as a professor at Tsinghua University and served as the director of the Chinese department. From then on, he served Tsinghua University throughout his life. When the anti-Japanese war broke out in 1937, he moved to Kunming with Tsinghua University and worked as a professor at Southwest Associated University. In 1946, he moved back to Peiping with Tsinghua University and was still a professor. Professor and head of the Chinese department, died on August 12, 1948. As a scholar and professor, Zhu Ziqing has profound attainments and achievements in the fields of classical literature, Chinese education, linguistics, literature and art, and aesthetics. His contributions are manifold. Especially classical literature research and Chinese language education are the most prominent. Classic Chang Tan is a collection of essays written by Zhu Ziqing who systematically commented on ancient books such as the Book of Songs, Spring and Autumn, Chu Ci, historical records, Han Shu, etc. It is written in a profound and simple way. It is still an introductory guide for young people to study classical literature. Shi Yan Ji Bian is his most profound work. It makes a longitudinal and detailed investigation of the 4 aspects of poetic theory: poetry Yan Ji, poetry teaching, Bixing, and Chengbian. Learn their origins and evolution history. This corrects the fallacy. He also made in-depth research on 19 ancient poems, Yuefu poems, Tang and Song poems, and made careful chronology research on Li He and Tao Yuanming. Issues in Tao Yuanming's genealogy. Li He Chronicle and other works. He is rigorous in his scholarship, has comprehensive information, and has keen thinking. He has written nearly 1 million words in this field. Zhu Ziqing has always been concerned about Chinese language education in middle schools and universities. He and Yi Xingtao co-authored Chinese Language Teaching. Examples of intensive reading guidance, examples of skimming reading guidance, etc., books. He compiled a variety of teaching materials and textbooks. Before his death, he co-edited Enlightened Advanced Chinese Textbook with Yi Xingtao and Lu Shuxiang. He is a rare Chinese educator. As Yi Xingtao said, he is a dedicated and competent Chinese language teacher and literature teacher. Yi Xingtao's Mr. Zhu Peixian. Throughout Zhu Ziqing's life, we can see that he was not only a poet and essayist, but also a famous scholar and professor, and more importantly, a radical democracy fighter. As a democratic fighter, Zhu Ziqing has been pursuing light and truth since his youth, shouting and singing for them, searching for them from above and below. But life inevitably gave him the depression of the times and personal hesitation, so that he hid in his study for a long time. However, after all, Zhu Ziqing was an upright intellectual who persistently searched for truth, reason and light in order for his troubled motherland to achieve Phoenix Nirvana. Once he connected the fate of the motherland with the people's liberation struggle and consciously went to the people, he became a strong revolutionary democratic fighter. In 1945, he returned to Chengdu and said to his wife Chen Zhuyin, "In the future, there is no longer a road ahead. We must always see the road clearly and move forward bravely." After hearing that Yidwo was assassinated, he no longer hesitated and became a strong fighter in the ranks of the people's struggle. 2 years after returning to Peking in October 1946, Li. The darkest period before Ming Dynasty was the most glorious period in his life. After teaching, he became more and more concerned about the fate of the motherland, looking forward to the birth of new China, and bravely and firmly devoted himself to the democratic struggle against hunger and persecution. Mao Zedong in Farewell. Zhu Ziqing was seriously ill and would rather starve to death than receive the relief food from the United States. We should write an ode to Yidwo and an ode to Zhu Ziqing. They embody the hero of our nation spirit. Singing. Last night at the Chinese and Western Music Song and Dance Conference, the 3 plain songs, Chinese and Western Silk and Bamboo Harmony, really fascinated me. It was like a late spring morning, when the drizzle fell silently on my face, causing moisturizing and relaxing feeling. The fresh breeze blows my clothes, like a lover's breath blowing my hands. I stood on a white vitriol stone corridor. After the drizzle, it was as if it had been coated with a thin layer of cream. It became smoother and more lovely when I stepped on it. The drizzle is like ox hair, Yangzhou is called. Drizzle. This is in the garden. The flowers are still having their clear dreams. The light rain secretly washes away their dirt, and their sweet and soft luster shines. There they are washed under the flashy beauty. I can see the quiet red color they hide when there is sunlight. The desolation, the purple, the white and green with a wry smile. What used to be beautiful before my eyes now has a dull color. Is it because I am worried about the end of youth? Is it feeling the sleepiness of youth? Probably because of the misty rain. the garden lost its rich fragrance. The trickling east wind only blew wisps of hungry floral fragrance, mixed with the smell of damp grass and the taste of earth. In the fields and swamps outside the garden, freshly planted rice seedlings, young and strong wheat, and the fresh steam of the shady willow trees come from time to time. Although these are not sweet, they can strongly stimulate my nose and make me feel pleasant and tired. Behold, that is all that is in the song. I listen with my ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and body. I also sing with my heart. Finally, I was struck by a healthy paralysis. So it's all about the song. From then on, I only sang and listened to the songs alone. There was only singing in the world. Originally published in Current Affairs newspaper Shuai Deng Supplement, on November 5, 1921. Civilization on board ships. Civilization on board ships. First night cruise. From Shaoxing Fuqiao to Xixing Ferry. There are gasoline ships from Shaoxing to Xixing. Because I was eager to come to Hangzhou, and because I have been traveling by train and ship for years, I also wanted to go back to the ship and experience the unique joy of the life of my ancestors, so I ignored the persistence and persuasion of my relatives to stay. They said it was very hard on the ship, so they resolutely got off the ship around 6 p.m. With the gasoline ship of material civilization and the ship of spiritual civilization, we can wander around and enjoy it. It is really the happiness of the Chinese people in the 20th century. Most of the passengers on the ship were small businessmen. The 2 military officers were the exception. There was not a single scholar official on the ship. I could only make up a few, because I had studied for several years and became a doctor, but I was an exception. Really, that guy. Where has the doctor gone? Needless to say, they are all in the ship. Although the scholar bureaucrats also held up the banner to support spiritual civilization, they could not help but fail, and they were deceived by the grandson of material civilization, a little naughty man full of oil and gas, who could not bear to do harm to him. Forget about that old friend. So although the ship was sailing as usual, its luster had been greatly reduced. This is indeed something that can be lamented, and the cry of "the quintessence of the country will perish" does not seem to be in vain. Wow, who is to blame? Now that we have arrived on this ship of spiritual civilization, it would be worthwhile to investigate the spiritual civilization on board. But where to start? This was a bit embarrassing, and while he was hesitating, a woman happened to come. I said, coming, as if I saw it with my own eyes, but who knew otherwise? I knew she was coming. It was when I heard her sharp voice. As for her face, I haven't seen her yet. The first thing to blame is my short-sightedness, the second thing to blame is the astonishing twilight, and the third thing to blame the spiritual civilization of men and women sitting separately. Woman sitting in front. The man was sitting in the back. The woman was at least 2 feet away from me, so her face couldn't be seen. Wait a minute, this is such a strange thing, and there are regrets in the words. You may guess how beautiful the woman is. But who would have known that it was not the case? I also looked at it roughly. They are just yellow-faced women from the countryside. As for the sharp voice, it is common for young women, so it is not surprising. However, this time, the sharp voice of the woman who came actually caused the writer to work, but there was another reason. In that voice, she expressed her protest against the spiritual civilization in the ship. She said, "Men and women are all human beings." She wanted to sit in the back, because the front was too crowded, for no other reason, combined, declared, and the people in the ship rules are not allowed. The boatman stopped her, and she took advantage of the fact that she was no longer a girl, so she became shameless. He boldly said that sentence slowly. She then sat down while the critics began to talk. A boatman was walking along the edge of the boat and said casually, "Men and women are all human beings, yes, that's right. Those who make scale hooks are also made of iron, and those who make scale hammers are also made of iron. The anchors are also made of iron, they are all iron." This section of criticism is probably very clever. It says what all the critics want to say, so all the beaks are silent, and it becomes a conclusion. As for the woman, in fact, she has already sat down. It is difficult to sing with the palm of my hand, or, she satisfied all the critics. Don't comment on the grand theory. Although all people have a sense of right and wrong, it is really a shame for businessmen and businessmen to be able to discern the great defenses of famous religions in such a detailed way. After all, China is a land of etiquette and righteousness, and an ancient civilization. Original note, together. I regret that I should blame the spiritual civilization of men and women sit separately. Misfortunes never come singly, and another woman happened to come. She came with a man. Yeah, take the man with you. Exactly, that's why misfortunes never come singly. Speaks the Hangzhou dialect of Shaoxing very well. A white face is faintly revealed in the darkness. With it, it is 50 or 6 points urban. According to their rules, the boatman wanted to separate the pair of children. The man was embarrassed to say anything, but the woman rushed to say, "We are a bunch of children." The word that was too affectionate, actually in. "Behave yourself," said the boatman. So the boatman shouted in command, "We have our own rules, and it doesn't matter whether you are a bunch of students or not." Everyone smiled. Some said in deep thought, "A bunch of raw ones?" Some were surprised and said, "A bunch of raw things." Some ridiculed, and some said, "Humph. A bunch of raw ones." In this situation where you are surrounded by enemies, no matter how sharp your tongue is, you have no choice but to obey. Women, obey, this is her specialty. I just saw that she didn't argue or feel upset, and she still talked to people as if nothing had happened. Then you know that she is indeed convinced. This cannot but be grateful to the boatmen and passengers for their defending the law. In terms of rewards for their merits, the boatmen, in particular, are second to none. Woohoo, it can be windy. Back view. Back view. It has been more than 2 years since I last saw my father, and what I cannot forget is his back. That winter. My grandmother died, and my father's errands were handed over. It was a day when misfortunes never come singly. I went from Beijing to Suzhou, planning to go home with my father for the funeral. When I arrived in Suzhou, I saw my father, saw the messy things in the courtyard, and thought of my grandmother again, and I couldn't help but shed tears. Father said, "Things have come to this, so there is no need to feel sad. Fortunately, there is no end to the road." He went home and sold off the mortgage, and his father repaid the shortfall. He also borrowed money to pay for the funeral. These days, the family's situation was very bleak, half because of the funeral, and half because of his father's unemployment. After the funeral, my father was going to Nanjing to find a job. I also want to go back to Beijing to study, so we can go together. When I arrived in Nanjing, a friend made an appointment to go sightseeing and stayed for a day. On the second day in the morning, I had to cross the river to Puku, get on the train and go north in the afternoon. My father had already decided not to send me off because he was busy with work. I asked a hotel waiter I knew well to accompany me. He repeatedly asked for tea and room, very carefully. But he finally felt uneasy, fearing that the waiter might be inappropriate. He hesitated for a while. In fact, I was already 20 years old at that time and had already been to and from Beijing 2 or 3 times, so it wasn't that important anymore. He hesitated for a while and finally decided to send me there himself. I tried to persuade him 2 or 3 times not to go. He just said, "It doesn't matter, it's not good for them to go." We crossed the river and entered the station. I bought the ticket and he was busy taking care of the luggage. There was too much luggage, so I had to tip the porter to get through. He was busy negotiating the price with them again. I was really too smart at that time, and I always felt that what he said was not very beautiful, so I had to interrupt him. But he finally agreed on the price and sent me to the car. He picked out a chair for me by the car door. I gave it to him. The purple fur coats I made paved the seats. He told me to be careful on the road and to be alert at night so as not to catch cold. I also asked the waiter to take good care of me. I secretly laughed at his tortuousness. They only recognized money, and it was nothing to support them. And for someone as old as me, how can I still? Can't you take care of yourself? Well, now that I think about it, I was so smart back then. I said, "Dad, let's go." He looked outside the car and said, "I'm going to buy some oranges. You stay here and don't move around." I saw a few sellers waiting for customers outside the fence of the platform over there. When you get to the platform over there, you have to cross the iron road, jump off and climb up again. My father is a fat man, so it would be more troublesome to walk there. I was going to go, but he refused, so I had to let him go. I saw him wearing a black cloth cap, a large black cloth mandarin jacket, and a dark blue cloth cotton robe. He staggered to the side of the railway and slowly leaned down. It was not a disaster. But it was not easy for him to cross the railway and climb to the platform over there. He climbed up with both hands, then retracted his feet upward. His fat body leaned slightly to the left, showing an effort. At this time I saw his back, and my tears flowed down quickly. I quickly wiped away my tears, fearing that he would see me and others would see me. When I looked out again, he had already hugged me and looked back at the scarlet orange. When crossing the railway, he first scattered the oranges on the ground, climbed down slowly, then picked up the oranges and walked away. When I got here, I quickly went to help him. He walked with me to the car and put oranges on top of my fur coat. Then, as I patted the dirt on my clothes, I felt very relaxed. After a while, he said, "I'm leaving, write a letter over there." I watched him go out. He walked a few steps, turned around, saw me, and said, "Go in, there's no one inside." When his back disappeared among the people coming and going, I went in and sat down, my tears again coming. In recent years, my father and I have been traveling here and there, and the situation at home has deteriorated day by day. He went out to make a living as a young man, and did many great things independently and with support. Who knew that Lao Jing was so depressed? He was so sad that he couldn't help himself. Feeling depressed, since. However, if you want to express it externally, trivial matters in the family will often arouse his anger. He gradually treated me differently than before. But after not seeing each other for the past 2 years, he finally forgot about my faults and only thought about me and my son. After I came to the north, he wrote a letter to me. The letter said, "I'm in good health, but I have severe pain in my arms, and I have a lot of inconveniences in lifting chopsticks and pens. I think it will be gone soon." I read, and here, in the glistening tears, I saw the back of the fat man in a green cotton robe and a black mandarin again. Alas! I don't know when I will see him again. Floating. Wandering. One autumn night, P and I were sitting in his small study, under the dim yellow electric light, talking about W's novels. Is he still in Hunan? Is University C good there? I asked casually. No, he went to the United States. America? What to do? Do you think it's strange? John Hopkins Hospital in Pottinger wired to ask him to be an assistant. Oh. This is where he studied psychology. He always gets good grades there. Is he willing to go back this time? Why is this? I don't necessarily want to. He came to Beijing before leaving. I invited him to dinner in Qixin. He looked very unhappy. It's only been a year since he came back. Does University C have no money? Not only does he have no money, they say he is crazy. After he went to the United States, he wrote some words at first, but then he disappeared. His name. In the hearts of ordinary people, it is as far away as clouds and smoke. I still remember him. 2 or 3 years later, I saw another poem by him in Literary Daily. It was written in a simple and interesting way. I have only read this poem of his. I have read many of his novels. What I cannot forget the most is the article, Rainy Night, which is about the life of a rickshaw puller in Beijing. W is a science student and should be very calm, but his novels are very, very hot. We faced each other in silence, having nothing to say for the time being. I remembered that the first time I met W's name was in the magazine, New Life. At that time, I was studying at P University, and W was also there. What I saw in New Life were his novels, but a friend told me that he read a lot of psychology books. He read everything in the library. He also read a lot of literature books. He said he was reading all the time. The first time I met him was on the corridor of P University dormitory. He was walking with his friends. Someone told me that this is W, slightly curved back. Small, dark face, long hair and short-sighted eyes, this is W. In the future, I often read his writings and remembered him as such a human being. One time I took a translation of a psychology article and asked a friend to read it. He corrected dozens of items for me one by one. No. There was a word of relaxation. The shame and gratitude remain in my heart forever. I thought about that night in Hangzhou again. He suddenly came to see me. He said that he and P had been traveling for 3 days and were going to Shanghai tomorrow morning. He was originally from Shandong. When he came back to Shanghai, he wanted to go to the United States. I asked about Columbia University's Psychology, Philosophy, and Science Methods magazine. I knew it was a famous magazine. But he said that there is often not a good article in it every year, and it has no meaning or thought. He said that psychologists had recently held a conference in the UK. What some people say is interesting. He casually wrote the title of The Science of Philosophy and its publication address on the back of a book on the table with a pencil, saying that it was a new book and you could read it. He said yes and left. I took him to the hotel. I saw a copy of Life and Geography spread out on his bed, so I took it over and flipped through it. He said this was a small, famous and very good book. Under the dim yellow electric light, we faced each other in silence for a while, and then asked a few simple questions. I left. Until now. Haven't seen him yet. Madman. I suddenly seemed to realize it and said, maybe so. I think. If a person is cold and hot, he will become crazy. P also went to the United States, but came back soon. He lived in Podimo for some time, and W was often seen. He returns home. Later, one hot day, he and I were talking about W on Qingliang Mountain in Nanjing. He said that W was studying behavioral psychology. He was in the laboratory almost all the time. He dissected many mice and studied their behavior. P said that he originally wanted to study psychology. But after seeing the rat's dying tremors, his hand holding the knife trembled so much that he couldn't let go. So I had to change my career. And W is playing swordsmanship, but, hesitantly full of ambition, P feels that it is out of reach. P also said that W has studied animal behavior for a long time and has seen everything about their lives. It's just that there is no big reason behind the tricks played by those physiological desires, such as appetite and sexual desire. Therefore, it is assumed that human life may not have any other noble motives. The first thing we must admit is that we are animals, and this is a real person. This is indeed how W behaves. P said that he also believed W's words. Indeed, P's attitude was very different after returning to China. W, however, a person who only cares about himself, would find a believer like P. He himself may not have expected it. A letter. A letter. I have lived in Beijing for more than 2 years, and everything passes normally. Speaking of blessings, this is also a blessing. Because ordinary, normal, is as rare as confused, especially in these days. But somehow, I always think about spending time there. For 5 or 6 years, I moved to the south where life was unpredictable. It is true that life is not a good life because of the impermanence of life, but when it comes to the taste of life, I am afraid that it is easier to feel it deeply than usual. Now I see the same dull-faced sky and gray and fluffy earth all day long, tall willow trees and tall locust trees. It's just Daliu and Gaohui. So he was numb, with nothing in his heart. All he had was himself and his home. I shudder a little when I think about my insignificance. Happiness is not easy to enjoy after all. Something seems strange these days. Like a small boat on the boundless sea, like a hunter in the endless forest. Walking, and talking all take a lot of effort. They are still not satisfactory. My heart is a mess. It can also be said to be a ball of fire. He seems to be struggling, trying to understand something. But nothing seemed to make sense. Where does one start from 17 histories? It can be used as a footnote for my recent work. Yesterday someone suddenly mentioned the poem My South. This was after I first arrived in Beijing 2 years ago and drank 2 cups of Lotus White in a village shop. Painted with a letter pen. Now that I think of that scene, it seems a bit fuzzy. As for what was said in the poem, it is even more distant. But it happened like this. After lunch today, I accidentally picked up an old magazine to entertain myself, but I flipped through a letter I sent to S 3 years ago. The letter talks about Taizhou, a city in the south of Shanghai, Hangzhou, and Ningbo. This is truly my south. I was struggling to figure it out, but this led me to a way, even though it was just way, that's all. I will not forget Taizhou's landscape, Taizhou's wisteria flowers, and Taizhou's spring. I can't forget S either. He used to enjoy drinking and swearing, but he was a naive person. He treats his friends really well. L went from Hunan to Ningbo to look for him. He was named Wen. He drank with him for half a year before breaking up. He got married last year. After worrying about getting married for several whole years, he has returned to his roots. But like me, he is almost on the middle-age line. We met once after we got married, once in a hurry. I think he is like everyone else. After getting married, it finally looks like getting married. But I always just remember his drunken, charming attitude of swearing. He may have regretted this. The changes in the South this year are beyond human imagination. I knew his whereabouts at first, but I don't know what happened in the past 6 months. How on earth did he live such a windy life? This is what I am pondering. I said the sea, he is just a small wave on the sea. I said the forest. He is just a little bird in the forest. Forgive me, where can I find you? This letter was printed in Taizhou Normal School's green silk. I'm reprinting it here now. It's a great way to masturbate that I've seen. Brother S. I love Taizhou. Never forget. When I arrived at the 6th normal school on the first day, I took a sedan from the port. The sedan chair was traveling on secluded roads. It made me wonder why a dignified city could be so calm. It was spring at that time, and the weather was thin, overcast, and the roads were quiet. It makes me feel like I have entered the land of autumn. When I arrived at the Maichong Bridge, I saw the green Beigu Mountain, dotted with a few simple Western-style houses below. My heart suddenly became brighter, as if a gentle wind was blowing on my face. When I got to school, I climbed up the stairs and took a look. I saw white clouds covering the distant mountains. There was no sound or figure on all sides, not a single bird in the sky. Only the pine breeze on the mountain behind can be heard slightly. At that time, I really got rid of the fireworks in the world and felt like a fairy. Later I discovered that the building was really bad. The pillars were like chicken bones and the floor was like chicken skin. But the natural broadness made me forget the narrowness of the house. So I climbed to the top of Beigu Mountain several times to enjoy the strong wind and look at the low-end, small and green flowers of acres. This is what I'm happiest about. In addition, you can look at the floating bridge, now gone, from the Wangjiang Tower of Nanshan Palace, and watch the admiring people walking on the long bridge, and from the East Lake Water Pavilion, you can look at the willow color and water light from the ninefold bridge, and watch the fishermen looking at the fields and the sky along the road behind Fufu Mountain. Looking at pears and flowers outside the south gate, and then back to Beigu Mountain, and looking at the snow on the mountain in front of the hospital in winter. These are all my favorites. Funny to say, I still remember a painting table in the house named Yang in the old Santo where I lived before. It was a red painted table. I placed the painting table, which was 1 foot long and narrow, in front of my upstairs window. I spent half a year of my life reading and talking to people on it. Now I think it has been put away and no one is using it, right? Well, children. I am now a father of 5 children. Thinking of the metaphor of a snail carrying its shell, that Xing likes to use, I feel uncomfortable. Recently, a relative laughed at me and said, I have to peel off the skin, which was even more horrifying. When I first got married 10 years ago, I saw a passage in Mr. Hu Shiji's Notes from the Zhanghui Room. It is said that many great figures in the world do not get married. The article also quotes Bacon, those who have a wife are destined to have a wife. I was really surprised at that time, as if I had woken up from a dream, but the family was no longer in a stable state. If you say you have a wife, what is there to say? Now she is a daughter-in-law. 5 children came with them, with such a heavy burden on their shoulders, I really didn't know how to walk. Needless to say, fate, from the children's side, how they should grow up is something they can worry about. I'm a completely selfish person. Being a husband is already difficult, and being a father is even more difficult. Naturally, I also know a little about the philosophy or ethics of worship of descendants and child-centeredness. As a father, I know that it is not okay to close my eyes and obliterate the rights of my children. Unfortunately, this is just a theory. In fact, I am still dealing with it brutally according to ancient traditions, just like an ordinary father. Recently, when I am almost middle-aged, I gradually feel that I am cruel, thinking about the corporal punishment and scolding my children have received. I still can't explain it. Like caressing old scars, my heart feels sour. Once, when I read the translation of Arashima Takero's, with the young ones, I actually shed tears because of the great and sincere attitude. Last year, my father wrote to me and asked about Agio. At that time, Agio was still in Bema Lake. The letter said, "I didn't delay you, and you better not delay him." I cried for this sentence. Why am I not as kind as my father? I shouldn't forget how my father treated us. Human nature may be really dualistic, and I am so contradictory. My heart comes and goes like a pendulum. Have you read Happy Family by Mr. Lu Sun? Mine is that kind of happy family. Lunch and dinner every day are like two tides. First, the children came and went to check in the kitchen and dining room. At the same time, he urged me or my wife to give the order to serve dinner. Rapid and chaotic footsteps, mixed with laughter and shouts, came one after another until the order was given. One by one, they ran and shouted, passing the order to the servants in the kitchen, who immediately rushed back to move the stools. So this says, "I'm sitting here." The one said, "Big brother won't let me." But the eldest brother said, "Little sister, hit me." I mediate with them and say nice things to them. But sometimes they are stubborn and sometimes I am impatient, so I use scolding. If scolding doesn't work, I can't help but. The heavy palms fell on them. So we cried and sat down until the situation was settled. Then you want a big bowl, he wants a small bowl, you say red chopsticks are better, he says black chopsticks are better, one wants dry rice, that one wants porridge, tea, or soup, fish, meat, or tofu. Ask for radishes. If you say he has a lot of vegetables, he will say that your food is good. My wife comforted them as usual, but this was obviously too slow. I am a grumpy person, how can I wait? Needless to say, they were immediately conquered by the old method, although some cried, no. Soon they were wiping their tears and holding up the bowl. After finishing eating, they all climbed off the stools. On the table were rice grains, soup, bones, and dregs. With the chopsticks lying vertically and horizontally and the spoons tilted, it looked like a colorful map model. Besides eating, their most important thing is playing games. When it comes to games, the big ones have big ideas. The younger ones had their own ideas, but they couldn't stick to them, so they started to argue. Maybe the older one bullied the younger one, or the younger one actually bullied the older one, and the bullied one cried and yelled, and complained in front of me or my wife. We still have to use the old method to judge. But there are times when you ignore it. The most difficult thing is when fighting for toys. This one and that one have the same thing, but they insist on that one, and that one refuses to agree. In this situation, no matter what, I finally had to cry. Of course, these incidents will not occur every day, but they will generally occur in some cases. If I sit at home, read or write something, I have to pay attention to it several times an hour, or stand up once or twice. If it is a rainy day or Sunday and there are many children at home, then There have been times when I couldn't read a line when I opened a book, and couldn't write a single word even when I picked up the pen. I often say to my wife, our family is really full of thousands of troops and horses all day long. Sometimes there are soldiers and horses marching not only all day long, but also at night, when there are nursing or sick children. Miscellaneous notes of Haixing. Miscellaneous notes of Haixing. Returning south from Beijing this time, I took the Tongzhou ferry in Tianjin, which was the same ship that was robbed last year. The matter of robbery seems to be very remote, but the filthiness on the ship is really unbearable. It was a British company ship. Such filth seemed enough to defile the colors of the Union Jack. But the British said, what's the point? The ship was originally for the Chinese. Dirtiness is the freedom of the Chinese, and the British can control it. When British people want to take a boat, they sit in the large dining room. What does it look like over there? Over there, Chinese guests are not allowed to go up below the official cabin, so that's fine. Yes, it's no wonder that several friends on the same ship want to call this ship an imperialist ship. Imperialist ship. What kind of oppression have we suffered? Yes, yes. Now let me talk about the waiter. If there is anyone I always hate, it must be the waiter in Ningbo. Their territory is, on the one hand, the ship, and the other, the hotel. Their unity is a patriarchal society and Liang Shanbo style, therefore, it should not be underestimated, as it is the same as other. The same as the Ningbo gang. Their duty is to take care of tourists, but in fact, it is just the opposite. What tourists get from them is insults, intimidation, and deception. In China, there is a saying that traveling is difficult because of traffic. Due to inconvenience, but with the convenient transportation now. Even people who are experienced in traveling still sigh like this from time to time. Why is this? I think the difficulties faced by waiters and dock workers are sometimes even more difficult than just the inconvenience of transportation. Therefore, the difficult journey in the past was materialistic, now it is idealistic. This is solid. Although it is not entirely the responsibility of the parties involved to determine how it is related to the general order of society and moral concepts, however, the evil character of the parties does also play an important role. Since I have been on many ships, I have been insulted a lot, so I will just talk about the waiter in the ship. When you go to book a cabin, if there are not many passengers, the waiter may give you a cold reception. If the passengers are crowded, you will be in trouble. They either turn their backs and ignore you, or they send you off with one or two words that are sharper than a knife. For example, wait until the next trip. He said it so easily, you don't even care if you are anxious to death. There is always something strange about travelers, and they always have a worried look on their faces. They are waiting for work and are happy to joke with you, so all their reactions are always lazy and cold, the more anxious you are. Then they became happier. They have no hatred towards you, they just want to play around and have fun, just like ladies playing with pugs. So remember, when booking a cabin on the ship, don't call the waiter loudly first. Aren't you eager to talk to them? But they have to give you a scolding first, even though they are just talking to themselves in a low-level way. What's going on? Blah blah blah. Then they say in a loud voice, oh, come on, what's going on? You still say remember, the slower you speak, the better, and the lower the pitch, the better. Don't be too polite, and don't be too polite. In this way, you will be a person on the threshold and an expert. Although they may not necessarily welcome you, they will not play tricks on you. I only talk to you briefly with a cold face. You should know that this is considered a favor, and you should be flattered. Once you've booked your cabin, it's better to get off the ship as late as possible. Naturally, we can't go past the sailing time. It is best to get to the boat 2 hours or 1 hour before the boat sails. It will show that you are a kung fu person, comparable to the Amulan, who is not in a hurry. Moreover, Cha Fong had to go ashore to do his own business, and he stumbled when he left early. Although he could ask his companions to greet him on his behalf, it would still be troublesome. The trouble for the guests is not worth it for them, and it is unnecessary for the guests, so the guests have no choice but to accept Amulan's treatment. Sometimes the boat leaves at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can get on at 10 o'clock tonight. I thought it would be a proper night, but that wasn't the case either. In the evening, they want to play cards, and your presence is enough to disturb their happiness. They will also resent it. There is a kind of dividing, a kind of metaphorical rules, and a kind of threshold sutra. You have to do Amulan several times first. Only then can we cope with it just right. The waiter in a ship is always located in the dining room called the dish room. They often chatted around the table, and guests could interrupt 1 or 2 of them. But if the seats are full and they have nowhere to sit, they will resent it. If it's at night, they'll be honest and put out the lights, leaving you to grope in secret. So the table in the dining room looks like their patent. When they sat around the table, some of them certainly had something to talk about, some of them didn't even say anything and just sat silently. Or playing cards. I seemed bored for them, but they just passed by. Their faces were full of fatigue, ridicule, numbness, and anger, as if they had worked hard to practice. The most terrifying thing is this face, the so-called sure ran rejects others thousands of miles away person. Yes, this is the face. The electric lights shone at night, which somewhat obscured the gray color. They also began to feel a little alive. They set up shop and smoke cigarettes, or pull out the table to play cards. They smoked heavily and started laughing. They played cards and stayed up all night in the village, the sound of cards. The sound of arguments filled the small dish room. The guests, especially those who were sick, could not sleep, but what did it matter to them? You deserve to be all ears. Some of them did not smoke or play cards, so they brought out pictures of cigarettes and looked at them carefully. This is elegant and profound. Look at the flowers. Look at the flowers. I grew up in a city on the north bank of the Yangtze River. The gardens there were famous, but there are very few of them these days. It seems that I have never heard the words, "Let's go see flowers today," since I was a child, which shows that flowers are not flourishing. Some people who love flowers mostly just plant the flowers in pots and put the pots on stands. The stands are placed horizontally in the yard. As usual, the yard is small, with only enough space for a shelf. On the shelf, there can be at most 20 pots of flowers. Sometimes a flower terrace is built against the wall in the yard. A flowering tree is planted on the platform. There are also some planted on the ground in the yard. But this is just an ordinary embellishment, not a love flower. It seems that no one in our family likes flowers very much. My father only occasionally went to the flower house with us once or twice when he took us to the street. But we lived in a house with a small garden that belonged to the landlord. There were trees and flower stands there, probably wisteria stands and the like, but I was still young at the time and didn't know the names of those flowers and trees. I only remembered that the ones climbing on the wall were roses. Return to the garden. There is a cave door made of Taihu stones. Now that I think about it, it seems to be pretty good. At that time, a naughty young servant took me there, but all I did was run around and catch butterflies. Sometimes I pinched off a few flowers, but I just moved them around and threw them away. As for getting it, the taste of flowers is something that will happen in the future. On summer mornings in our place, there are girls from the countryside in various streets and alleys, calling from the door, selling gardenias. Gardenias are not high quality, but I like the white and halo yellow color and the fat stature. It has a similar charm to those girls selling flowers. The fragrance of gardenia is strong but not strong, clear but not light, which I also like. I started to fall in love with flowers. Some people may ask, aren't you in love with flowers? I'm actually not very clear on this myself. Just leave it alone. One spring in the elementary school, someone suggested that they go to Temple F outside the city to eat peaches, and they were prepared to eat them for free. If they were not allowed to eat, they would make a scene, or even fight. Although that was long before the May 4th movement. But middle school students in our area often go to the theater and watch plays for nothing. Middle school students can go to the theater for free, why can't elementary school students eat peaches for free? We all thought so, so on Na's suggestion, we gathered a dozen classmates and headed out of the city in a mighty manner. When we arrived at F Temple, we scolded the Taoists, we call the temple workers Taoists, with great force and immediately led us to the Taoyuan. The Taoists hesitated and said, the peach trees have just blossomed now. But who believed what they said? We finally arrived in Taoyuan. Everyone was frustrated. It turned out that the flowers were really blooming. At this time, Mr. P, the proposer, went to fold flowers. The Taoists followed step by step, immediately stepped forward to dissuade him, and even used their hands. But Mr. P is the least trivial among us. It's too late, in the blink of an eye. The flower was in his hand, and the Taoist had staggered aside. The peach blossoms in that garden should be interesting to see, but none of us thought about seeing them. They just shouted, if there are no peaches, we have to make tea. The Taoists led us to the abbot, full of grievances. Everyone drinks a large cup of tea. Then we calmed down and went into town chatting and laughing. Maybe I only knew how to love the blossoming gardenias at that time, and I didn't know much about the peach blossoms blooming on the trees, so I missed the opportunity in front of me. Later, I gradually read some poems about looking at flowers, and found that looking at flowers was quite interesting. But after studying in Peking for several years, I only visited Chongshao Temple once, and I went there too early, as the famous green peony had not yet bloomed. Viewing flowers is very popular in Peiping. There are many places to view flowers. There were many, but it seemed that only a group of poets and celebrities were lively at that time, and the rest were irrelevant. That was exactly what the new literature movement was about. At the beginning, we young people were a little disrespectful towards the old poetry and that group of poets and celebrities, and the place to see flowers was far away. It can be said that I am a lazy person, so I simply gave up on it. Later, I went to Hangzhou to work and met Mr. Y. He was a new poet as well as an old poet. He was very interested in looking at flowers. He and I often go to Gushan to see plum blossoms. The plum blossoms in Gushan are famous in ancient and modern times, but they are too few. There is no one near the water, and there are too many people. Once, while I was sitting on the crane pavilion drinking tea, a bearded man wearing a damask coat came and greeted me with a Hunan accent. The plum blossoms are in full bloom. The word sheng was emphasized particularly. I was taken aback. But what surprised me was just the sound of sheng in his mouth. Whether the flowers bloomed or not didn't really matter to me. To the deceased wife. To the deceased wife. Qian, time flies so fast, you have been dead for 3 years in the blink of an eye. The world has changed so many times in the past 3 years, but you may not pay attention to these things, I know. The first thing you care about is your children, and the second is me. My child and I share your world equally. You are like this today. If you still know after you die, you will still be like this in the future. Let me tell you, when I came home in the summer, Meyer was very tall and strong, a head taller than me. Runner's father said he was the best, but he was not as fat as before. Kai Ji and Rotor are both good. Wooer, the whole family praised her for her good looks, but she developed eczema on her legs. Sitting on the bamboo bed all day long and not being able to get off it looked very pitiful. Lure, what can I say? You understand that you also talked to your mother before you died. This child can only be raised and played with. How many months has this child been born? Your lung disease becomes serious. I advise you to stay less close to him, just supervise and take care of him. You couldn't help but pick her up and hold her sometimes. But when you were sick, you did it for him, and you were considerate enough. He was sick a lot that summer. You have been busy all day, giving soup, medicine, cold and warm, and you have not even had a good sleep. There is not a single thought of yourself there. It makes you happy to see him tougher, with a dry smile and a yellow waxy face. I can only sigh secretly. I never thought a mother would be like you. Ever since Miles, you have always breastfed by yourself, 4 babies in a row. When you first started, you didn't know how to feed your baby by the hour, but later you learned about it, but you couldn't get used to it. Your children would wake you up crying several times a night, especially if they were bored. Hot summer. I see you haven't gotten enough sleep. During the day, I have to cook and take care of the children, so I rarely have any free time. Your body is already in bad shape, and 4 children will wear you down for 7 or 8 years. By the 5th time, you are really helpless and have no milk, so you have to feed yourself milk powder. Hire an old woman to take care of her. But you don't feel relieved when your child sleeps with his mother. Whenever you hear crying at night, you prick up your ears and listen. If you have a long time, you have to go and take a look. At the beginning of the 16th year, I came to Beijing with you, leaving Meyer and Zhuangzi at home. Since I haven't been able to go for more than 3 years, I picked them up. It's really hard to miss you. You don't mention it often, but I understand. You later said that your illness was caused by thinking about it. Of course, it also played a role, but most of it was due to the exhaustion of raising children. 11 of your short 12 years of married life were wasted on the children, and you are not tired at all. You use as much strength as you can, until you destroy yourself. You love children in general, regardless of whether they are male or female, older or younger. I don't even think about raising children to protect against old age, and hoarding grain to protect against hunger. I just love with all my heart. You are honestly a bit of a layman when it comes to education. Children just need to eat well and play well. It's no wonder you grew up like this. Besides, the children are still young, so eating and playing are important. When you're seriously ill, the last thing you can't let go of is your child. The sick person is only skin and bones, but he still doesn't believe that he will not recover. He always says, "If I die, this large group of children will suffer." Later, when he said that he would send you home, you thought that you could see Meyer and Zhuangzi. And I am willing, you never thought that you would never come back. When I delivered the car, you couldn't help crying and said, "I don't know if I can see you again." Poor, I know your heart. You are thinking that you will come back to see me with your 6 children. Qian, you must have thought so at that time, for sure. Apart from the children, you only have me in your heart. Yes, your father was still there then. But your mother is dead and he has another woman. You have long felt that there is a layer of separation between you. Although you were still wholeheartedly attached to him in the first year after you got married, in the second year when you had sex with me, my child, and I took over your heart, and you didn't have much time to think about him anymore. Do you still remember the first year I was in Beijing and you were at home? There was a letter from home saying that you couldn't stay any longer and would often go back to your parents' home. I got angry and immediately wrote a letter to blame you. You asked someone to write a reply, saying that something happened at home and he had to go back. This is your first or last protest. I haven't written to you since. I went back with a lot of ideas during the summer vacation, but when I met you and saw the smile on your face, I was put off. From this moment on, you gradually ran from your father's arms to me. You exchanged gold bracelets for my tuition fees and asked me to pay you back later, but I didn't pay you back until you died. You suffered a lot of anger from my family, and you suffered a lot from your family because of my family, but you endured it. It's all because of me, I know. That time I resigned from a middle school in my hometown and ran away. Your family members are teasing you to leave too. Where to go? I have no choice but to bite the bullet and go to your house. Your home was like an ice cellar at that time, and you lived in the cellar for 3 months. It took a lot of effort for me to bring you out. Here you are. Let's go to other provinces together. The small family was thus organized. Although you are not a wealthy lady, you have been pampered since you were a child. When you start being a housewife, you have to do everything. But you actually continue to do it, and you do it happily. The dishes are as usual, all made by you. But we are the ones eating. You can only use 2 or 3 chopsticks. Your cooking is not bad. There is an old man who praises you greatly. You are also good at washing clothes. In summer, you probably always do my silk coat yourself. You are unhappy at home and want to be idle. During the first few months of confinement, I always got up every 4 or 5 days, saying that I was lying down and had nothing to do at home. In fact, you are not unorganized when you get up. We have so many children in our family, how can we be organized? When I lived in Zhejiang, I escaped 2 military disasters, both of which were in Peiping. Thank you for leading your mother and a group of children to hide here and there. You still have to walk many miles and climb a huge ridge on the last trip. This time, it's almost just you alone. Not only did you bring your mother and children, but you also brought me boxes of books. You know that I love books the most. In just 12 years, you have worried more than others in a lifetime. Qian, how can you withstand such a body? You took all my responsibilities and crushed you to death. How can I be worthy of you? Winter. Winter. Speaking of winter, tofu suddenly comes to mind. It is a small foreign pot, aluminum pot, boiled tofu, piping hot. The water is rolling, like fish eyes, with small pieces of tofu inside, tender and smooth, like a white fox coat worn inside out. The pot was on a foreign stove, a stove without kerosene, and the stove were all smoked black. The more white the tofu appears. It was night, and the house was old. Even though it was lit with foreign lanterns, it was still dark. Sitting around the table were my father and our 3 brothers. The young stove was too high, and my father often stood up when he was kissing me, raising his face slightly and squinting his eyes. We reached into the chopsticks from the hot air, picked up the tofu, and place them one by one on our soy sauce dishes. We sometimes do it ourselves, but the stove is too high, so we still enjoy the benefits. This is not eating, just playing. Father said it was cold at night. Everyone will feel warmer after eating. We all like this kind of white water tofu. As soon as it is served, we look at the pot eagerly, waiting for the hot steam, waiting for the tofu to fall from my father's chopsticks in the hot steam. It's winter again. I remember it's the night of November 16th on the lunar calendar. We were riding in a small boat with Mr. S and Mr. P in the West Lake. Mr. S had just arrived in Hangzhou to teach. He wrote in advance and said, "We are going to visit the West Lake, no matter it is winter." The moonlight was so beautiful that night, and it still shines on me when I think about it. It turned out that the night before was the beginning of the moon. Maybe the November moon is really special. It was past 9 o'clock at that time, and it seemed that we were the only boat on the lake. There was a bit of wind, and the moonlight shone on the soft water waves. The reflection in the middle was like fresh silver. The mountains on the lake are only dim shadows. Occasionally there are one or two lights under the mountain. S. Junku wrote 2 poems, Counting the Stars' Lights, I Recognize the Fishing Village, and the light ink lightly depicts the distant black marks. We didn't talk much, there was only the steady sound of oars. I gradually fell asleep. Mr. P said, "Hello," before raising his eyelids and saw him smiling. The boatman asked if he wanted to go to Jingji Temple. It was Amitabha's birthday and it was quite lively there. When we arrived at the temple, the hall was brightly lit with candles and filled with the sounds of Buddha chanting, as if we had woken up from a dream. This was already 10 years ago, and Mr. S still wrote to me frequently. I heard that Mr. P changed his position several times. The year before last, he was working in a special taxation bureau to collect special taxes. There has been no news since then. We spent a winter in Taizhou with a family of 4. Taizhou is a mountain city, which can be said to be in a large valley. There is only one street that is 2 miles long. On other roads, there were hardly any people during the day. It was pitch dark at night. Occasionally, a little light shines through people's windows, and there are torches held by people walking around, but that's very rare. We live at the foot of the mountain. Some are the sound of wind in the pine forest on the mountain and the sky. The shadow of 1 or 2 birds. The end of summer arrives there, and spring begins, but it seems like we are always living in winter, but even if it is really winter, it is not cold. We live upstairs, and the study faces the road. If someone talks on the road, we can hear it clearly. But because of walking, there were too few people, and the occasional voice sounded like it was brought by the distant wind, but unexpectedly it was right outside the window. We are outsiders and passers-by. Except when we go to school, we often just sit at home. My wife is also used to being lonely, and she only stays with us men. Although outside, it's always winter, but it's always spring at home. One time I went to the street and when I came back, the large square window of the kitchen downstairs was open, and there were 3 of them, mother and son, side by side. All 3 faces looked at me with innocent smiles. It seemed that Taizhou was empty except for the 4 of us. The sky and the earth were empty, and there were only 4 of us. It was the 10th year of the Republic of China, and my wife had just come out of home, feeling very comfortable. Now she is about to die, 4 years later, but I still remember the shadow of her smile. No matter how cold, windy or snowy, thinking of these always makes my heart warm. Originally published in Middle School Students, number 40, December 1, 1933. Nanjing. Nanjing. Nanjing is a place worth staying, even though I only came and went, and it was all in the summer. I also want to boast about it, but unfortunately, I know too little about what I am writing now. It's just a traveler's impression. Visiting Nanjing is like visiting an antique shop. There are traces of the erosion of the times everywhere. You can caress, pay homage, relax and daydream. Think of the rise and fall of the 6 dynasties, the romance of Wang Xia, and the beauty of Qin Huai. These may just be old tunes, but after some consideration, they become different. So I advise you to go to Jiming Temple, preferably on a lightly rainy day or a moonlit night. Only in the haze is brewing, with that faint ancient flavor. You are sitting on an open floor plan with a row of bright windows. Have a bowl of tea and look at the green and winding Taiching in front of you. The clear, desolate and cold Xuanwu Lake outside Taiching looks like a painting by de Dizzy. The row of windows in Humeng Building is arranged most thoughtfully, allowing you to see a little, not too much, not a little. There is a well behind the temple for irrigation. This is not the Rouge Well, where Empress Chen and Zhang Lihua are hiding in a pile. The Rouge Well is not on the roadside, so you have to spend some time looking for it. There is no well railing on the well either. To see it, you have to go all the way to the Ming Dynasty Palace where the ancient relics are preserved. From the garden behind the temple. Picking the way to Taiching, there are no stacks, it is really like a platform. Stepping on the fluffy grass, I felt indescribably quiet. During the day in summer, there are groups of black butterflies flying in the breeze. These black butterflies fly up and down, looking like a thick round pillar from a distance. From the city, you can see every corner of Nanjing. At this time, if someone who is familiar with the situation in the past can tell you, the Sui soldiers came in from this corner, and the Hunan army came in from that corner. You can imagine the troops in different attires, carrying different flags, holding strange weapons. It came in like a surging force, and there seemed to be cries from afar. If you remember some nostalgic poems from Jinling, you can recite them secretly a few times during this period to verify them, and maybe you can better understand the author's thoughts on that day. In the past, you could climb out of Taiching, by the Xuanwu Lake. If it's a moonlit night, 2 or 3 people, 2 or 3 scattered shadows, moving crookedly and diagonally, that's enough. It can't be done now. We have to leave the temple, go down the mountain, and go around the big bend to get out of the city. 7 or 8 years ago, the lake was almost covered with reeds and was deserted and cold, although there was good moonlight. It's also difficult to shine light on the water. The boat is narrow, small, and leaky, making it frustrating to wander around. Things have changed a lot in the past few years. When you leave the city and see the lake, you will feel that it is vast and misty. There are more boats, with vines and chairs to lie on. The water and the shore are all bare. Fortunately, there are 5 islands dotted in the lake, otherwise it would be unobstructed. The water here is white and turbulent, just like the Yangtze River. It is different from the quiet green of the West Lake. It is best to watch the moon, which is empty, misty and boundless. If you are a little drunk and facing the breeze. Lying on the wicker chair half asleep, listening to the gurgling waves on the bottom of the boat and the sound of the flute coming from nowhere will really make you forget where you are. The 5 islands all seem cramped and unattractive, but the long dike is worth walking around. The cherries on the lake are most famous. It is said that when the cherries are ripe, tourists pick and eat them under the tree, chatting and laughing. It's so lively. Qingliang Mountain is in a corner and seems to be sparsely populated. The layout of the Saoi building is similar to that of the Humeng building, but the scene outside the window is different. It is surrounded by green mountains. There are green trees at the foot of the mountain. The green really hits people's eyebrows. If I were allowed to use it again and compare it with paintings, it would probably look like Wang Shigu's handwriting. It's not easy to sit for a long time in Homing Tower. You should at least go to Taichung to have a look. While sweeping, Yi upstairs didn't want to leave. The scenery outside the window seems to be specially designed for this building, and everything is there as soon as you go upstairs. It does have a cool smell in summer. Both here and at Huominglu, they have plain noodles, which are both delicious and cheap. Macho Lake is in Huayan Temple. The lake is not big, and you can't go boating on it, but there are lotus flowers and lotus leaves in the summer. From the houses near the lake, you can lean on the railing and look out, which is quite a distant feeling. The little portrait of Macho is at the bottom of Xingqi. I don't know who painted it. It is probably not very ancient. But the face is open and graceful, and the pleats of the clothes are also soft and lively. It has the meaning of waving your sleeves to soar the sky. If I were asked to write a question, I would write without hesitation. There are 4 words for fairy, fairy. There is also a portrait carved on stone, which is also here. I think it may be from that painting, but the life is much worse. Although it is also close to the lake, because the house is deep, it looks dark. But it is antique and dark. Of course there are many poems and prose couplets, but I remember Wang Xiangqi's half-part line, "Don't underestimate the rouge of the north." When the boat first arrives, the people of the south of the Yangtze River have no color. The spirit is very good. The so-called Xingqi house, according to legend, Ming Taizu and Su De played chess. Su De won, Taizu gave him this house. Like Taizu, people. He actually does such elegant things. The small pavilion facing the lake on the left is much brighter and brighter. There is a painting by Zingua Fan, and I forget who wrote the sentence, "A tall man sits in a small pavilion in the river sky." I like this title sentence, Jiang Tian, and Sitting Man How, the scene is vast. It makes the room more cheerful. Picking up in the wilderness. Picking up in the wilderness. I love reading travelogues the most. It's early summer now. In my travel notes, I can see the brilliant spring flowers and the fallen leaves dancing in the autumn wind. These are all what I'm thinking about and looking forward to. While I was reading travel notes at White Horse Lake, I was able to visit the sacred and solemn city of Rome and the pure, simple and quiet village of Oiseau, all of which I envied and imagined. The travel notes are full of dreams. The latter dream drove away the former dream, and the former dream drove away the former dream. It comes and goes like this, comes and goes, like the crescent moon on the treetops, like the sunset behind the mountains, like the fireflies in the fields, like the sound of flutes on the water, like the fragrance of tea in the next seat, like in memory as a young girl. All this is just a dream. I was in middle school. I read Kong Gingzong's travel notes on 11 European countries, and at that time, I had only travel notes on Italy, and had many sweet dreams. The ancient city of Pangbei was the one I lingered on and couldn't bear to visit. At that time, Lu Zihu's landscape notes often attracted me and won me over. Later, I read Luoyang Zhelanji, which recorded the prosperity and magnificence of the temples, which fascinated me. I also read Shui Jingzhu, which recorded strange mountains and rivers, which either shocked me or made me wander. What I call travel notes has a slightly broader meaning than general ones, so I include the latter too. These may remember the local customs, the scenic spots of mountains and rivers, the good old days, or the wonderful things. Today, they all have strong or light colors, or craftsmanship or splashing style. And I recently read Mountain and Wild Pickings, which is different from these. In this book, what is written is just a corner of the continent and a region of France are not special resorts, popular places, or popular places. Therefore, all the benefits are only the author's own findings. Among the above-mentioned ones, only Lu Zihu, all his works were also written in this way, but Lu only recorded the scenery. This book also records culture, as Victor said in the preface. The so-called culture is not the giant thing we usually think of, but the beauty of human feelings, and the book says that the culture of Loisiac's village is actually more than the scenery. This is also different from people. What is written about the culture of Oiseau village in the book is actually not about the culture of Oiseau village. It is just that the author, Mr. Sun Fushi, secretly and skillfully tells us his philosophy in his philosophy of life. So it says, a region of France. He is the one who writes it. He said it well himself. I wanted to pick up as much of the flavor of the mountains as possible, but I unknowingly picked up a lot of things myself. Original book page 261. A collection of travel notes by Sun Fushi. Mr. Tang Chi's poems. Mr. Sun himself said that this book describes the pattern of human life assigned to him. Let's take a look at the creation of his life. What is the pattern of life? There are two types of people in the world, those who are bold, and those who are meticulous in their work. Previous 1. Raising people is really a knife, a sharp knife that cuts through the mess. No matter what disputes or kudzu vines, in his hands, they are all cut off. Don't even look at it, needless to say, rely on him to resolve the dispute. He only focused on a few big trunks, and the rest of the thousands of branches and leaves were swept away. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, you must capture the king. It is also said to leave the matter to an end. This is the way of heroes. They have lofty plans, but they disdain and have no time to pay attention to those trivial programs. Stupid men do the same thing, but they just want to save trouble. Their thinking ability is insufficient. It's not enough to analyze the details and whip it into the inside. Like two children quarreling, the father doesn't even think about it, and just gives each a slap in the face as usual. This is really unhappy. But if you and I can neither be heroes nor be willing to be fools, uncle. Naturally, one can only try to be the latter type of person. This kind of people want to ask for the details of everything, break the sand vat and ask the truth. They also ask the sand, where does the vat come from? They do not let go of every word, every move, every sand or stone. In ancient times, people carved peach stones into a boat. There are Su Dongpa, Huang Luji, Buddha In, etc. on the boat, or on New Year's Day, write the 4 words, the world is peaceful, on a sesame seed to test your eyesight. This is one side of this temper. They don't pay attention to 10,000, but pay attention to every penny. They feel that this penny. A centimeter is the specific and microscopic part of the 11 million. As long as you can see this 1 millimeter thoroughly, it is just like the magnification of a photograph, and the rest can be imagined. Therefore, they must take everything apart and look at it, regardless of the difference between money and money. Always see it before you see it, just like a microscope. In this way, many new and unique flavors can be discerned, which is their unique secret. In short, they are surprised by how trivial things are, while ordinary people turn a blind eye. Therefore, they are ordinary people but also different. Almost ordinary people. If I were allowed to compare these two types of people, Mr. Sun, a painter, with Chinese painting, I would say that the former is splash brush and the latter is gongbi. Mr. Sun himself is a gongbi person and is the latter type of person. His friends call him the carefully polished Chuntai. It's great that all of him is here. He commemorated his aunt and father. He said that they taught him meticulous skills, but he was far inferior to them. From his father, he knew that in a sentence, besides the literal meaning, there was something else. Just listen to the literal meaning. I'm still far from being able to understand the meaning of the voice. The strength of this book lies in the other words. Doesn't it seem bland at first glance? If you chew it slowly, you will have a rich taste flow out from the corner of the mouth. If you have seen the shimmering morning dew and the wrinkled water waves, the vast cold moon, a thin blouse, if you have ever tasted fine leather silk, fresh and tender bamboo shoots, or freshly made Longjing tea, you will definitely understand what I am saying. Yi Xingtao's short story. Yi Xingtao's short story. When talking about his attitude towards writing novels, Xingtao often likes to say, "I just write it truthfully." This is the author's confession, we should believe it. But in his early creations, in addition to truthful materials and descriptions, there was indeed something else, which we call ideals. This kind of ideal is quite consistent and cannot escape the eyes of careful readers. Later, as I gained more experience, my thoughts gradually became stronger, and my techniques became more mature. Only then did I have a work that was truly written truthfully. Someone seems to have said that French realism changed its flavor when it came to Russia. This was due to the addition of ideal color. Suppose this sentence is good. The early style of Xingtao can be said to be close to Russia, while the later style can be said to be close to France. Mr. Gu Jigang described Xingtao's life experience and views on literature and art in great detail in the preface to The Separation. What I have seen of his life has already been recorded in another article. It only needs to be pointed out here that he grew up in an ancient city, Suzhou. Later, he lived in a town, Luji, for 4 or 5 years, working as a primary school teacher, go to Shanghai, the industrial and commercial center of China, and work as an editor at the commercial press. Until now. The great changes of the times in the past 20 years have naturally had a lot of influence on him. The Revolution of 1911, he was in Suzhou. The May 4th movement, he was in Luji. The May 30th movement and the National Revolution, he was in Shanghai to see personally. Hear it personally. A brief history of these few lines. It hints at the trajectory of his ideological changes, the trajectory of ideological changes shown in his novels. Because it is written truthfully, it is objective. His novels are based on very few stories from himself and his family, and they are not very specific, and his writing style is not often emotional. But he has his ideals, which often appear in the characters' dialogues and the author's explanations of characters or events, especially in early works. Unpleasant feeling, or cry, are two extreme examples. This is the expression of reason and wisdom. The silence of the holy pottery. He is the only one among our friends. His love and wisdom are not accidental. The ideals of love and freedom are the two cornerstones of his early novels. This was the trend of thought at the beginning of the New Culture movement, but if he can use it, his artistic expression will be deeper than ordinary people. He wrote from maternal love and sex to the child sending a small clam home, which is really broad, thoughtful, and detailed. The power of maternal love lies in sacrificing oneself. Mr. Gu Jigang's favorite book, Hidden Love, see the preface to Mr. Gu's Fire, is an excellent example. A lonely, stupid country woman used all her heart and strength to secretly love a neighbor's child. This is expressed through one layer. The ideal of sexual love seems to be the oneness of husband and wife, 2 articles in Epuration, and Huayanji, small illness. It can be regarded as quite an example. But this ideal is not easy to achieve. Sometimes it is necessary to have a little art of lying, see uni, in fire. Sometimes maternal love is divided into the power of sexual love, and it is inevitable to feel different, couples are not, when we can be one. Sometimes divorce is inevitable. Divorce is a common phenomenon in recent years. But what Xing wrote in Two Shadows was about a woman who divorced a man and married another person with a similar temperament, but later she couldn't let go of the man. This is a strange thought, and it is right. The ridicule of conjugalism. Maybe Xing is finally a skeptic on this issue? As for loving people and animals extensively, Xing thinks that only children can do it, adults can only be distant and cold. Separation, swimming, offline, middle. Morning describes this kind of situation. He also wrote about the depression of people without love, such as the young man in Homecoming, the abandoned woman in Spring is Not Hers Anymore, and the old gentleman in Loneliness. And the forgotten in Fire. The same-sex love between Ms. Satita and Ms. Tong is another way of writing this kind of depression. One side of freedom is liberation, and the other side is respect for individuality. The Holy Pottery pays special attention to women and children. He wrote about oppressed women, such as peasant women, child brides, and singing girls. The sorrow of prostitutes and so on. The first chapter, Life of Apparition, is written about a peasant woman. He also felt sorry for the obedience and hard work of housewives in middle-class families. In Spring Outing, in Apparition, some news of resistance has been revealed. Two replies makes it even more clear. A woman is not a thrush in a cage, a cymbidium in a flower pot, nor a Superman. She is just a person equal to all human beings. He later had two novels, The Posthumous Son, in We Are Not Tired collection. Little Sister writes about the power of the patriarchal tradition to oppress women. Xing has been a primary school teacher for many years. He understands and cares about children best. He believes that children are not for us to play and entertain, nor are they for us to protect ourselves from old age. They deserve their own place. They have their rights and lives, and we should not dislike them, nor should we look down upon them as our objects. Cry, in Fire, is a fierce protest in the tone of a baby girl. Among Xing works, this is the only passionate text. But the well-written articles are Incompetent Children, One Lesson, Air, and Fashion. The first two articles are about children's natural interests, and the last two articles are about teachers treating children as adults, leading to all kinds of misfortunes. Among them, Imbecile is already famous. In addition, he also wrote about some farmers who were exploited and exploited. Those were all overwhelmed by the heavy burden of land rent. He longed for a life of art, a life of art, a life of freedom. To develop individuality, but now our lives are all restricted to certain models or methods. Xing hates these models or methods. Under these methods, he only feels an illusion of himself surrounded by vast illusions. See Unpleasant Feeling in Apparition. Rome. Rome. Rome is the capital of a great empire in history. When you imagine it, it always looks like 1,000 things. Now, although its glory and glory have long passed, it has emerged from the scattered ruins. Later generations can still be like Yubai. These ruins, old ones plus newly excavated ones, can be seen almost everywhere, as if they were deliberately decorated with this ancient city. A few stone pillars here and a few broken walls there, carrying the dust of the past, are stuck alone in the big pit. Although the sun shines at noon in summer, it is dim and dim, not much, not too energetic. The Forum Romanum is the largest. This is the center of the ancient Roman city, with the remains of courts, temples, and residences. The 3 Corinthian-style pillars of the Temple of Castor and Porus, with slabs and connected stones on the top, are the most handsome in the whole place, like 3 handsome young men covering their foreheads with their hands. Looking at this ancient market, I remember that there were countless people here who were crowded and noisy all day long, each with their own thoughts and methods. Now there are only a few tourists left, gesticulating in the deathly silence. There is a house on the corner, which is in good condition. On one side are 3 rooms. There are murals, which have been blurred, and the floor is paved with inlaid stones. In the next room is the dining room. The murals are very exquisite, and they all have serious titles. They attach great importance to the dining room. Above the market is the Palatine Hill, a place that has experienced ups and downs. It was originally a village with only thatched houses. At the end of the Roman Republic, nobles of one surname lived here. During the Empire era, it was even more prosperous. When tourists walk up the mountain, the majestic houses on both sides still have complete lush bricks left, which can show the atmosphere of the wealthy families at that time. The roof is a flat area, which used to be many gardens. The general name is Finis Garden, which is also an old site 400 years ago. Now it is decorated with some flowers and trees, and there is a small fountain in one corner. In this garden, you can take in the panoramic view of the ancient market below your feet. To the east of the market is the lion fighting arena, and you can still see its approximate size. Among many magnificent ruins, this one is considered to be in the best condition. The outer wall is a large circle with 4 floors. You have to look up to see the top. The lower 3 floors are all round arches and columns of the same color, while the upper floor only has small rectangular windows and fringes. This simple contrast makes people feel that this building is a whole piece, as if the pines and cypresses reaching into the sky, the old branches and pavilions, do not have any complicated details. There used to be a large plain in the middle. A fortress was built here in the Middle Ages, but now it is full of ruined wall foundations. It's completely different. This place is the lion fighting ring, surrounded by seats for the audience. The lower 2 floors are boxes, the emperor and foreign guests are on the bottom floor, and the upper floor is for nobles, the 3rd floor is for civil servants, and the top floor is flat for civilians. A total of 40,000 to 50,000 people can be accommodated. The Lion's Cave is still on the next level. There is a direct entrance to the venue. Lion fighting is a kind of punishment, which can also be said to be a kind of judgment. The criminal is placed in front of the lion and let the lion fight him. If he actually kills the lion, he will be on his side and he will be free. But naturally let the lion eat more. These people probably deserve it. Thinking of the misery and terror of the prisoner and his relatives, the happiness of his enemies, the majesty of the emperor, and the curious and tense faces of the general audience, it was like a nightmare. This venue was built in the 1st century and was originally a theater. Later it was used for lion fighting. Not far south of the lion fighting arena is the Baths of Caracalla. The ancient Romans paid great attention to bathing, and the bathhouses were all well built. This one is even more gorgeous and beautiful. The whole place is made of marble, and the floor is paved with inlaid stones. There are murals, statues, and unusual utensils. The house is tall, divided into 2 floors, both with round arches, which makes you feel stable when you walk in. The interior is magnificent, complementing the murals and statues. In the center is a large fitness room with 2 fountains. The site covers an area of 6 acres and can accommodate 1,600 people bathing. There are 3 types of bathing: hot and cold water steam. Each one occupies 1 house. The ancient Romans went to the bathhouse not just to take a bath. They could discuss business, settle lawsuits, etc., just like we go to tea shops or restaurants. There are many entertainments here, and they can take a bath after work or after they are tired. Find a few friends and go to the entertainment room to have fun, or go to the living room to talk, which is very free. Now there is only a pile of ruins left. There was originally a lot of marble, but it had already been moved to build churches such as St. Peter's. Scattered objects are displayed in the museum. Inside, what we see are just some towering lust bones standing in the sun, as well as the photos of the baths of Caracalla, carefully studied by scholars, which are just so-called gourmet meals. Netherlands. Netherlands. For a Chinese who has never lived in Europe during the summer, when he goes to the Netherlands in the north in early summer, he simply feels like it is the new autumn. The sky was dim, the fields were quiet, and the train was moving by as if no one was paying attention. Occasionally, I saw a half windmill at the end of the sky. Motionless, like an iron hand stretching toward the sky. When walking in Switzerland, it is sometimes so quiet, but here, there is no such quietness in Switzerland. Most of Switzerland has mountain roads, which are narrow and winding. Here is a vast plain, and the weather is naturally different. The train gradually approaches the city. I saw a row of houses. The red and yellow colors appear more vivid and eye-catching on the gray background. The pointed roof originally had a triangular base, but the left and right sides were folded near the bottom to form 2 extra corners. It was clever and honest, like a little fat man. Like a little old man again. The Dutch are famous for building houses. When it comes to architecture in modern times, the Dutch are among the best. As we approached Rotterdam, there was a factory with a new look. The house is divided into 2 parts. The nearest part is an inner curve. 2 large rows of glass windows reflect light of varying intensity. The following section is a relatively plain 8-story building with windows also arranged horizontally. The stairwell is entirely made of glass, which looks good from the outside, and is bright and easy to walk upstairs. It is much more sinister and silly than the old stairwell, which is only opened on the wall. Those with small windows are naturally much better. The continuous row of horizontal windows is also a feature of modern architecture. It can only be done with steel and cement. There are 2 styles of horizontal windows in this factory, one with wide windows and narrow walls, and another with wide walls and narrow windows. Some people say that this kind of wall and the window is like a piece of bread with ham between it, but I can't tell whether it is bread or ham. Some people say that this kind of house seems to be fully supported on the glass, which makes people suspect that it will collapse. But I just feel that the continuous horizontal lines are powerful enough to support this. It is more than a big house, and it is very pleasant to look at it. Near the Peace Palace in The Hague, there are also many new-style houses, mostly shops, which are different from factories. The colors should be brighter, and the decoration style should be heavier, roughly in a delicate and exquisite tone. The most exquisite thing is the building, which is sublet to others. It is an irregular geometric shape. Approximately in the middle is a towering and transparent stairwell, bounded by small square grids of black steel. One side is long, like an outstretched arm, the other side is square. There are railings on each floor, with the long side painted in blue and the square side painted in white, against the light yellow windows. People say that new houses in the Netherlands are like ships, which is really nice. These railings are just the stuff on ships. Between the ladders is the chimney. There is also a long and narrow pool in front of the building, shallow, with a statue at the end. Some flowers and plants were planted beside the pool, and there were 1 or 2 chairs scattered around. There are no railings behind the house, but the simple geometric shapes and clear demarcations on the cement wall are very pleasing to the eye. The area is very spacious and quiet. At noon, the building is full of sunlight. Nearby, there are some green trees, which makes people reluctant to leave. There are more new-style houses in Amsterdam. The telegraph office near the palace looks very clever. The electrical company diagonally across the street is plain and simple. The comparison between the two is a bit interesting. Nothing else seems to be as beautiful as these two. But there are still a lot of new buildings in the newly developed areas. If you don't get them, you can go and see them, but you don't know what to do. The Dutch are also famous for their ability to draw. In the 17th century, the Netherlands broke away from the shackles of Spain and gradually prospered, with more and more wealthy families. Since they had enough food and clothing, they naturally thought about some elegant things. Those large mythological and religious paintings were originally used to decorate palace chapels. They are a new country and have no need of these. They only need small-size paintings of local scenery. It doesn't matter whether it's portraits, customs or scenery, as long as it's Dutch. In these paintings, they see themselves intimately. Since there are many demands, supply will certainly follow. At that time, paintings were on the market, and the prices were similar to leather shoes and vegetables. Among them, genre paintings, genrepictuur, are the most popular. Until now, when people think of Dutch painters, they always think of this kind of painting. The subjects of this kind of painting are very ordinary daily life, and they are limited to indoors, and the light used is often gray and dark. The life of this material is interesting or comical in Xiao Che. A shop that sells wild game can produce a painting, a meal, or even a painting. Some of them are too funny, almost in bad taste. For example, the 5 Senses, painted by Molenaar, is in the collection of the Mauritshuis Painting Academy in The Hague. Smell, one painting, a woman is holding a child, and he is pulling an arrow. The painting, Touch, is even more bizarre. It depicts a woman sitting and a man puts his hand under her clothes. The woman then raises a shoe and wants to knock it off his head. There are so many famous paintings in this painting academy. Doe's young housewife is drawn in a trivial manner. There are some places that are not ironed. The workmanship of Potter's cow is excellent. Not a fly is missing from its body, but it is so lively that the cow almost walks slowly down the wall. The layout is also simple and pure. Vermeer. He painted a scene of his hometown Delft to fully express the quiet and solemn atmosphere. He is a small landscape painter, famous for his good understanding of light and shadow and his mastery of layout. Landscape paintings use a variety of materials, so it is not easy to arrange them carefully. Dutch portrait, Hals. Be a master. But his good things are all in his hometown of Haarlem, Arnhem, and cannot be found anywhere else. In the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, there is a performer by him, which is a man playing the pipa with great air. These are 17th century painters. Rhine River. Rhine River. The Rhine, originates in the Swiss Alps, passes through eastern Germany, and flows into the North Sea, with a length of about 2,500 miles. Divided into upper, middle and lower parts. From Mans. The stretch from Mainz to Cologne is considered the Middle Rhine. All those who cruise the Rhine take this section. The natural scenery is not unusually good. There are unusually many historical sites, especially Mainz and Koblenz. Between Koblenz and Koblenz, the mountains on both sides are covered with old fortresses, high and low, scattered and mottled. Some are broken, and some are still intact. Here, heroes and thieves lived in the midst. Some were proud of the danger, and some were galloping freely. It was also quite lively. Now he is listless, letting the sun and wind blow, making no sound. Sitting on the ship and looking from both sides, those antique and various fortresses passed by clearly. It was as if he had jumped out of this era and was living an unrestrained life in those fortresses. During this period of travel, the train is not as good as the ship, the morning sun is not as good as the setting sun, the sunny day is not as good as the cloudy day, and the cloudy day is not as good as the moonlight night, plus a few fireflies, fire. It's like looking for a ghost in the grass. It would be better to climb up the mountain and wander around inside and outside the fortress. This area not only has many historical sites, but also many legends. The most bleak and beautiful one is naturally the popular fairy lady of Shingwenyantu. Shrivaka Rock, on the east bank of the river. 430 feet high, it is a large piece of dark overhanging rock, rugged and rugged. The river reaches the south of the rock and turns eastward into a small bay. There is a huge echo here, hence the name of the rock. According to legend, there used to be a fairy named Meiji in Yentu who sang continuously all day long. A boatman was sailing his boat at night and passed by the rocks. Hearing her singing, he looked up and forgot what he was doing. Even the boat and people were smashed against the rocks. Later, another earl's son died. This could cause a big disaster. The count sent troops and generals to avenge his son. They were going to catch her and lock her up. He fell straight from the top of the rock into the river. But she didn't want to die in their hands, so she called her Rhine mother to pick her up. The river was indeed filled with white waves, so she jumped into the waves. From then on, no singing could be heard under the sound-hearing rock, and no beautiful shadows could be seen. Only the sunset remained on the top of the rock, bright and dim. The great German poet Heine wrote a poem about this matter. This poem is also related to the widespread spread of this matter. My friend Mr. Gon Kachau once translated the first chapter as follows. The rumors are still lingering, but my heart is still depressed. The sunset hides behind the two peaks, and the Rhine flows endlessly. There is a beautiful woman on the peak, dazzling and golden. When singing a clear song, the remaining sound reaches the clouds. Listening and gazing again, the boatman forgot where he was going. Strange rocks are floating in the middle of the stream, and both people and boats are lost. According to Mr. Zhu Xiaohua's Travel on the Rhine, read Wandering Clouds and Flowing Water. Rhine water for cleansing? The buildings and towers suppressed the dust. Keeping it from flying is similar to the washing of the Rhine. The Cathedral of Cologne is the glory of Cologne. Based on this alone, Cologne will not die. This is the Gauche-style church, one of the largest Gauche-style churches in the world. Construction was completed in 1248. It was not completed until 1880. This is often the case in European churches, probably because they don't have enough money. The church door wall is majestic, with pointed arches and straight edges, deliberately dense, and decorated with small flowers, small animals, and biblical characters. Take a closer look. The craftsmanship is truly amazing. The two spears on the gate wall are 515 feet high and reach into the sky. Gu, in the past, wanted to be high and agile, so that the soul could easily reach the sky. This is also promising in the moonlight. The light blue sky is clean, except for two sharp shadows reflected on it. It is like the only channel between man and heaven, and like a pair of arms for human prayer. Sen is serious and Mu, not saying a word is worth 1,000 words. The church is very large, with a ceiling height of 160 feet. There are rows of large stone pillars, some 148 feet high and 60 feet low. They can all hug each other. Walking inside is like walking in a big forest, isolated from the rest of the world. The spire can be climbed up. It is exquisite and clear, with the power of soaring into the clouds. There is a corridor under the tower. Looking down into the church from the corridor, I felt that others were small and pitiful, but I was strangely tall. It was really a reversal of my dreams. Written on March 14, 1933. Narcissus, tell me what kind of magical power you have now. 3 bookstores. 3 bookstores. The shops selling second-hand books in London are concentrated on Charing Cross Road. Charing Cross Road, D. It is a lively place. Very easy to find. The road is neither wide nor long, just a winding section. There are many books on both sides, neatly lined up in the glass windows, and chaotically placed on the stalls at the door. Plus the people reading books lingering in front of the window and surrounding the stall. Everything seemed crowded, and the road seemed even narrower. The stalls are the most enjoyable to read, and you can flip through them as you wish, without the need to say, please, or thank you. But there are not many good books that are exposed to the wind and sun, and you have to go to the shop to see the ones that are good. When you go in, you can sometimes look around and flip through it at will. But there are times when, for your trouble, and thank you, are needed, but whether you like to buy or not, you have to decide, and you won't be looked down upon. Although they are said to be old books, there are also some new ones. It's just that most of the people who come here are old books. The largest family is Foyle, located in Lucy. The old and new buildings are opposite each other across a small street. They occupy house number 7 in total. They are both 4 floors. The old building also has a basement. It is not a cellar. The store is divided into 25 books according to their nature. The basement is full of old literature books. 28 years ago, this shop was originally a small shop with only 1 clerk. Now it has nearly 200 clerks and a collection of 2 million books. London's Morning News called it the world's largest new and used bookstore. There are also book stalls at the entrance of the stores on both sides. But it's bigger than others. My Pocket Guide to Europe was bought here at half price from the clerk wearing work clothes stained with book dust. When flipping through the books at the stall, the clerk is often invisible. Wait until you have made your selection. I read and looked for him everywhere, but he emerged from nowhere. But the most worth lingering is the basement. There are many rows of bookshelves and piles on the floor. When you first enter, you feel like you have fallen into a sea of books. Slowly you find the way. Come. The room is not bright enough and there is a lot of dirt. It is necessary to turn on the lights further away from the windows during the day. But it's comfortable to watch. They work from 7 in the morning to 9 in the evening. It doesn't matter how long you stay, or how many times you go a day. There's only one thing, so don't rush. You have to go shopping. It's like visiting a small market at a temple fair, half for fun, half for seriousness, flipping through, looking, and flipping through. Maybe you can't find a book you like for several times, but maybe you get more than one in an instant. Opening a shop requires business knowledge, but Foyer's is quite elegant. They set aside an art gallery on the fourth floor of the old building to display some paintings from time to time. It's free to go and you'll get an exhibition catalog. There are a few lines printed on the back of the catalog, telling you to go to the art department next to the museum to buy art books. The paintings in the exhibition are not bad and some are for sale. Some are not for sale. They often hold lectures in the museum, and there are many famous speakers and chairpersons. There is no cost to attend the lectures, just under the quarterly lecture program. I respectfully invite you to pay attention to the foyer bookstore that organizes lectures. There are also so-called literary luncheons. I remember it was also in the library. They invite one or two nicknames to be the protagonists. Anyone can join after paying the meal fee. Lunch in the UK is very simple and does not cost much. If you have the leisure time, it would be worthwhile to go there and appreciate the conversation of that famous person, but there are not many people who go there. Oxford Street is the east-west thoroughfare of London. It is very prosperous and has the most woolen shops on the street. But there is also a big bookstore called Bumpus. This shop was opened around 1790, originally elsewhere, in Oxford in 1850. A branch was opened in the street, but they all moved there at the end of the 19th century. In the Victorian era, the shopkeeper Thomas Spengbos was very popular, and his customers included Dickens, Lamb, Macaulay, and Wisdom. Waiting for others, the shop became famous at this time. The back of the store is connected to the old courthouse. There are detention centers, guard rooms, etc., which have been purchased by the store for more than 10 years. This historical relic increases people's interest in bookstores. The court's rotunda is now dedicated to book exhibitions. Illustrated books are displayed in the guardroom, and the lockup has been transformed into a warehouse for new books. But the scene at that time can still be seen in some paintings. For example, the interior of the guard room painted by Rowlandson in the 18th century shows the guards holding lanterns and preparing to inspect the prison at night. It looks very busy. Here is another picture. The painting is of a guard from 1729, with a fierce look. There is also a picture of the detention center, with a large arch made of bricks, stone slabs, and a paved floor. The thick wooden door of the detention room is tightly locked, leaving only a small square window, which is bounded by a cross-shaped iron bar. It is really copper. The wall is ironclad, and even with wings it cannot fly out. Garden. Garden. The UK is a country that respects freedom, as can be seen from Hyde Park in London. Those who study politics must know this name. In recent years, this park has occasionally appeared in the overseas dispatches of daily newspapers. Every Sunday afternoon, people from all parties and factions come here to preach their doctrines. The father-in-law said that the father-in-law was right, and the mother-in-law said that the mother-in-law was right. The water in the well does not offend the water in the river. From Jesus Christ to the Communist Party. Pretty much everything. Everywhere there is always one person speaking. He stands on a table, a chair, or something else, and just shows his face to the audience. They have to prepare these tables, chairs, etc. in the park. The benches are only for people to rest on. More or less people listen. Once there was a preacher about Jesus, but no one listened, but he kept up his spirits and kept talking. He hoped that among the tourists coming and going, there might be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. As long as there were people who wanted to listen to him. Stationed. With one kick, his words were not in vain. I saw a Communist Party demonstration once, and the speeches were in the east and the west. Some stood on the cart, which was quite majestic. Ordinarily, Horse-drawn carts like that are usually not allowed to enter the park, but this time a special permission was granted. Among them was a woman who was about 40 years old. She had the loudest voice and spoke the longest. She spoke in Cockney dialect. Whenever she spoke with an accent, she would always open her mouth as wide as possible and use her arms to help. At the end of the story, my throat was hoarse, but I still kept shouting word for word. It's getting dark. They came out of the park as a team shouting slogans, and the slogans and flags were also colorful. On both sides of the team, tall and large horse patrols followed slowly without saying a word. Exit through the north gate, and outside is the lively Oxford Street. There is an open sandy area at the north gate, which is most suitable for outdoor speakers. Most come. Maybe just after the communists left, someone here talked about China and Japan. It was just after the 128, and he was quite grievances against us. He also praised Gandhi, but compared him with Jia Bolan, saying that Jia Bolan also fought for the common people. This comparison made the audience laugh. More than one person debated with him, and an old lady even turned around and left muttering. Even if the speaker of this speech is not a Communist Party member, he probably is not a higher British person. There was also a big incident in the park. In the 1866 congressional reform riots, laborers fought for electoral rights. The surrounding iron fence destroyed more than half a mile of the road and injured 250 policemen. The park is surrounded by iron railings, with 9 car doors and countless entrances for tourists. It covers an area of more than 2,200 acres and stretches 9 miles around the park. It is the largest park in London and has the most visitors. There are busy cities in the north and south of the park, but the center of the park is quiet. The various colors of wild birds in the bushes, the clear and complex voices, and the silhouettes of white sheep on the green grass in summer make people feel like they have gone to the countryside and forgotten the world. A big city. The grassland is a misty green, a lush green, like water, like smoke, like a dream. It is rare to see it like this in winter. There is a snake water winding in the southwest corner, which covers an area of 300 acres and is home to many water birds, such as herons. You can rock, boat and swim. There is also a life-saving club. Let those who enter the water feel safe and bold. This water is where Shelley's lover, Lady Har, I det Westboro #K, sank 120 years ago. There is a statue of Byron in the South Gate. It was built with donations from the Greek government 50 years ago. There is also a statue of the ancient hero Achilles, built by the natives of the Duke of Wellington to commemorate him. It is made of bronze from 12 French cannons. It is still there today. But it's been more than 100 years. And English. The wall sculpture by the famous sculptor Epstein in the country commemorates the naturalist Hudson. A man seems to be about to fly, with his arms spread out, his head raised, and his hair spread out. He has a primitive, rough and fierce spirit, showing the incarnation of the natural spirit. There are 4 birds flying on the left and right. They are different in size and side, and they also have a wild look. The value of this sculpture has caused much discussion. The area from the South Gate to the Shishui River is the most visited area. In the summer, there is a brass band playing every morning. Listen outside the pen to count the money, and you can get into the pen for a certain amount of money. But there are chairs to sit on. Naturally, many tourists walk, but there are also those in sports cars and on horseback. For those on horseback, there is another horse road. Almost adjacent to the southeast of Hyde Park is St. James Park, St. James's Park, K, which covers an area of about 5,670 acres. It was originally a grassland, but King Henry VIII of England pumped water, built a wall, and turned it into a deer park. Charles II expanded the park site, paved the road, and turned it into a playground. Over the next 100 years, it became the most fashionable walking spot in London. It was transformed into the current park at the beginning of the 19th century. There is a lake and a hanging bridge. There are the most pelicans in the lake. You can lean on the bridge railing and watch them. They can play in the water and spend your time. Surrounded by Buckingham Palace, the Western Temple, Parliament, and various government offices, they are all the busiest places. Those who lean on the railing of the bridge can take a moment to admire the outline of the Gosai-style spire of the Nashi Temple and the National Assembly, which is considered a blessing. Beggar. Beggar. There are beggars in foreign countries, yes, but their ways of begging or their skills are different. Common in Shanghai in recent years, the road. A lot of difficult situations were written in chalk on the cement gate next to it, asking for help. Beside the chalk words sat the person who wrote. Bei Ping had seen this kind of beggar before, but there was no cement gate on the roadside, so he could only write on paper. On or cloth, but looks like a foreign beggar, this. I wonder if the method is something that comes from the past, or is it the same mind and the same reason? There are many beggars in London drawing on the roadside, but few writing. I only saw an old man with a long beard near Trafalgar Square. Not many people in China have long beards, sitting upright on the cement. There were a few lines of scrawled white-pink characters in front of him. He said that he was born in a university, but now that he is so cold, what is the use of university? These few complaints seemed to move some people who came and went. In addition, the old man's bright eyes showed no trace of pity. It also makes people a little solemn. On his right hand was a small suitcase, which he opened and prepared for someone to throw money into it. That place was a bustling city with connections in all directions, and there were indeed a lot of people throwing money away. Coppers, pennies, were scattered inside and outside the box. Other beggars did not seem to have such good luck. Most of the paintings used chalks of various colors, and some also used paints. There are 3 types of patterns seen. Or the word to live, with double hooks, each letter about 1 foot square, carefully painted in the outline of the double hook. The letters are neat, smooth, and the style is meticulous. Or double hook go #dluck, good luck. There are also only used the word luck, luck. Survival is the way of self, good luck and luck are words of prayer for passers-by. Or there are 4 or 5 square landscape paintings, each square is about 1 foot in size. Usually the painter sits at one end of the painting. The other end turned his old hat over and threw the copper inside. Some of these beggar painters have received formal training in art schools, while others like to paint a few strokes of paint as a fun. When they arrived, Luo'er had no choice but to start working on the cement. On May 10, 1932, these people came to an exhibition. That day, a few pictures were printed on the evening news, 2 of which were colorfully embroidered. The man who embroidered, nicknamed Oxford Street Kettle Boss, worked as a sailor during the fistfight. Having been to China before, he still remembers the situation at that time. These 2 paintings were embroidered on canvas, with 80,000 stitches each. He had embroidered a portrait of King Edward, which was said to be highly appreciated by the current queen. That was the proudest time in his life. Now he just wanders around Oxford Street. There was a person mentioned in the evening paper. He worked in a theater, #S, for 35 years, and his name was often written in big letters on posters. 3 years ago, he led a circus troupe to parade around, and he played the main role. I have been to all the cities in the British Isles, big. I have been to over 100 places on land and over a dozen places in the United States. I also know Ja Bolin. But times were bad, and there was no one in Old London, Zier. He remembered that his friends had said how interesting still life sketching was in the past, and he had also learned to play with it. At this time, he couldn't explain. I had no choice but to hang out on the Thames Causeway with this little game. But he was afraid that too many people would recognize him, so he always turned his back and covered his face with a big brim on the road. He said that painting on cement is not easy. He was most afraid of rain, as a few minutes of rain might ruin it. A full day's work. He said he always wanted to be on stage again one day. I saw one on Oxford Street, and it was really a mess. He probably didn't have the strength to rent a chat box, etc. He just found a board, 3 or 4 feet long and 5 or 6 inches wide, and put a string on it. Use a glass of water to stretch the string. Put the board on the edge of the street, squat down, and play with both hands like shuttles. It was when the lights were first turned on, and there was an endless stream of people on the trail. Pairs of feet hurried past him, and it seemed that not many people saw him. The sounds of cars and footsteps on the street were mixed together with the sounds of conversations. His single-stringed voice was so soft that it was hard for others to hear him. But he still kept his head down and played his hand. The police banned empty-handed beggars, and beggars turned into buskers. If you have no skills to sell, you also have to have something in your hand, such as matches, leather shoelaces, and the like. There are often men or women standing silently on the road corners holding such things, their faces mostly gloomy. In fact, performing arts and selling goods are mostly just a pretense, but in the end, they teach people to have more self-respect. Don't ask for money for nothing if you don't do something. Only a blind man can ask for money in vain. They stand or sit. Sometimes there is a paper sign on their chest that reads, "Blind man." There is another kind of person, between beggars and non-beggars. Once I couldn't find a circus, so I asked an old man on the corner for advice. He led me away diligently, saying that he had just lost his job and had no money to spend, so he wanted me to help him. I was given 5 pennies, about 30 cents in China, as a reward, but he was still arguing. In fact, there are only 200 or 300 steps. I walked along, complained, and asked for money in vain, and I only encountered it once. The street lights there were very dim. There were no police, there were few people on the road, and I was a foreigner, so he was thick-skinned and bold. He was certainly not blind. Turbulent times. Turbulent times. This is a turbulent time. Everything is in flux, everything is changing at any time. It is difficult for people to calculate their future, even the shortest future. This makes ordinary people depressed. This depression may be deep or shallow, covering the whole of China, or thick or thin, permeating the whole world. 2 years before the end of this world war. Some people pointed out the disillusionment expressed by ordinary people. This disillusionment became even more pronounced in the year after the end of the war. This is especially true in China. After 8 years of arduous war of resistance in China, ordinary people are struggling to survive. When victory comes, we took a breath and couldn't help but picture in our minds a well-off era that might be achieved in 3 to 5 years. We also understand that the era of peace is still far away, so we only hope for a moderately prosperous era. But the cheers of victory passed like lightning. Then there were bursts of muffled thunder. This change was so rapid, so disillusioning, that most people were disappointed and couldn't help but feel that the turbulent situation in front of them seemed to be more turbulent than the midterm of the anti-Japanese war. Besides, this turmoil is worldwide. A country like China probably does not have enough power to control this turmoil. We cannot calculate, or even estimate, when this turmoil will settle down and when a moderately prosperous era will emerge. As a result, the average person is even more deeply disillusioned. China has always had a historical philosophy of a cycle of rule and chaos. Few people in modern times believe in the mechanical cycle theory. However, from a broad perspective and a relative perspective, the ups and downs of chaos can be said to be historical facts. By broad terms, I mean that it is not limited to politics. For example, economic panic is also a turbulent situation. The so-called relative means that there are large-scale governance and large-scale chaos, and there are small-scale governance and small chaos. The situations of each country, family, and society are different, but they all have their ups and downs in regulating chaos. The ups and downs of fighting chaos are mentioned here, which means that human beings are on the move. Although we are walking on a tortuous road, we are always moving towards the goal. I believe that humans have goals and, therefore, progress. Every time there are ups and downs in fighting chaos and sorting things out, there is always some progress here and there. But people generally want governance rather than chaos. In times of turmoil, we look to the era of prosperity, and in the era of prosperity, we look to the era of peace. The true peace era is actually just an ideal. Human beings are walking towards this ideal in a tortuous way. The reason for the twists and turns is because of reality. Conflict with ideals. Reality and ideals are both human creations. In the process of creation, trials and errors are inevitable, and conflicts are inevitable. Reality conflicts with reality, reality conflicts with ideals, ideals conflict with ideals, and so on. From one perspective, life is full of contradictions. On the other hand, there are similarities among the contradictions. Humanity develops in various conflicts. In turbulent times, there are more conflicts, and people feel uneasy, hesitant, disappointed, and thus disillusioned. Although disillusionment is disillusioned, you still have to live. Although I am living, I am tired of it. Cursed. So he shook his head, frowned, no way. No way, he said, and kept going day by day. However, if this is a normal middle-aged man who still has considerable energy, he will not be willing to just hang around like this all the time. He wants to live a more interesting life. He became decadent, smoking and gambling. Wine, woman, enjoy yourself to your heart's content. On the one hand, he devotes himself to speculation, regardless of all principles, and does whatever is beneficial to himself. Anyway, all principles are being shaken, so who is afraid of whom? Just seize the moment, seize yourself, no matter what the society or the country is. An ancient poem says, I don't want to read it. Not to mention my queen. It can be used to describe these people. There are still some people who are still living in disillusionment, but they understand and adapt to reality. They are gradually able to understand and accept this turbulent era. They are probably middle-aged people. They only have enough energy and courage to hold on to their posts and carry out their work. These people are unwilling to be decadent, but they cannot shoulder the task of transformation. They are just some small people and things in a big era. But they carefully adjust various traditions and principles. Keep those faithfully. Although some people want to kick those traditions and principles aside, the main parts of them have their own reasons for existing. Because society is coherent and history is coherent. A new society cannot fall from the sky out of thin air. It has to grow from the soil of history. Although the stability of society lies at the grassroots level, the food, clothing, and housing, especially the food, clothing, and housing of farmers in China, but these little people have also contributed to some extent to the stability of the upper-level institutions of society. They may not be able to withstand the impact of the trend of the times and eventually lose their jobs or even their lives, but some of the things they hold on to will still exist. On seriousness. On seriousness. At the beginning of the new literature movement, the main object of struggle was ancient Chinese literature. Next are the novels of the Saturday School or the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School, then the old plays, and the civilized plays. They say that ancient prose is dead. The old drama is stale, simple, childish, noisy, and unrealistic, and the martial arts arena is just a sideshow, not a drama. The novels of the Mandarin Duck and Butterfly School are intended for people's entertainment after tea and drinking. They are not serious and civilized, and they desperately cater to people's vulgar tastes. Vernacular Chinese has finally defeated classical Chinese. Although there is still some work to be done to clean it up, vernacular drama has defeated civilized drama. But the old opera is still standing tall, and the new opera is still in labor. The Mandarin Duck and Butterfly sect seems to have been overthrown, but there is the so-called new Mandarin Duck and Butterfly sect. This issue of seriousness and recreation is complex enough, and I would like to specifically discuss it here. According to the traditional view, writing is essentially a skill, not a Taoism. Song Confucians even said that writing harms Taoism. The new literature movement was influenced by the West. In addition to liberating literary styles and replacing ancient Chinese with vernacular, what it strived for was the idea of literature, that is, the status of literature. They want to overthrow the word. Let literature become independent. Therefore, we should ruthlessly attack the theory that texts convey the Tao. Although the idea of carrying the Tao is milder than the idea of harming the Tao, literature is still a vassal of the Tao. According to this saying, those articles that do not convey the Tao are just playing with things and losing one's ambition. Playing with things to lose one's spirit is a pastime, while practicing the Tao is serious. Recreational writing is a skill and has no status. Writing that carries Taoism has a status, but that status belongs to Taoism, not literature. If we look at writing alone, it is just skill and a small part of Taoism. What the new literature movement contends is that literature is literature, and it is not about moral matters, it is art. It is not a skill, it has a reason for its independent existence. In the tradition of Chinese literature, novels, lyrics, and music, including opera, are even more minor among minors, because they are for entertainment and not serious. Not serious means not serious. Novels are often called idle books, not serious books. The word is shiyu, ziyo, is tsiyu. Of course it is not serious to call it yu. The novels of the Yuanyang Butterfly School are intended for people to have fun after tea and wine, but they are authentic Chinese novels. Chinese novels, it has always been about spirits and legends, neither weird nor strange. It is a serious thing. The collection of novels compiled by people in the Ming Dynasty is called 3 Words and 2 Patterns. The second beat is the shooting case, surprise, in the first and second moments, and the emphasis is on the surprise. The 3 words are essays to tell the world, words to warn the world, and words to awaken the world. Although the emphasis is on persuading the world, we still have to make people amazing can achieve the effect of persuading vulgarity, so later someone selected several articles from 3 Words and 2 Pats and compiled another volume, titled Wonderful Views of Modern and Ancient Times, which was still classified under Wonder. This qi is for people's entertainment after tea and drinking. The novels of Ming and Qing dynasty originated from. Speaking and speaking come from the folk. Lyrics and music, including opera, originally came from the folk. Folk literature is the expression of the oppressed people enjoying themselves in hardship and taking a break from their busy schedule, so they often play clowns, laugh at themselves or exaggerate themselves. Therefore, it often has a funny and absurd atmosphere. This is not serious. Within the scope of the Chinese literary tradition itself, only poetry, including fu, can be considered serious and serious, although it is still considered a minor Dao in the orthodox tradition. Ci has undergone a high degree of literatization, especially the efforts of the Changzhou school of the Qing dynasty. I finally put on some serious faces. Until the eve of the new literature movement, novels and music, including opera, still dressed up as buffoons and stood in an insignificant position. Of course, novels have long had words to encourage good and punish evil, and the Ming dynasty people's so-called metaphorical world, and so on, are particularly emphasized. This is also thinking about conveying the truth, but odd is better than righteous, but it fails in the end. The Gong'an faction in the Ming dynasty compared water margin to historical records. This was due to the strange changes in the article. However, the article was nothing in the orthodox tradition, so how could the strange changes be considered serious woolen cloth? However, the views have changed somewhat. At the end of the Qing dynasty, Mr. Liang Qichao pointed out the relationship between novels and mass governance and advocated the practice of his theoretical creation. This is in line with the new literature movement. The new literary movement emerged as a struggle. It must be serious. They want to strive for the authentic status of vernacular literature, and they want to strive for an independent status for literature. Mr. Lu Sun's first novel, Diary of a Madman, called out the ethics of cannibalism and Save the Children, and began his anti-feudal work. His reflections also strongly satirized the various root causes of old China's diseases. On the one hand, humanism is also commonly expressed in literature. Literature took on a new mission. In conjunction with the May 4th movement, it jumped to a leadership position. Although not the only leadership position. So literature has a reason for independent existence, and also has new ideas. In this case, lyrics and music were upgraded to poetry, and novels and operas were also upgraded to literature. This naturally accepts foreign influence, but this is not necessarily foreign influence. Conveying the Tao, what is not contained is the new Tao, and it is integrated with this new Tao. No, it is divided into master and slave. So from a traditional point of view, it is still of the same strain. On the one hand, it attacks one is used to carry the Tao. On the one hand, oneself is also carrying another way, which is exactly the opposite and complementary. The so-called contradictory development. On appreciating both refined and popular taste. On appreciating both refined and popular taste. Tao Yuanming's poem, Appreciate Strange Articles Together, and Analyze Doubts Together, is a pleasure for some plain people. Of course, plain people are elegant people, that is, scholar bureaucrats. These two poems were later condensed into Appreciating Wonders and Analyzing Doubts. An idiom, appreciating wonders, analyzing them, and doubting them, is an elegant thing, and ordinary people and peasants have no part in it. However, the idiom, share both refined and popular tastes, appeared again. Shared appreciation is obviously a simplification of shared appreciation. However, if this is an elegant person and a layman, or a layman and an elegant person, appreciating it together, then what they are appreciating probably will not be the wonderful writings. I don't know when this idiom originated. Judging from the tone, it seems that elegant people are somewhat understanding, even accommodating to the common people. This was probably during the Song dynasty or later. It turns out that the Ungshi rebellion in the Tang dynasty can be said to be a watershed in the changes in our society. After that, the family status quickly collapsed, and the social hierarchy was not as fixed as before, with scholars and people. The division between these two levels is not as strict and clear as before, and the molecules of each other are flowing up and down. However, there are more people going up than coming down. After all, few scholars live among the people. However, more and more common people join the scholar stream. The princes, generals, and ministers have long since stopped planting. Scholars have no more seeds at this time. As long as their families can barely provide enough, they have some talent, and they are willing to work hard. They are steady seeds. They can take part in those public examinations, and if they pass the exam, they will be official, at least be a gentleman. This progress accelerated after the long-term turmoil in the late Tang dynasty and the Five Dynasties. In the Song dynasty, coupled with the development of printing, there were more schools and more scholars. The status of scholars was strengthened and their responsibilities were also increased. Most of these scholars were new elements from the folk, and they retained to some extent the folk way of life, and attitudes. While they learn and enjoy the elegant things, they cannot get rid of or transform the vulgar things. Since there are many people and it is big, this is what a family is like. Not only do we not feel the cold dust, but we also have to reevaluate the value, or at least adjust the old standards and measures. Appreciating both refined and popular tastes seems to be the newly proposed measure or standard. This is not to overthrow the old standard, but to make it a requirement. Those refined people understood or accommodated the tastes of some vulgar people so that everyone could get along with each other. Of course, the so-called proposing and requesting are just unconscious and seemingly natural trends. The period of the mid-Tang dynasty was earlier than the Ungshi rebellion. Zen monks began to record the master's teachings in spoken language. In spoken language, the purpose of seeking truth and changing the vulgarity is to win over the masses. After the Ungshi rebellion, monks' oral records became more popular, so the name, quotations, came into being, and quotations became a writing style. In the Song dynasty, Taoists gave lectures and left many quotations more widely. They used quotations in order to seek truth and change the custom, or to win over the masses. The so-called truth-seeking, truth, on the one hand means truthfulness and directness. Zenists believe that the first meaning cannot be said. Language and words cannot express the infinite possibilities, so they are false. However, in fact, language and writing are a kind of convenience that cannot be avoided. To record words, the closer to actual and direct speech, the better. On the other hand, truth means nature. Nature is kind, tolerant, and easy for people to understand, which means it can better achieve the effect of transforming the world and win over the masses. Taoism is mainly China's orthodox thought. Taoists used quotations as tools, which greatly enhanced the status of this new literary style. Quotations have become a tradition, too. Slightly later than the quotation style, something called notes appeared in the Song dynasty. This kind of work describes interesting miscellaneous things and has a wide scope. On the one hand, it expresses the author's own opinions. The so-called discussion is also criticism. These criticisms are often very interesting. The author writes this kind of book just as a casual conversation with guests, not serious. Although it is mainly written in classical Chinese, it is very close to talking. This is also for everyone to see. You can use it as a talking aid to make it more interesting. Notes were most developed in the Song dynasty. It was popular at that time, and many of it have been passed down. Bibliographers classified this kind of notes under novel, and modern bookstores printed these notes and even titled them note novels. The so-called novel, in ancient China, originally referred to interesting works describing miscellaneous things. On the truth. On the truth. Former U.S. Secretary of State Burns wrote a book titled The Truth after retiring from office. This book has had more than one translation in China, either as Secret Records of U.S.-Soviet Diplomacy or Inside Story of U.S.-Soviet Diplomacy, or Records of U.S.-Soviet Diplomacy, Secret, Record, Inside Story, and Record are all free translations of honest. The author attended a banquet not long ago, and everyone talked about Bell and NASA's book and the title. An American guest said with a smile, "Berners is the worst at telling the truth." Everyone also smiled. I don't care whether Bernes's book is all about the truth. He titled it The Truth, and various Chinese translations mean the truth. However, it can be seen that both at home and abroad, everyone is asking for the truth. Bernes chose such a title for his book, presumably to express that when he was Secretary of State and engaged in diplomacy, he had a lot of inconveniences to tell the truth. Now that he is free and has no official position, he might as well tell the truth. The literal translation of the original name is honestly, which is not honestly. But is he really free to honestly now, and is he really willing to be so honestly? Well, the American guest has his reasons. No matter China or foreign countries, no matter ancient or modern, everyone demands honest truth, which shows that honest truth. It's not easy to hear or see. Everyone demands truth in knowledge. They want to know the facts and seek the truth. But when it comes to abstract truth, some say it is knowable, while others say it is unknowable. So far, there is no conclusion. The concrete facts, however, seem to be more or less always knowable. Moreover, according to common sense, there is always reason before the incident, and what we have to deal with in daily life are also things, and reason is included in it. When dealing with things, reason is often unconscious. So the emphasis falls on the fact. We often hear people say, we must understand the truth of the facts. Speaking of facts and truths at the same time, stacking up one's bed and building a house is a manifestation of emphasis. Telling the truth is the truth. Those who buy things and hawk them say, real price, and those who ask for confessions call the prisoner. Recruit from the truth, both require truth. This is true between people, and it is also true between countries. Some commentators on current affairs often say that if the two powers, the United States and the Soviet Union, were willing to tell the truth about what their demands are, then we can discuss them. The world situation may become clearer. However, some commentators believe that the words of the two powers, especially those of the Soviet Union, are honest and clear enough. Indeed, since Vienna last year, Ziqing named warmongers at the United Nations General Assembly. The words of the two powerful powers, the United States and the Soviet Union, are becoming more and more honest, but it seems that clarity has not yet materialized. Why can't people refuse to tell the truth? In the final analysis, the key lies in the conflict of interests. Telling the truth to yourself makes it easy for others to know your truth and falsehood, which makes it easier for you to control yourself. Even if this is not the case, it would be easy for others to know the details before you can. In this unfairly distributed world, life is like a war, often with you and without me, therefore, everyone has to hide a little bit of themselves, which makes people confused. So there was intrigue and hide and seek. Everyone was anxious and suspicious. There has always been an old saying, knowing a person's face but not his heart, and only speak a few words to others when you meet them. Don't give them all your heart. This kind of motto in life is to teach others to tell the truth, and to tell the truth less. Which also hints at the conflict of interests. I don't have anyone. I have many people but few, and I am strong while others are weak. To be honest, I am afraid that others will take advantage of me. Those who are strong should be stronger, those who have more should be more, and those who have more should have more. I have no one, I am small and there are many, I am weak and strong, and to be honest, I am afraid that people will bully me to no avail. The weak want to become strong, the less want to become more, and the nothing want to become something. This is true between people, and why not so between countries? When it comes to war, there is an honest saying, a war never tires of deceit. He who really never tires of deceit, in battle, intrigues, hide and seek, and play tricks is also a and never tired of deceit. Never get tired of deception means that the more deceitful, the better. Never telling the truth less often is a big step forward, thus blurring the facts, exaggerating the facts, distorting the facts, or even fabricating the facts. So there are all kinds of lies. You think I am a liar, I think you are a liar. This situation is similar in ancient and modern times at home and abroad. Because the distribution is always unfair and equal, interests are always in conflict. This requires more truth and honesty. Of course there is truth. If people don't trust each other to a certain extent, society will not be a society. But there is always too little truth and too many lies. Social harmony is probably still far away. However, although there are many lies, there are also very few that are completely fabricated, because they are not easy to be believed. The trouble is lying, the truth is mixed in the words, and the lies are mixed in the truth, but therein lies the cleverness. In daily life, it is more or less too ginseng. People's mutual trust is based on these two words, and people's suspicion also occurs on these two words. Even though Bernays claimed to be honest, his fellow countrymen suspected that he was using his good name to deceive people. Who among us ordinary people can know how honest or dishonest his words are? Teasing Tian'er. Teasing Tian'er. There is this passage in Shishuoxenyuthpanzeo. The three brothers of Wang Huangmen all went to Xiagong. Ziyu and Zizhong talked more about common things. Ziqing is just cold and warm. After leaving, I sat down and asked my guest, Mr. Xia, how can the 3 kidneys be cured when they are mature? Mr. Xia said, the small one is the best. The guest said, how do you know this? Mr. Xia said, the lucky man is a few words and impetuous. There are many people's words, put this on and you will know. Wang Ziqing only talked about the hot weather. Xian quoted a sentence from Yi Shi Cai Zhuan to praise him for speaking less. The author of Shishua wrote that his 2 brothers talked more about common things, so Han Wen would be elegant things. Silent words have always believed that virtue has no elegance or vulgarity, but what Xian praises seems to be just cold and warm. What Lu Yiqing focuses on seems to be cold and warm only, and their views are different. Although taciturn is a virtue, talkative and talking and laughing happily are also words of praise. These can be said to be talents, which are two different things from virtue, but they are not contradictory to each other. It's just looking at people from another angle. Only sweet words are really bad. The ancients taught people to be taciturn, and it seemed that they were meant for rulers and diplomats. These people often have a lot to do with their words, so it is naturally better to be cautious and speak less. Later, it gradually became a wise and self-protective philosophy of life, but it also has its reasons. When speaking, you cannot help but state yourself and comment on others. These can easily fall into the hands of the listener. There is a common saying in old novels: only say a few words to someone when you meet them, but don't give them all your heart. It is to teach people to speak less about themselves. The saying in The Book of Daughters, if the Zhang family is short, and the Li family is short, don't worry about their family's disputes. This is to teach people not to comment on others. No, it can be said that these are unreasonable. But speaking does not necessarily mean stating oneself, commenting on others, like talking about the weather. Even when you state yourself and comment on others, you don't necessarily have to give it all away, or say, the Zhang family is short of the Li family. Everyone can change the tricks, each one has his own, clever and different tricks. Those talents are needed here. But sweet words are not part of the so-called clever here. That kind of person often has ulterior motives. The so-called talkative and talking and laughing are just meaningless chatting, and flirting. Tiao Tianer best expresses the situation of chatting. One side is Tianer, which is an indispensable topic for chat. The other side is Tianer, chat. It's just a matter of pulling things here and there. The word flirt captures its spirit. In daily life, discussions, reconciliations, even speeches, debates, etc., although the words are not spoken with ulterior motives, they are still spoken with intentions. Only, chat is mainly for entertainment. Only then can it be regarded as doing nothing and talking without any intention. People are unwilling to remain silent. They like to talk. It is their nature to talk. After all, there are very few people who do not like to talk. In total, what people say in their lives is probably a lot of idle talk, a lot of waste, and too much care in serious words. After all, there are very few. No matter how busy people are, they must have a rest. Chatting is a kind of pleasant rest. This is actually essential. In social activities such as visits, inquiries, banquets, trips, etc., the main function is actually small talk. Westerners are well aware of the usefulness of small talk. People in the 18th century said that speaking is to convey feelings to each other, to benefit from each other, and to inspire each other. People in the 19th century said, the original purpose of conversation is not to enhance knowledge, but to entertain. People in the 20th century said, 99% of a person's conversations are no more meaningful than a fly's hum, but he is willing to hum to prove that he is a living person and not a wax man. The purpose of conversation is mostly not to convey ideas, but to hum. Of course, humming has its advantages and disadvantages. Some of them keep buzzing like mosquitoes, which is really annoying. But at the dinner party, people would rather be mosquitoes than mute. Fortunately, most humming is pleasant, and some is pleasurable. Look. In the 18th century, it was still said enlightenment, but in the 19th century it was only said recreation. In the 20th century, people only said hum hum. Each generation became more succinct and more thorough. Small talk starts with the weather. It seems to be an example at all times and in all countries. This is precisely because weather is a sympathetic word and subject that no one knows or understands. Without having to express yourself or comment on others. Ziqing thought it was an elegant thing because talking about the weather was pointless and meaningless. But later this elegant thing gradually became popular among both refined and popular people. Small talk is also called talking about the sky and flirting with the sky. On the one hand, we can see the important position of weather in casual conversation, and on the other hand, we can also see how common the topic of weather has become. Because it is too common, some people think it is old and trite. They simply think weather is a vulgar topic. So sometimes the weather becomes a joke, and sometimes it becomes the subject of satire. On nonsense. On nonsense. Nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Stop talking nonsense are all impolite statements used to criticize or stop others from talking. This can be a harsh rebuke. It could just be an intimate joke, depending on the people involved, the words spoken, and the tone of the words used. The two different words, waste and fei, generally seem to mean the same thing, but they are actually different. In old novels, it seems that waste is mostly used, but in modern times, nonsense is more commonly used. The former focuses on verbosity, which is why it is useless. The latter focuses on futility, and when it is useless, it feels verbose. Usually when we talk about waste, we criticize uselessness, and nonsense is exactly the same category. Fei means in vain and waste. Although it is criticized, it is still for the original speaker's own consideration. It seemed like she was still planning for him. Waste is a direct rebuke from the obedient person, no longer turning around. It should be more rude if you take a closer look. However, by convention, we still use waste as the correct word. Taoism teaches people to forget what they say when they are proud, since words should be forgotten. Isn't it just nonsense in the end? Buddhism tells people that the truth is unspeakable, and Zen Buddhism even points out that it is wrong to speak. All words are all nonsense in the end. They say that words are not enough to fulfill the meaning, and they doubt words at all, so they have such words. When I say this, I am temporarily beyond the scope of human speech. But you still have to have such words, you still have to use words to forget words, and say the unspeakable. Although this may not be considered a contradiction, it is an inextricable chain. All words are just nonsense in the end, but people have to talk nonsense in life, and in the end, nonsense cannot be discarded. Taoists teach people to write less poetry and prose, saying that it is playing with things to lose one's ambition and harming the Tao, then poetry and prose become nonsense. This so-called poetry refers to works of expression. But are poems really nonsense? Follow Taoism and Buddhism and stand on the upper floor to watch. All the words of Taoists are not without nonsense. Let us speak within ourselves and see that poetry and prose are not really nonsense. People have feelings and reasons. Generally speaking, reason lies in feelings, so the saying goes, be reasonable and reasonable. As the saying goes, we can also say reasonable or reasonable, but in fact, what we are talking about is reason. Otherwise, how could being unreasonable or unreasonable be called unreasonable? Taoists only look at reason and want to kill emotion, so poetry and prose become nonsense. But who can be without love? Who doesn't live in love? People spend most of their lives living with expressions. People seem to always be reasoning throughout their lives. There is actually very little narrative, and at the same time there are no unconscious expressions. The weather is nice. Have you eaten? Aren't they all nonsense? But it's always said in people's mouths, yes. When watching friends discussing things, sometimes they have to talk casually and get down to business. This is often the case when writing letters. The diplomatic rhetoric is even more irrelevant. There are many practical ones. During the Warring States period, he was also relying on that nonsense when he talked about the Empress Dowager Zhao. Besides, life is action, action is action, and words are action. Half of a person's life is actions and half is words. If you talk and write all your life and talk about truth, then how many truths can there be? Besides, who can be so reserved all the time? In fact, most of life is talking nonsense. Poetry is such nonsense. We have to talk a little nonsense, so that we can live a meaningful life. There are poems, including children's songs, ballads, stories, jokes, and even meaningless hookup songs, tongue twisters, etc. They also give comfort to people and make their lives interesting. Therefore, children and people love these nonsense. Not only children and people, but also literati and scholars gradually fell in love with this. The British writer Ziqing once advocated meaningless words and recommended the senseless book. It is a selection of children's songs and other files. These can actually be translated as nonsense and nonsense books, but these nonsense are meaningless. Ziqing probably felt that those meaningful nonsense were not waste enough, so he took a step further. In the drama. In modern life, this kind of meaningless nonsense can comfort us, give us a rest, and make us temporarily forget everything. This is useful, that is, it makes our life interesting. In reasoning, sometimes nonsense is also used, such as the logician's meaningless example. Zhang San is greater than, humans are black, etc. These nonsense are the so-called uselessness. Those who are meaningful are actually useless. Someone once called some scholars useful waste. We might as well do the same thing and say, these meaningful and meaningless nonsense are useful nonsense. If it is abolished, it is useless. In the end, if it cannot be abolished, it will be useful again. Have no idea. Have no idea. There are many people in the world who regard ignorance as knowledge. Confucius taught people a long time ago that to know something is to know it, and to know something is to be ignorant. It is knowledge. This is the honesty of knowledge. It is already difficult to know what you don't know, and it is even more difficult to admit that you don't know. When it comes to knowledge, most people always like to show that they know, at least they are not willing to teach others what they don't know. Socrates, I have already noticed this problem. He always interrogates people until they admit they don't know. He is for the truth. Those who were questioned by him were forced to press him one step at a time until they had no choice but to admit that they did not know. As long as there was a little evasion, this group of people would. He must still use forceful words and refuse to say, I don't know, easily. He who is willing to frankly admit that he does not know knowledge is an extraordinary person. Even if he is not a saint, he should be a gentleman. Know what you don't know and let others know. If you don't know yourself, this is honesty and bravery. Confucius said, it is knowledge. This ignorance is actually true knowledge, at least, true knowledge of oneself, the so-called self-knowledge. There are people in the world who think it is better not to know. Zhuangzi, Equality of Things, Records. Zeke asked Wang Ni and said, do you know that things are the same? Said, I know how evil I am. You know what you don't know, what's wrong? Said, I hate to know it. But there is no evil in things. Said, I know how evil I am. Although, trying to put it bluntly, do you know that what I call knowledge is not ignorance? You know what I mean by not knowing is not knowing? 3 questions and 3 unknowns. Finally, Jiake asked, if you don't know the benefits and harms, then the perfect man certainly doesn't know the benefits and harms? Wang Ni's answer was, since the Supreme Being is so unpredictable, what benefits and harms are there? Although he seems to know the perfect person, he does not know whether the perfect person knows or not, and the benefits and harms. So I still don't know. Therefore, it is said in Ying Di Wang, Ziqing asked Wang Ni, and he asked 4 questions but did not know 4 things. The cause of the problem made him jump to great joy. Zhuang Shui opposed knowledge, so Wang Ni said that knowledge may be ignorance, and ignorance may be knowledge. Going a step further, then. The realm of wonder and surprise is simply unknowable. Wang Ni's 4 unknowns made Jiake suddenly realize that state, so he jumped and was overjoyed. This is the beauty of not knowing it. Once you know it, the beauty is gone. People in Peach Blossom Spring don't know that there is Han, Wei, or Jean. The Supreme Hermit said, there is no calendar day in the mountains, and there is no year in the cold weather. It is also a wonder that man and nature are one. The not knowing strategy is most needed when government officials answer questions from journalists. If a reporter raises the issue. For domestic and foreign affairs issues that cannot be published or are inconvenient to be published, government spokespersons always have to answer them under normal circumstances, but they do not have any margin, so they are in a dilemma. Of course, sometimes he could remain silent, and sometimes he could answer honestly. Can't tell you, or it's inconvenient to tell you, but this can only be done if the spokesperson has a high status or the nature of the problem is particularly serious, otherwise it will inevitably offend people. Under normal circumstances, the spokesperson can just say, I don't know, both decent and relatively tactful. There may be people in the world who deliberately pretend to know what they don't know. This is sophistication or strategy. As the saying goes, you ask 3 questions and you don't know, it refers to this kind of worldly person. He is afraid of causing trouble and taking responsibility for everything, so he always leaves you in the dark. He didn't know, he didn't say anything. Any mistakes, big or small, are your fault and cannot be blamed on him. I don't know if this can be said to be playing wisely to protect yourself. The teacher asked the students about their books in the classroom, and the students answered, I don't know. Maybe he is lazy and hasn't read the book and can't answer the question. Maybe he has read the book and still can't figure it out. I thought it would be better to answer, I don't know, if I got the answer wrong. The teacher would be more forgiving. The latter is a strategy. During the May 4th movement, some students in Peiping were arrested by the police and sent to court. The student union asked lawyer Lu Chongyu to defend and protect the client. Mr. Lu taught those students that when they go to court for interrogation, if they don't know how to answer the judge's questions, or if they are afraid of something going wrong, they should simply say, I don't know. Really, if you say, I don't know, people can't grasp your fault, and they can't pin you down. In the past, torture could be used to force you to say, you know, even if you really didn't know. However, in current trials, the judge can only cross-examine you, use words to trick you, force you, or trick you into telling you what you know. If you are careful and say more, I don't know, the judge will not be able to do anything to you. I don't know, but this is more obviously a strategy. But the use of this strategy still depends on people. The slick judge adds 1 or 2 important words among a lot of nonsense, so that you don't have to be careful. Maybe you will leak 1 or 2, and once you know it, the case will be settled. At that time, all your ignorance will become useless. About oneself. About oneself. Open the dictionary, and there are a considerable number of idioms arranged under the word. Most of these idioms refer to oneself. This includes a lot of philosophy and a lot of morality. A lot of poetry and nonsense, a lot of people, a lot of me, a lot of tragicomedy. I am truly the best hero in the world. There is so much to say, whether it is worth saying or not. No wonder the New York Telephone Company studied the most common words used in telephone calls. In 500 calls you will find I 3990 times. This word, I, is the voice you use to call yourself, the name you give yourself. Self-love and self-pity. It is inevitable for the best hero in the world, let alone an ordinary person. Looked coldly. Maybe you just think that Natua is ridiculously arrogant, but you only see half of the truth. It is true that you have to turn your face and love yourself and pity yourself. When you were young, your parents loved and pitied you, especially your mother. When it comes time to grow up, marry a daughter-in-law and forget your mother. When your mother looks at you like this, you don't have to love and pity you anymore. At least she doesn't have to love you as much as she did back then. As for women, marry a daughter who goes out, and she throws away the water. Being a mother, although you may not see it this way, the situation is prohibitive and beyond your reach, that is. If you get love and pity, it's just to make up for it. Should your lover love you? However, the mouths of lovers are always sweet. Who can say, I am in the mud, and I am you in the mud? Is that really the case? When your lover changes his wife and gives birth to a child, you're done, home. Your wife has to take care of the house and take care of the children, let alone love and pity you wholeheartedly. You will be sick sometimes, and there is no filial son at the bedside for a long time. Madam, I'm afraid you will be tired and annoyed enough. Hospital? Well, if you are lucky enough to live in a hospital like Peking Union Medical College Hospital, it will be much better than home. But when nurses take care of you, it is service and work. Maybe there is a little love and compassion in it, which is the virtue of a good life, not love for you, but love for human beings. You can't stay at home all the time. Once you leave home, you are still considered a guest. There will be no one who loves you at that time. You can have friends to greet you, but if your friends have friends, how can you teach them to keep their hearts on you? You can have subordinates or servants to serve you, but then, can you call it love and pity? All in all, in heaven, the only one who loves you the most is yourself. This is where self-love and self-pity come into play. Besides, a man should not be pitied by others. There are poor people who work hard, and those who work hard have hard work. The world is so big, where can't you open a road with your own skills? Why bother always looking sad and sighing at others? The frown and face are unpleasant to the ears. Will others come to love you? I can't help but feel sad, so I grit my teeth and endure it, waiting for a few days, a few years, and I will calm down. It's okay to talk, just don't pick up the time and place and keep nagging to people. You are so nagging that no one will be impatient and turn you away or avoid you. Don't complain, God will throw a lot of exclamatory sentences at people with resentment. What you are complaining about is heaven and earth, but it doesn't bother others. You are just afraid that others will wonder why you are so angry. You can't avoid suffering from others' mistakes. If it's not worth fussing about, just swallow it without saying a word. Out and into the big idea of revenge, the strength is not enough, ready to endure hardships. Don't yell here and there, throw it away after yelling, and drive away, which will make the person who bullies you easier. A good man folds his arms and hides them in his sleeves, in order not to show his timidity in front of others, and to make people pity this wretched man. This is to be strong, not to pretend. Strangely enough, people who are not pitied by others are people who can win people's pity. Strong people are always the ones who can love and pity themselves the most. Regardless of whether you are a big man or a little man, you are actually insignificant. The entire human race is just some carbohydrates on a small ball. As a modern philosopher said, let alone oneself. What Zhuangzi said about a horse's body is actually still. Zoomed in to see. A British newspaper published a cartoon, which depicts a man in a shop, surrounded by various elements analyzed from his body. Each element is marked with its weight and price. The total is 5 shillings. It was 7 yuan at that time. Now that prices have risen, are you afraid it will cost you 1,000 US? However, an individual's self is only worth a mere 1,000 yuan. I am so insignificant, so what if I don't love and pity myself? However, it is myself who stands upright above the sky and the earth. Heaven and earth coexist with me, and all things are one with me. It's also yourself. Do you say that these great things are just nice words and beautiful sentences? You can say that you are like this, but you don't have it. With a self like this, wouldn't it be more worthy of self-love and self-pity? Besides, one's own expansion can also be seen in the life of an ordinary person. Let's look at the small side first. Children love to collect stamps from various countries, which is expanding their world. Once upon a time, someone encouraged you to learn Esperanto, saying that you could communicate with people from all over the world. Do you think this is childish and ridiculous? But this may not be a direction to expand oneself. Let's talk about this war of resistance. Many people have traveled to a lot of places and gained a lot of experience. Especially among young people, you can see at a glance that they are different from before the anti-Japanese war, and their selves have expanded. Look at it this way, your own is small, and your own is big. Own from small to large. Everything is good within itself. On affectation. On affectation. Pretending means pretend, it means qiao, that is, pretend. Everyone knows that there is a word for pretend in the northern Jiangsu dialect, and pretend is even better. In old novels, women disguising themselves as men is a disguise, which requires a lot of artificiality. The hard part is pretending to be. I just watched Kuan Jiaoer play Su Sheng. How many of them did he look like? What's more, when acting, you only pretend to be on stage. Once you get backstage, you can look like yourself, but when a woman dresses up as a man, she has to look like that everywhere all day long. Detectives in detective novels often disguise themselves. It's not easy to pretend, but it's much more comfortable. However, whether it is difficult or easy, people have to pretend sometimes. In fact, if you look carefully, not only sometimes, people just love it and pretend. 3 points of appearance and 7 points of outfit means that women and men can't dress too short, but it's not about appearance. It's hard to pretend to be cute, but it's even harder to pretend to be cute. All your efforts often end up as pretentious. So, pretend is often not a good name. One does good things and the other does bad things. The small one will force you to pay some port money, while the big one will make you do those embarrassing and unseemly things. This is an old cliché and you see it everywhere. Those who do good things pretend to be good, and those who do bad things also pretend to be extra bad. First, holding you tight or loose will make you laugh or cry. This set is too artificial. You can pretend to be poor or rich. Poor people are afraid of others and look down upon them. Even though there was nothing to eat at home, he still had to wear good clothes and walk on the street, and he spoke with a sense of luxury, as if he didn't care about anything. The so-called Ziqing too. In fact, short sellers are not limited to Suzhou. A rich man is afraid of being beaten. His idea is to talk about being poor. He can go out of his way to pawn something and show others the pawn tickets. This is all pitiful. Also, there are some people who always like to talk about poetry and knowledge in front of others, as if they were born with elegant bones. Pretending to be polite isn't actually a bad thing, it's just that it's too elegant to be so vulgar. Capable people and powerful people sometimes cannot help but pretend and put on airs. You can agree immediately, but you have to consider it. You can agree directly, but you have to make some big detours. In terms of status, it is just that the one above is not in the sky, and the one below is not in the fields, and he does not get up when seeing guests. He only nodded and answered with a hum or two in his throat. Who taught you to beg him? He just does it. Let him laugh and scold me, and I will be a good official, and so on. Having said that, it is not entirely unreasonable to use status and put on airs sometimes. It's not very decent for a master or his wife to flirt in front of the servants, but don't they have to pretend a little bit? However, if it is just right, too much is not enough. Anyway, don't forget who you are. Don't just pick high branches to climb. If you lose your footing, you will fall. Old man, think about yourself. Everyone pretends to be a little bit. I don't think anyone is pretending. The so-called pretending and pretending to be pretentious. But, especially pretending to be someone else's tone and power. In order to promote oneself, pretending to be others, pretending not to be like others does not make oneself oneself. Oneself is pitiful. If you are not crazy, you are not deaf, and you are not an aunt or uncle. It's probably better to just pretend to be deaf and dumb about some things. It's not that I'm afraid of taking responsibility, let alone that I have any bad intentions. There are some things that a Guoing should ask, and if they are worth asking, they should naturally ask. Some things do not need them to ask, or are not worth asking, unless they are not stupid or deaf. If you have to do everything yourself, a Guoing will not be able to do it, or at least it will not be what a Guoing is. I remember it was said that the manager of a large company in the United States had 8 telephones in front of him and was extremely busy every day. The manager of another company had no telephones in the room, but he was calm and relaxed. This latter manager should be someone who can play deaf and dumb. Turn a deaf ear and turn a blind eye may be a footnote to governing by doing nothing. In fact, Wu Wei is mostly just pretending. As for pretending not to know, that is a common skill of modern politicians and diplomats, and it can be seen in newspapers at any time. But they still have to make intrigues and postures. Maybe they can't pretend to be politicians and diplomats? It is difficult to pretend to laugh, pretend to cry, pretend to be angry, pretend to hate, pretend to be panic, pretend to be calm. Of course the difficulty lies in resemblance, but sometimes the difficulty lies in not resembling it without losing its naturalness. Be careful with your laughter. It may win the favor of the authorities, but onlookers are disgusted. But forcing one's face to make one happy, a thoughtful person will understand the bitterness in that happy face. Crying insincerely. Like the prostitute in the old novel who treats her clients, even though she has tears and runny nose, it can only make the reader smile. On the other hand, holding back tears and pretending to be humble is really unbearable. Pretending to be angry or angry is a woman's manifestation, and it happens to be love and coquettishness. So, Qiao Jing is a good show. Extreme love can be translated into hatred. Although hate makes people's teeth itch, it is still love at the extreme level. Fake panic seems to be a common saying in old novels, but in fact, the fake panic often reveals the truth. It's even harder to calm down. Qin Wuyang's face turned livid when he was angry, and he couldn't pretend to be so. Half of Jing Ke's defeat was on his face. During the Battle of Feishui, Xie Dian was calm enough, but he didn't feel like he got carried away and broke his teeth. Therefore, whether a person is happy or angry is reflected in his color. It's enough to pretend for half a lifetime. Qiao Jing is a play. In fact, everything is pretentious and artificial, and there is a touch of drama, there is comedy and there is tragedy. Children love to say, pretend this and pretend that, which is the most playful. They are serious about pretending, but in the end they end up doing nothing but joy and sorrow. Adults also pretend to be serious, but the sense of drama is much lighter. Drama is about doing nothing. At least the person pretending to be the person in the drama can be said to be doing nothing, while people's pretentiousness often has something to do. Therefore, there are many people who pretend to be alike on stage, but few in the world. If you pretend to be the same on the stage, you will be praised. Even if you pretend to be the same in the world, it is difficult to make people love you. Funny, people probably love those who do relatively little or only do things passively. The previous examples are worthy of our chanting and pretending to be crazy. Playing dumb is perhaps an example worth mentioning again. Hate. Hate. All my life, I have been afraid of seeing dry smiles and hearing perfunctory words. I am even more afraid of icy faces and cold words. After seeing and hearing them, I will tremble in my heart. As for cruel feints and intense teasing, it almost made my whole body convulse. For seniors who are generally used to seeing, hearing, and being sophisticated, these are commonplace things, and there is no need to make a fuss about them. But like me, a person with little experience, my nerves are naturally a little more excited. He also longs for love and peace, so he can't help but become a little abnormal. Ordinary people can pass by casually, but unfortunately I can't. Therefore, I have increased a lot of distress and reduced a lot of life force. This is really called self-inflicted evil. Last month I walked near the North Railway Station. There is a man lying on the road, his body is bent slightly sideways. His face was covered by a broken reed, and he had never been seen. He was wearing a black cloth jacket, with the greasy light green lining irregularly exposed from everywhere. The white tulle singlet and hakama had been stained by the dust and had long turned into gray. The feet are bare, the soles of the feet are covered with mud, the tops of the feet are covered with dirt, but the skin is wrinkled with fine lines like a net, which shines in the sun. This was obviously the corpse of a laborer. The death of a person who did nothing to others is a very ordinary thing. What about an irrelevant and irrelevant worker? Therefore, although there were more than 10 people watching around, they all opened their eyes curiously, and the muscles on their faces were calm and relaxed. I was silenced by the indifference around me, but because of my old temper, I finally thought blankly. His life was finished, but of what value had it been to him? His death, natural, no, what about natural? How many people do you know of people like him in Shanghai? How many people die like him in one day? And then extend it to the whole world, what about the world? This inevitably makes me worry about the fate of mankind. But his thoughts suddenly turned to, why are those who look down on idleness so indifferent to this companion? If it is their brother, friend, or acquaintance who dies, they will mourn, weep and gnash their teeth. At least they will be frightened, This ignorant person has nothing to do with gain or loss to them, so they are indifferent? But, as expected, it has nothing to do with gain or loss. Shouting to the emperor can still tear off a strand of my nerves. The tragic death of a companion is indeed irrelevant. Is it a gain or loss? One person lives in the world. If only a very few so-called gain and loss people care about it, wouldn't it be too lonely and too narrow-minded? How can there be a kind life in this narrow and lonely world? Well, I don't want to think about it any more. This is the indifference that pervades the world. I have a classmate in my middle school class. He graduated from college. He happened to be my colleague this year. We didn't see each other or communicate with each other for 4 or 5 years. When we met, I was very happy and told him eloquently about the situation after we said goodbye. I called him by the same nickname as when I was in middle school. He just listened with the same smile. After listening, he still smiled and explained his life after graduating from middle school in very simple words, and called me sir several times. I didn't pay attention at first, but suddenly I noticed that dry smile, and I felt a little timid at first. Then there were a few words squeezed out by the machine and, keep a respectful distance, sir, one after another. I felt uncomfortable all over. The passionate longing had long been frozen in my heart. But at the bottom of the drum, Yong said this, please don't call me that. We are classmates in the same class. But he smiled and ignored it, only responded vaguely. Another, sir, had already come out of his mouth. I couldn't speak anymore. I just curled up in the chair and looked at him. He felt a little strange, stood up, bowed, and said goodbye. Let him go. At this time, shame filled my heart. What in the world is there in me that would make others reject me like a piece of shit? About 2 weeks ago, I took a tram from Main Street to the station. On the way, a tall and majestic Hua Zai came up. He has his hands behind his back. He leaned upright against the rotating machine, in the middle of the tram. Wearing a green cloth uniform, a red tasseled hat, blue leggings, and black, heavy leather shoes, they were all the same as his other companions. He also has a thick black shield-shaped face, which shows his own characteristics. On that face, the mouth was pursed, the eyes were looking straight ahead, and the muscles were as cold and heavy as the earth behind thick frost. Everything was there, so serious, I almost doubted that it was a black stone statue. After he got into the car, I looked at him for a long time, but I couldn't see a trace of tremor on his face. I suddenly felt a sense of oppression, as if someone had tightly tied me up with a thick quilt, covering my head and my breathing gradually became slower and faster. At that time the tram stopped. When it started again, a poor woman hurried out from behind. He has tatters. He wears an ancient chaotic-colored bamboo cloth long gown and hakama. When he runs, he just struggles forward with his 2 little feet, and his fluffy yellow hair is flying horizontally. On his thin, dark and wrinkled face, there are 2 eager eyes flashing. His eyes and lips kept opening and closing. Naturally he was panting. Ida. I have something urgent and want to take the train. He came too slowly, holding on to the iron pillars of the car. He had already slipped out of Yi's hands, so Yi only staggered back. At this time, the Chinese catcher suddenly surprised me and laughed brightly. He looked at the clumsy Yi and shouted, "Oh ho!" On his cheeks and around his eyes, the frosty muscles began to show well-proportioned wrinkles. His eyes were thin and moist, no, as dry as before. His mouth was cracked, revealing 2 brilliant gold teeth and a pure white tooth. Big teeth. His body posture seemed to have changed a bit as a result. Although his smile temporarily liberated me from indifference, in an instant, the feeling of emptiness made me almost squashed by the atmosphere of my identity. Because from the smile and the harmony, I keenly feel all the pride, cunning, insult, cruelty and tolerance, as long as there is a heart of love. Peaceful light, who can't have all the nerves shaken like a convulsion? The record of the massacre by the ruling government. The record of the massacre by the ruling government. What a terrible day March 18th is. This day should never be forgotten. The ruling government's guards massacred Beijing citizens. 9 out of 10 were students. There were more than 40 dead and about 200 injured. This is the first massacre in Beijing. I was also present at this massacre, but luckily I didn't suffer a single bullet until I came out. My distant friends, please be at peace. When I read the newspapers the next day, I felt that except for 1 or 2 newspapers, the records in each newspaper were inconsistent with the facts. I don't know whether it was an inaccurate interview or whether it was because of other motives, and I don't want to go into details. I am only talking about what I saw on the spot and what I heard later. Please take a look at China on March 18th, the 26th century, this miserable day. The Beijing News, on the 19th, contained the reports of several people who escaped on the spot. They are quite detailed and can be read. Let me talk about the parade first. After setting off from Tiananmen Square, I watched the parade from beginning to end. There are about 2,000 people in total. There are 2 teams of workers, with at most 50 people, 1 team of the Guangdong diplomatic delegation, about 10 people, 1 team of the Kuomintang Beijing Special City Party headquarters, about 20 or 30 people. There is a team of students who have returned from studying in Japan, about 20 people, and the rest are mostly students from Beijing, including 3 teams of female students. There were not many people holding wooden sticks, and they were all students, no more than 10 people. I had never seen any workers holding wooden sticks. The stick was about 3 feet long, with one end sharpened. Paste paper with slogans on it to make it look like a flag. As for the wooden stick with iron nails, I have never seen it. I later walked with the team from Tsinghua University and was at the end of the group. When we arrived at the empty field in front of the ruling government, the group had already dispersed and the field was full. At this time, there were about 200 guards standing in front of the mansion gate, lined up on both sides. The collar badges were all red, with the word Fu Guard and 2 brass characters on them, which was indeed the guard of the ruling government. They all carried guns on their backs and stood leisurely, no sign of nervousness. And there was no bayonet attached to the gun. It doesn't even show any power. At this time, a man climbed on the stone lion's head to take pictures. Upstairs in front of the mansion over there, the railings were full of people and crowded, probably watching the excitement. At this point, the ruling government is quite like ordinary people, but not like the dignified ruling government. The photographer got off the stone lion, and a report came from the south. They said there was no one, but yes, how are we doing? This was about the time after the 5th representative was rejected. We walked in late, so we didn't know what happened. But before this time, there was absolutely no shouting from the masses. At this time, there were only 1 or 2 shouts. You can't go back. Ji, Zhao Hut Ong. Suddenly the team dispersed, and many people retreated out. Some people shouted, "Don't do it, everyone, let's go, nothing's wrong." He also raised his hand. The conductor of our Tsinghua team also raised his hand and shouted, "Tsinghua students don't want it, let's go, it's okay." During this time, the crowd gathered slightly, but immediately dispersed, just after the second call of the Tsinghua conductor. When I saw everyone running away, one of the guards had already loaded his bullets. I hurriedly ran forward a few steps and went to sleep next to a group of people, but before I could sleep, there was a person above and behind me, and they were close to me. I couldn't move and had to curl up. According to these circumstances, you are the ones who are not present. I probably don't believe that the crowd fired pistols at the guards first. Moreover, there must be a sound from the bombardment. The place where I stood was only more than 20 steps away from the guards. Before the second dispersion, I never heard the sound of gunfire. In fact, this just depends on the government's clever ambiguity. That's enough proof. As for the so-called pistols seized on the spot, although the numbers were given in a serious manner to make people believe it, I am always surprised that none of the pistols seized were fired on the spot to prove their identity. Existence. Are all people with pistols fools? Also, many people now calmly ask, is there a warning before shooting? I can only say that the muzzle of a guard I saw was pointed directly at ours, but it was a newly installed gun. When I run out of bullets. As for the poor friend above me, his bleeding occurred about a minute or two after the shooting. I don't know if the first volley of guns fired by the guard was fired in the air, but even if it was fired in the air, it would not be considered a warning, because the crowd had already dispersed before the shots were fired. After firing a row of guns into the air, assuming this is the case, the people who heard the gunfire for the first time will certainly not come back. This is not a matter of courage, and we do not need to pretend to be tough guys. Why use it one after another? Where's the gun? Even if a row of guns is not enough to disperse the crowd. Just shoot the gun in the air, why use the gun leveled? Therefore, even if the guards fired a row of guns into the air, it would not be enough to justify them in the slightest. Besides, there was a subsequent blockade and a severe beating. Do we still have to ask, is it more than necessary? In mourning for King Shanjin. In mourning for King Shanjin. I have only known Mr. Wang Shanjin for 1 year, but I know that he is a diligent, studious person with sound judgment. He is dead now. When his friend told me his death letter, I was really surprised. Such a promising young man ended his life in such a hasty manner. Is the truth of life and death really impenetrable? But his illness came on so quickly, he only had abdominal pain for 2 days, and then everything was over. He died in Funing County, Jiangsu. His home was in the countryside far away from the city. He gave up without meeting his family. Funing was a remote place with only a few useless doctors. No one knew the name of his illness. He died in a confused way. His family could barely make ends meet, but once he started studying, he had to go into debt. He struggled alone and managed to get into college, where he stayed for a year. He really couldn't support it anymore, so he had no choice but to take a break from school. He wanted to do something, save some money, and come back in a year. Who would have thought, himself or us, that he could never come again? He's been having a really hard time these past few years. His family has suffered because of him, and he cannot always feel his responsibility. On the other hand, he has to take care of things on his own. And the corruption situation in my hometown. He was also very concerned. He had made the gentlemen uneasy, and they hated him to this day. After his death, his friends told me everything about him, but he never told me anything, even though we were classmates in the same middle school. This shows that he is a cautious and patient person, and he is worth missing. All these things led him to the road of death. Is the illness just a recent reason? I said that the principles of life and death are impenetrable, but his life and death seemed to be somewhat understandable, so I felt it was even more pity. Originally published in Tsinghua Weekly, Volume 29, Number 6, March 16, 1928. Written on March 11, 1928. Spring. Spring. Looking forward to, the east wind is coming, the footsteps of spring are approaching. Everything looks like just waking up. Ziqing opened her eyes. The mountains are bright and moist, the water is growing, and the sun is blushing and coming. The grass secretly emerged from the soil, tender and green. In the garden, in the fields, you can see a large area full of them, yes. Sit, lie down, roll around, kick a few balls. Race several times and run, catch and hide several times. The wind is gentle and the grass is soft and soft. Peach trees, apricot trees, and pear trees, if you don't let me, or if I don't let you, they are all full of flowers. The red ones are like fire, the pink ones are like clouds, and the white ones are like snow. There is a sweetness in the flowers. If you close your eyes, the tree seems to be full of peaches. Xinger, Lear. There were thousands of bees buzzing under the flowers, and butterflies of all sizes were flying around. Wild flowers are everywhere, various kinds, with names and without names, scattered in the grass, like eyes, like stars, and they are blinking. The willow wind does not blow cold on my face, good. Like a mother's hand caressing you. The wind brought the smell of newly turned soil, mixed with the smell of green grass, and the fragrance of various flowers, all brewing in the slightly moist air. The birds settled their nests among the flowers and leaves, and became happy. She showed off her clear throat to her friends and sang melodious tunes, echoing the gentle breeze and flowing water. On the back of the cow, the shepherd boy's piccolo is playing loudly all day long. Rain is the most common, lasting for 3 or 2 days at a time. But don't be upset, look, it looks like cow hair, flower needles, or thin threads. It is densely woven diagonally, and a thin layer of smoke hangs over the roof of the house. The leaves of the trees are so green that it shines brightly, and the grass is so green that it irritates your eyes. In the evening, the lights were turned on, and a little yellow light created a quiet and peaceful night. Go to the countryside, hold up an umbrella on a small road or beside a stone bridge. People walking slowly. There are also farmers working in the fields, wearing straw hats and hats. Their thatched cottages were sparse and quiet in the rain. There are gradually more kites in the sky and more children on the ground. In the city and in the countryside, every household, old and young, they all go to work, it seems. Everyone came out. Rejuvenate your muscles and bones, rouse yourself, and do your respective things. A year's plan begins with spring. At the beginning, there is plenty of time and plenty of hope. Spring is like a little girl, full of flowers, smiling and walking. Spring is like a baby that just landed. It's new from head to toe and it's growing. Originally published in the July 1933 edition of Volume 1 of Junior Middle School Chinese Reader, compiled by Zhu Wenshu. Buy books. Buy books. Buying books is also my hobby, just like smoking. But I am actually not good at these two things, especially buying books. In a place like Peiping, buying books like the ones I did, and the books I bought, are really boring to talk about, but what I'm going to talk about in this article is neither a trick nor an experience, it's just a small story, and it's okay to think about it. When I was in middle school in my hometown, the family gives me an allowance of 1 yuan a month. Most of them reported to a Guanyi bookstore to retrieve some magazines and new books. The boss's surname was Zhang. He had a slight shoulder ache and was always holding a hookah. But he was a nice guy and we didn't think he was a Philistine. He is willing to keep accounts for our children. Every holiday, I always owe him more than 1 yuan. He didn't press too hard, he discussed it with his family and just paid back 1 yuan first. My favorite book at that time, The Easy Interpretation of Buddhism, written by Jia Fengzhen, printed by Zhonghua Book Company, was bought from Zhang. I didn't buy used books at that time because I had them at home. Only one time, I didn't know where to look up the title of When Xiandiao, Dragon. I was anxious to see it, so I went to a second-hand bookstore to ask for it. One of them took out a Guangzhou set, which cost 1 yuan, and I couldn't afford it. Later, another one came out. I bought one and the book quality is pretty good. The paper and ink are poor, but it only cost a small amount of money. This book is still there. 2 or 3 years ago, it was covered with porcelain blue paper, but it seems unworthy of it. I went to school in Peking and entered the philosophy department, but I still like to read Buddhist books. At that time, the circulation center for Buddhist scriptures was located on the street of Temple of the Reclining Buddha in Ziqing. Peak Temple. I got off the car at the intersection and kept walking until I was almost to the city center, when I saw the temple. It was a gloomy autumn afternoon and I was the only one on the street. I went to the temple and bought Yin Ming Zheng Luan Shu, 100 Methods Ming Men Luan Shu, Translation Name Collection, etc. This sense of stupidity is quite interesting to recall, just like that time when I came out of the Temple of Heaven, next to the city route, alone, adventurously, through many untraveled alkaline areas to visit Taoranting. In the year of graduation, I went to Huayang bookstore in Lulikang and saw the new edition of Wei Burst's dictionary is priced at only 14 yuan. But 14 yuan is not easy to find. After much deliberation, I had no choice but to harden my heart and take a purple fur, cat fur, otter collar cloak made by my father when I got married. I went to a pawn shop at the back door and asked for 14 yuan in cash. The person at the counter seemed to agree without any hesitation. This cloak is made of cloth and has a rustic style. The collar is small and hairy. It turns out that it is pieced together using 2 pairs of horseshoe sleeves. My father made this dress, but it took a lot of effort. When I took it to pawn, I hesitated. But in the end I couldn't bear to part with the dictionary. Just think about redeeming it in the future. Unexpectedly, I couldn't redeem it, which is a regret I always feel when reading that dictionary. After returning to Peking, one year I suddenly wanted to collect some Du poems. I found a lot of books in a small bookstore called Wenyatang, but they were cheap and not expensive. The clerk was a pockmarked guy with a smile on his face, and he was the youngest shopkeeper in the shop. The shop was supported by his father, and it didn't have any good books. His father died last year, and he himself was not very experienced, so he let the waiters eat. Now that he's gone forever, he doesn't know what to do. Talking about Du's poems, one time, a bookstore sent the Korean version of Du Rhymes and Rhymes. 2 books were asked for 300 yuan. The book is extremely irrelevant, and the price charged is so high that it is ridiculous. Moreover, the original purchaser clearly stated on the paper that I got it for 2 taels of silver. The next day, the same book came from another store. It only cost 2 yuan. I bought it immediately. The price of books in Peiping is so weird. Books from Changdian in the first month of the lunar calendar. The stall is worth seeing. Some people visit it every day. I live far away and only go there one afternoon a year. There are few stalls in the morning. There were huge crowds of people coming and going inside and outside the Tutu temple. I also bought some odds and ends. One of them was Luan Dun Bamboo Branch CI, which cost 30 cents. After I bought it, I happened to need manuscripts of the Analects of Confucius, so I copied some and sent them, adding a little explanation to explain. He actually got 5 yuan as a manuscript fee. This was the only time I made money from the books I bought. Originally published in Mercury, Volume 1, Issue 4, January 10, 1935. A brief summary of Sui's travels. A brief summary of Sui's travels. On the 18th, by order of Mr. Feng Jisheng, President of the Faculty Association. Bringing colleagues donations of 2,000 yuan, they went to Suiyuan and Pingdiquan to comfort and help the soldiers at the front. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, I got on the bus at Tsinghua Park Station. I was accompanied by Mr. Wang Darren, representative of the Student Government Association, Mr. Mei Yibao, representative of Yanda, and the Chinese Faculty and Staff Union. Mr. Zhu Taopu, the Student Union representative, and Ms. Wang Rulan, a classmate of the Department of Journalism. The third-class car has sleeping berths with heating, and the mattresses and pillows are all white, but the room is a bit too warm. On the 19th, we passed Pingdiquan early on the morning of the 19th. An injured officer, one person, was carried onto the train on a stretcher. The door is too narrow. It is extremely difficult to lift in. It was later learned that the injured person was Mr. Shizhua, a staff officer of the 218th Brigade of the 35th Army. He was injured in the chest by an aircraft bomb in Hongirtu. He was transported to Pingdiquan by truck and then to Sui by train. Mr. Shi experienced more than 100 miles of bumps. When I got on the train, the stretcher turned sideways again and again. The situation was extremely painful, but I couldn't describe it. After arriving in Suizhou, he was sent to a public hospital run by the church. He received 3 injections, but he lost too much blood and was in serious danger. Remember this to see if there is a shortage of medicine and rescue at the front. The car leaves Pingdiquan. I met Mr. Sudbon from Sweden, an interviewer from the United Press, and had a lot of conversation. What I heard after I was certified is not complete, and it is true. However, it is true to say that he met Chairman Fu on the night of the 18th and that Chairman Fu was determined and confident, and that Suiyuan's people are extremely stable. Again. It is said that the Peking English Current Affairs Daily once reported that the priest Zhuo Zishanmiai and his wife were kidnapped, but it was absolutely nothing. He met the priest yesterday. However, in this teaching, the scholars felt suspicious and fearful because the news of being kidnapped was reported in the newspaper. Sui talked about this matter when he met with Chairman Fu. Chairman Fu said that there was no problem with public security in Suijing. Su Yuyan said that when the car passed Zhuozi Mountain, the priest might be on the platform, so he immediately informed him of this. But he was talking too enthusiastically, and when he looked out the window, he had already passed the Zhuozi Mountain station. Arrive in Sui at about 12 o'clock, send your luggage to Suishin Hotel, and then go to the restaurant for lunch. He also invited Hua Shixiu, the principal of Gui Sui Middle School, to the dinner hall for a talk. Mr. Hua is a graduate of our graduate school. When Mr. Hua came, Mr. Mei asked him to arrange for reporters and principals of each school to come to the hotel for a tea party at 8 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Hua will be the host for lunch. Arrive at the provincial government office at 3 p.m. Mr. Mei has a call beforehand. Come. The provincial government sent Mr. Wang Bin to entertain him and meet Secretary General Zheng Hozai. Secretary General Zheng informed that after the chaos in the Royal Road of Hongirtu, an earthen fairway was built. This time, 3,000 bandit troops pressed into the territory. We only have 2 companies of cavalry with about 200 men stationed there. There are also 10 security guards. These 10 people are all retired soldiers, who are used to unite and guide the strong men who have been trained to defend the country. Bandits, aircraft, tanks and vehicles are all available. We only have the cavalry and the strong men of the security team responsible for the defense on both sides of the two-way. For a day and a night, they stood still and there were very few casualties. Then reinforcements began to arrive. The role of cavalry is to attack, but they can hold on like this, which shows that their morale is high. Secretary General Ziqing talked about it. Because of the discussion on the training situation of young men in Shui province. It is said that during the first phase, many people were on the sidelines. After the first phase was completed, Chairman Fu specially summoned all the young men and elders to visit the province. When the fathers and elders see that their children are well treated, and when the young men see their fathers and elders, they are happy to describe the lessons they have received. Those who had previous hobbies have now given up. All the parents are happy. Therefore, in the second period, the strong men should not enthusiastically go to the province for training. This group of strong men is called the anti-communist self-defense group. Those who are not called resisting the enemy are meant to avoid the enemy's attention. Secretary General Ziqing also talked about the training of guides by the Rural Construction Committee. It is said that such guides are all young people who have received high school education. After training, they were divided and served in their respective hometowns. On the one hand, he assists the township chief in handling local affairs, on the other hand, he unites the young men, and on the other hand, he serves as the principal of the primary school. In the past, in rural areas, security groups were mostly chaired by the township head, which cost a lot but had little effect. Only by implementing the guide system can we reap the benefits of people's organizations, and the relationship between the upper and lower levels can be harmonized, so that they will not be incompatible with each other. Later he discussed the war of resistance. It is said that a lot of fortifications have been built in Ziqing in the past 6 months. Sometimes working day and night. For example, fortifications, etc. are all made of iron bars and cement. They have all been tested with small cannons, and they are indeed strong. If only bandit troops come to disturb us, everything will be safe. When the soldiers arrive at the front, fur coats are generally ready, but if the weather gets colder, shoes, socks, earmuffs, gloves, etc. may be needed. Ziqing cannot buy much, and there are too few production workers. I hope our compatriots in Pingjin and other places can help with this matter. It is also said that the people of Ziqing are very cooperative with the government. For example, recently, when making sesame cakes for the front line, all the bakers in the city stepped up their work and said to each other, "This is for our brothers to eat. It needs to be cooked." According to our observation, the military, government and civilians in Shui province can indeed work together as one and work together, not just for one thing at a time. This day is the day when our new China was born. Since this day in the 26th year, we, our friends, even our enemies have begun to recognize the face of our new China. In the past, we only knew that we were a country with ancient culture. We ourselves could only praise our old age intentionally or unintentionally, and the world could only praise our old age intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, we have to hurt ourselves as the boss, the old and the weak. The world also ignores the old and weak of us, the boss, China. China has almost become a historical or geographical term. Since this day 2 years ago, we are surprised that we can also fight against the powerful enemies in East Asia and that we can quickly modernize, catch up. The world was also impressed. The sick man of East Asia actually rose up, and the sleeping lion really woke up. In the past, China was just a large piece of fertile land, a vast and scattered land of death. Now it is a living China with flesh and blood. In the past, China was somewhere between existence and non-existence, but now it definitely exists. Judging from this day 2 years later, we not only have a glorious ancient times, but also a glorious modernity. And there are endless generations of glorious future. New China grew up in blood and fire. 10 is the day when our new China was conceived, and July 7th is the day when our new China was born. July 7, 1939. Record of summer in the Outer East. Record of summer in the Outer East. Introduction. This title is imitated from Gao Shiqi's Summer Record in Jiangsuan. That book seems to be devoted to calligraphy and painting, but I cannot be that elegant. I only want to talk about some worldly things here. This time I came to Chengdu from Kunming to spend the summer. Spending summer is originally meant to escape the heat. If you follow this. I mean, I was just kidding, because Kunming is much cooler than Chengdu, and there is absolutely no reason to go from a cool place to a hot place to escape the heat. There is also a new meaning to spending the summer, which is to change your life and change your appearance. This is a foreign thought, a modern thought, and it also has a lot of truth. But in this wartime, who should even think about this? Who among us public education personnel would dare to think of this? But now that he is here, no matter how vulgar it is, he might as well choose an elegant name, be a little careless, and let him spend the summer. Who is going to break the sand tank to find out? But there are people who want to know the truth. Last year I attended a summer camp in Kunming, at Guanyin Mountain. The camp broke up on July 23rd. A day or two ago, a tourist asked about it, and we told him that this was a summer camp and it was about to end. He said, "Is it over? Xia, is Ling over?" This was naturally a joke. When asked, there are two types of people. One is acting with evil intentions, and the other is being stubborn. If it is a joke or a treacherous intention, the word spending summer here still seems to be untenable. Because I started writing today on August 28th, the 10th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar. It is obviously not summer but autumn. But record. Although it is autumn, the recording might as well be in summer. Recording for spending summer can only record things about spending time in summer, not necessarily for the purpose of spending time in summer. It's better to be careless. The term Weidong refers to the outside of the East Gate, and is a word for sisters with Weishi, Weinan, and Weibei. People who live in Chengdu understand it, but people from other provinces can't understand it. This seems to be a term for translation, which is on par with the Far East, Near East, and Middle East. Of course, for the sake of documentary, I can also use the words thatched cottage or thatched cottage, because I do live in a thatched cottage. But I can't help but be suspicious of Prime Minister Zhuge and Du Gongbu. How dare I be so bold? My family lives in a nunnery, so it wouldn't be wrong to call it Shao Xia Lu in a nunnery, but others might be surprised just by looking at the title, so why should I pretend to be shocking? Therefore, I casually wrote the honest title, Weitong Shao, Xia Lu. Night University. Nowadays, with the development of various industries, the number of employees is increasing, and among them are people who have graduated from middle school or have equivalent academic qualifications and are aspiring to further their studies but have nowhere to go. These people tend to waste useful energy on boring entertainment and improper entertainment. With university evening classes, they have the opportunity to improve their academic skills. This can also improve the efficiency of various undertakings and clear up the stale air in society. Sichuan University has opened night classes, which deserves our attention. I think that instead of rushing to open some new universities or independent colleges, focusing on quality rather than quantity, it would be better to let some historical universities run night schools. People and books. Universal university education, including evening classes. There are also night shifts, and they all have to be in big cities so that there are enough practitioners to take exams and study. If you go to night school, you can get a university graduation qualification or degree, but if you go to night school, you can only get a junior college qualification or certificate. Degree, long established, professional qualification or certificate. Since there have never been university night classes in China, no one has yet considered their usefulness. At present, only night schools can be held. If you want to hold night classes, you must first ask the government to stipulate the background of night class graduates. Although some people study and ask for the sake of knowledge, there are probably not many such people among practitioners in various fields. Generally, they are still eager for fame. As far as ordinary people are concerned, it is not bad to use fame to encourage them and make them learn from others. How many college students choose a department without thinking about fame or a career path? We have to lower our eyebrows here, a little bit. People and books, in a nutshell, are the world. What thing in the world leaves people? And what kind of thing can't be separated from books? I mean, the world is everything known to man. Those who know are human beings, so they cannot live without people. If they know something, they must record it, so they cannot live without books. In short, people and books are history, and people and books create history. To put it simply, it is a biography, which is the narrative and commentary of Mr. Wang's book. There are large-scale biographies, sketches, fine brushwork, and comics. This book is a sketch and a comic. Although it is a big circle or a small circle, it is unambiguously in a big circle. Although what is described is small, what is seen is large. The night school of Sichuan University is divided into 3 groups: Chinese literature, business, and law. The legal team has a long history in Suzhou, and business is today's most prominent science. Only Chinese literature is a cold commodity, but it seems to be unexpected that 1/3 of the world has it. However, although it is a night school, it is still a university. If there are no subjects related to the national culture, it would be unreasonable. This setup can be said to be very appropriate. This grouping of university night classes is still the first trial. I hope the host will use all his strength to run it. I also hope that people who are studying will not be half-hearted and give up halfway. I am from Yangzhou. I am from Yangzhou. Some Chinese language textbooks include my articles, and the annotations say that I am from Shaoxing, Zhejiang, or that I am from Jiangdu, Jiangsu. He is from Yangzhou. Some people suspected that the people in Jiangdu, Jiangsu province were wrong, and wrote to my trustee from afar to ask me. When I say 2 places of origin, they are both correct, but if I use Mandarin, I have to be considered a native of Shaoxing, Zhejiang. Shaoxing, Zhejiang is my ancestral home or place of origin. I have been studying since I entered primary school. I filled in this place of birth. Even now, after serving in the school for almost 30 years, I still use this place of birth. But I only went to Shaoxing twice, and only stayed for 1 day each time, and except for my late mother, no one in my family can speak Shaoxing dialect. The ancestors of my family came to Donghai, Jiangsu province to work as minor officials. The East China Sea is Haizhou, which is now the end of Longhai Road. I was born in Haizhou. When I was 4 years old, my father went to Shaobo town to work as a minor official and took us there. I don't remember anything about Haizhou, except Haizhou dialect still feels familiar, because my father's Yangzhou dialect contains a lot of Haizhou accent. I lived with Shaobo for almost 2 years, in the Longevity Palace. The courtyard of Wanshou Palace is large and quiet, the canal is right at the door. The river bank is very high. I often throw tiles into the river to play. Shaobo has an iron ox bay, where an iron ox is suppressing it. My father's errand boy often took me to see it, ride it, and stroke it. I have almost forgotten the situation in the town. I only remember that I studied in a private school in the town and met someone there. My good friend's name is Zhang Jiazhen. I often went to his house to play, and in the evening I sat with him on a dead tree trunk lying sideways in his garden, talking, reluctant to leave, not wanting to go home. This was my first good friend, but unfortunately he died before he was a minor. I remember he was very thin, maybe lung disease. When he was 6 years old, his father moved the family to Yangzhou. Later, he adopted his grandfather and grandmother. My father went to Jiangxi to work as an official for several years, and my second brother and I also went to Jiangxi for a year, but my hometown has always been living in Yangzhou. I went to junior primary school in Yangzhou. Didn't graduate, graduated, went to elementary school, graduated, went to middle school, also graduated. My English was greatly influenced by a Mr. Huang in primary school. He has passed away. There is also Mr. Chen Chuntai, who is now a famous mathematics teacher in Peking. These two gentlemen explain English very clearly and clearly. It inspired my interest in learning. I only regretted that I never learned English well, and I felt ashamed of these two teachers. There was also a Mr. Dai Ziqiu who passed away a long time ago. I learned Chinese from him at his night school after the revolution of 1911. Time. I was 18 years old when I graduated from middle school. That year I was admitted to the preparatory course of Peking University, and I haven't been in Yangzhou often since then. In the winter when I was 18 years old, my father and mother got married to me in Yangzhou. My wife, Ms. Wu Zhongqian, is from Hangzhou, actually. It was grown in Yangzhou. She had never been to Hangzhou. It was her first time to go with me. She later died of lung disease in Yangzhou. I once wrote an article for the dead wife for her. When I married her, my grandfather had been dead for several years. A year after the marriage, my grandmother also dead. Both of their elders were buried in Yangzhou, so my family now has an ancestor's tomb in Yangzhou. Later, the deceased wife was also buried in this ancestral tomb. My mother was here 2 years before the anti-Japanese war, and my father was here 4 months before the victory. Unfortunately, I was not in Yangzhou. They were also buried in that ancestral tomb. What saddens me most is the death of my second daughter. She has a good temperament, loves reading, is responsible, and treats her friends the best. Already an adult, I don't know what the disease was, and it was over in a day and a half. She was also buried in her ancestral tomb. I have 9 children. Except for the second daughter. There was also a boy who died in Yangzhou when he was less than 1 year old. The remaining 4 children of the deceased wife had lived in their hometown in Yangzhou for many years. This hometown was not dissolved until early this summer, but an elderly concubine still remained there. The relationship between my family and Yangzhou is probably what the ancients said: I was born here, died here, sang and cried here. Now the 4 children born to my deceased wife all call themselves Yangzhou natives, Compared to them, I grew up in Yangzhou, so naturally I should be considered a Yangzhou native. But in the past, I had always been carelessly writing on the wall, and more often than not, I called myself a Zhejiang native, and why? This is partly because I am registered as a Zhejiang native and I hope it will be consistent, partly there is some other reason as well. The first of these principles is that one's place of origin is irrelevant. So-called. At that time, if you wanted to be a global citizen, even your nationality felt small, let alone provincial and county nationality. At that time in college, I felt that the hometown association was the most boring thing. Naturally, the people I live with and the people I interact with are all from Yangzhou, but because I am from Zhejiang, I am not. Go to Jiangsu or Yangzhou hometown associations. However, although I am a native of Shaoxing, Zhejiang, I have not interacted with any local Zhejiang people. Therefore, no one invited me to join the Zhejiang Hometown Association, let alone the Shaoxing Hometown Association. Maybe this is the benefit of amphibious or wall riding. However, after leaving school, I often visit the authentic Shaoxing people. Since I can't speak Shaoxing dialect and know almost nothing about Shaoxing except Huadiao and Lanting, I often have no choice but to admit that I am a fake Shaoxing person. That's half a joke. But, I'm a little embarrassed. On dissatisfaction with the status quo. On dissatisfaction with the status quo. In fact, in that era, there were always many people who were dissatisfied with the status quo. Before modern times, how did these people deal with their dissatisfaction? Among ordinary people, they complain about their fate, the world, and the year. The year is the era, and the world is a mechanical necessity due to the number of qi, but the most important thing is fate. I was born in this world because my fate is not good. In this year, who is to blame? Life is also a mechanical necessity. This can be said to be resentment to heaven and a kind of determinism. Destined to suffer. I have no choice but to suffer, even if I don't want to eat. Of course, scholars also complain about fate, but they emphasize the lament that the times are changing day by day, and people's hearts are not the same as they are, as if people's hearts are not the same as they are. This can be said to be resenting heaven and resenting others at the same time. The main thing is resenting others. Why don't people's hearts change? The reason is that there is no benevolent government and no moral education, which means that the wise man is not in power and the ruler is not good. This is a kind of idealistic rule of man. But why is the sage not in office? People will only say, heaven did it. This is back to the theory of destiny. But when it comes to reading, scholars are better than ordinary people. They can be hermits, proud of the mountains and forests, and let the common people take care of them. Although they are not rich and glorious, they will not suffer the same hardships as the common people. Being a hermit can be said to mean not cooperating with the ruler, or it can be said to be abandoning oneself. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you can live alone. This is generally what it means. Since you take care of yourself, you naturally don't care about the life and death of others and the rise and fall of the world. Therefore, the common people are dissatisfied with the status quo and endure it, and the scholars are dissatisfied with the status quo and avoid it. The end result is to maintain the status quo and let the rulers sit firmly in the country. But scholars should also be good to the world at the same time. In the past, this kind of reaching meant getting the king and practicing the way. If you can really win the king and practice the way, of course you have to change the status quo that you are dissatisfied with and others are dissatisfied with. But the so-called others are still scholars. Changing the status quo should focus on increasing their interests, and the common people can only take some credit, or even just a name. If too much care is given to the common people and the interests of scholars are divided, the scholars will become even more dissatisfied and stand up to obstruct changes in the status quo. At this time, they would rather capable of maintaining the status quo. Wang Engshi's reform in the Song dynasty caused a great reaction, which is a clear example. Although some scholars cannot achieve success, they still dream of such a day all their lives. When they are poor and old, and see that such a day will come to an end, We must also write books and speak out, hoping that one day future generations will be able to follow their path and change the unsatisfactory status quo. However, the future is too slim, so naturally it is better to do it yourself, even if it only changes a little, or even only changes one's own status. It's also good. Besides, there is not much that can be said in a book. It is indeed slim to write a book, but it is still a way out. Even this is not possible. Where can I vent my dissatisfaction? So there are people who are frustrated or frustrated. This kind of reader is often unselective. Means, just to achieve the goal. If the government does not use them, they will rely on powerful families, local governments, and separatist regimes, and even cooperate with those who rebel against the government. In extreme cases, they are even willing to become traitors, like Lu Yu and Zhang Bangchang. This kind of loss. People who are careless often only see the wealth and splendor of themselves or their own group. They have no principles and only seek to change, or even just seek to destroy them, so that they can fish in troubled waters. Such people are often very talented, sow discord, and have many tricks, but they must rely on some kind of power to be able to. They can only act as strategists, as the saying goes. The rulers hate and fear such people, they are troublemakers. However, it seems that there are more and more people who may become this kind of people, and they can't kill them all, so we have to give them some jobs and some salary to appease them. Suspend their taste. This is called nurturing scholars, and the purpose is to maintain the status quo and maintain a stable position in the country. However, the patience of ordinary people, which includes resilience and inertia, although it is great, has its limits. A dog jumps to the wall, let alone a human being. When the status quo is so bad that no matter how hard it is, they still can't survive, people's hearts become unstable, that is, their emotions are high, and people instinctively become desperate and want to break the status quo. They don't know how to change the status quo, but Ziqing breaks it first, thinking that there is always hope if it is broken. This kind of situation is called civil uprising on a small scale, and rebellion on a large scale. Peasants are the main force and they have their own leaders. There have been many such civil uprisings, or rebellions, in history. But most of them have been temporarily suppressed. The historians of the ruling class often only write down a few sentences, or even cut them out, so it seems that the world is always at peace. However, during the Han and Ming dynasties, the world was created by farmers and common people. In fact, the power cannot be underestimated. However, although the Han and Ming dynasties were created by the common people themselves, they still ended up with one family and their surname firmly ruling the country. But once this family became the king, they had long since lost their status as farmers and had become angry with the scholars. Old man. I put in a lot of effort, but I don't seem to get much. It broke the status quo, but restored the status quo, and the changes were very few. As for power, ministers used usurpation to kill, and warlords used force to seize political power. When dynasties changed, the changes were probably even less. Cultural relics, old books, and writing brushes. Cultural relics, old books, and writing brushes. In the past few months, in addition to news about wars, murders, education crises, etc., the crisis of second-hand books has also been a lively news topic in newspapers in Peiping. In addition, Peiping's cultural relics, mainly ancient buildings, have always been valued. The government set up a Peking Cultural Relics Collection Committee and allocated considerable sums of money several times to repair these cultural relics. In early February, this committee also held a meeting and decided to request the government to accommodate the centenary plan of Peking as a companion capital. Approval and release funds for the first half of this year, and strengthen the management and use of cultural relics buildings to protect historic sites. As for the calligraphy brush, the Ministry of Education stipulated many years ago that students must use calligraphy brushes to write Chinese and answer exam questions in Chinese. But in fact, students rarely use brushes, especially in metropolitan areas. This issue seems to be still unsolved. In the author's opinion, cultural relics, old books, and writing brushes are exactly the same set, and they are all heritage, history, and old culture. People who advocate the preservation of these things, it can't help but have some nostalgia for the past. On the one hand, it can't help but also have a meaning of preserving the essence of the country. Preserving the essence of the nation seems to have become a bad word now, which is tantamount to holding on to the remnant, eating the past without changing it, obsessing with bones, and letting the dead hold back the living. The author also knows that most of the people who advocate preserving these old things today are people from the May 4th era, and they no longer have such stubborn thoughts. Moreover, the author myself more or less shares their emotions, and I ask myself that I am not stubborn yet. To that point. However, a careful analysis of the reasons for this claim, in addition to the nostalgia for the past, seems to only be preserving the essence of the country, because these things are the excellent achievements of our ancestors, they are worthy of preservation, and they are worthy of preservation. It will make us miss you. The difference between us and our elders is that we should just preserve and stop, let these things be like fossils, and no longer want them to be resurrected. What should be past must be past, we understand this truth. Regarding the huge sums of money allocated to repair and paint ancient buildings in Peiping, a newspaper once criticized it, as if it was said that in this era of war, chaos and hunger, one should not be busy doing these things to whitewash peace. Originally, if it was really peaceful, this kind of modification would be enough. Maybe we can also attract some foreign tourists and get some foreign exchange for use. Nowadays, that glorious scene is just a sharp contrast to the reality of war and hunger. The strong irony is indeed a bit shocking. This is naturally a utilitarian view, but there are too many people without food and clothing these days, so it is natural to have a utilitarian view. But having said that, there is no comprehensive plan for the public use of money now. This money does not need to be used here, and it probably will not be used on those who have no food or clothing, and maybe it will be used on some unrelated things. Then, it's not bad for preserving ancient relics. If one could really make a comprehensive plan and sort out the priorities, this kind of thing should probably be postponed. Although the author also agrees with the preservation of ancient relics, he has no intention of rescuing them. According to it is true that if you have enough food and clothing, it is not too late to preserve antiquities. If it is too late, you will have to regret it, because food and clothing are always fundamental. The author does not agree with the excessive emphasis on preserving ancient relics and the excessive emphasis on the cultural city of Beiping, but strengthen the management and use of cultural relics and buildings to maintain ancient monuments. It doesn't cost much, but it's right. The crisis of old books refers to woodblock books, especially large ones. The used book industry has been in a slump over the past year. Some shops sell most of the woodblock books by the pound to make resurrecting paper. This is of course a pity and a bit tragic. Therefore, some scholars came out to call for rescue. Now the Ministry of Education has allocated 1 billion yuan to buy this kind of used books, and the rescue has begun, which is naturally very good. However, the author would like to point out that the crisis of used books has been latent for a long time and did not appear suddenly. In the late Qing dynasty, lithographic versions of ancient books were popular, which were easy to carry and reasonably priced. This is really the beginning of the crisis for used books. But at that time, the lithographic version was not elegant. It was said that there were many typos, but the main thing was that it lacked the antique flavor. Therefore, my lord does not bother to take care of me. But after all, it is fair, convenient, and does not occupy a place on the bookshelf. General scholars, especially young people, are willing to buy it. Since the Republic of China, there have been photocopies. Most of the major books, such as Ziqing Songcan, are rare copies. There are no typos in the photocopy, and there is no lack of patina. This has an impact on the old, and the sales of books will be even greater. Later, there was a reduced version of Ziqing Songcan. Although it was less ancient, it was more convenient. There are also ancient books based on typography, such as For Preparations, Wanyu Wenku, and so on are also convenient and fair. Another example is the Basic Series of Traditional Chinese Studies, which shows some lithoprinted methods and highlighted sentences in the book, which is more convenient. Before the anti-Japanese war, there was the so-called 100% discount book, which did not have too many typographical errors, was extremely cheap, and circulated in large quantities. A lot of young students are taken care of. Compared with the local paper copies produced during the anti-Japanese war, this kind of book is now a good edition at a 20% discount. Today's young students often prefer this kind of printed version to the woodblock version. They want convenience, and don't care about the antique style. Since people who buy large volumes of books can buy photocopied or printed editions, people who buy individual books are more willing to buy typed or lithographed editions. Technological innovation has doomed the decline of old books. In the future, microscopic books will be developed. The current photocopying and typesetting will probably become obsolete, right? Sequence. In March 1922, Mr. Hu Shizhi wrote an article, Chinese Literature in the Past 50 Years. At the end of the article, he discussed the achievements of vernacular literature, and the third item said, Vernacular prose has improved greatly. The progress of long argumentative essays is obvious and can be ignored. In recent years, the most noteworthy development in prose is the essay prose advocated by Zhou Zuoren and others. This type of skit uses plain conversation to conceal profound meaning. Sometimes it seems clumsy. Actually, it's funny. The success of this type of works can completely break the superstition that beautiful writing cannot be written in vernacular. Mr. Hu cited 4 items in total. The first vernacular poem, he said, can be considered on the road to success. The second short story, a novel, he said. The fourth category, dramas and novels, has the worst results. He did not say that one has the best results, but in terms of tone, the essays are at least no better than the vernacular poems and short stories. Bad. Now 6 years later, the situation is different. Although vernacular poetry has made some progress, such as adopting the rhythm of Western poetry, it needs to be slowed down, the literary world is no longer as lively as before. Mr. Hu predicted at that time that, within 10 years, there will be a great and bright period for the Chinese poetry world. Look at it now. There seems to be no certainty at all. The situation of short stories is better than before, but the situation of novels is almost the same as before. It is gratifying that noteworthy achievements have been made in both the performance and performance aspects of the drama. The most developed ones are Zhaoping prose. Various publications that have become popular in the past 3 or 4 years. Intentionally or unintentionally, they have published many essays, more in this kind of publication in the past year. There are also many collections of essays published in various bookstores. Starting from volume 22, 1925, Oriental Magazine added a column called New Speech, Lin, which also contained many short essays. Xia Zun. Article Practice, compiled by Mr. Lu Xuanyu, has a special chapter on essays in addition to narrative essays, event essays, expository essays, and argumentative essays. Last year, the Creation issue, number 7, of Novel Monthly also had a special column for sketches. Short essays became extremely popular for a while. The Sick Man of East Asia, in Replying Hu Shi's Letters, in March of this year, Truth, Beauty and Goodness, Volume 1, Number 12, discussed the achievements of literature in recent years. The first is the short text, which contains satire, analysis, and psychology, written in a natural way, often with little ink and a lingering aftertaste. The second is short stories. The third is poetry. This observation is generally good. However, it is not enough to cite laziness and desire for haste as the reasons for the development of essays and short stories. Now, let's ignore short stories for now. Essay, the so-called lazy, and rush. It is only one of its essential reasons. Its historical reasons are actually more important. We know that Chinese literature has always been mostly prose literature, and the development of prose and prose followed the trend. The system of sketch prose is also found in old prose literature. Just their mental appearance is quite different, that's all. Let's take Yao Nai's 13 categories as the standard. Among the 7 categories, such as prefaces and postscripts, writings, prefaces to gifts, biographies, epigraphs, miscellaneous notes, and mourning memorials, there are many sketches. Chen Tianding's ancient and modern sketches even include edicts and mottos. That would be too broad. When I say historical reasons, I only mean the historical background, not the source of modern prose. Mr. Hu said that the sketch prose advocated by Mr. Zhou and others can break the superstition that the beautiful writing cannot be written in vernacular. The kind of superstition he talks about. Of course, on the positive side, beautiful writing can only be done in classical Chinese, that is to say, beautiful writing has been around since ancient times, and only Mr. Zhou and others advocated using it in plain language. Mr. Zhou himself said in the preface to The Mixer, "Read like prose, literature is opposite to pure literature, and the more common one is called prose." The meaning is broader, parallel prose is also included. The literature, art of the Ming dynasty were relatively lively, and there was quite an innovative atmosphere in literature. People of the Gong'an school were able to ignore the orthodoxy of ancient literature and write all articles with a lyrical attitude. Although later generations of critics denounced it as superficial and empty, it is actually true and an expression of individuality, and its value is higher than that of the Jingling school. The previous literatis' attitude towards works can be said to be dualistic, while they are unidimensional. On this point, it is consistent with modern article writers, people in the past thought that articles were something to convey the truth, but there was another kind of article that could be written for entertainment. Now it is unified, can be written or read, and is said to be for recreation. But at the same time, the word was preached or the word was heard. This can also be said to be similar to the new writers of the Ming dynasty. It is somewhat similar to the Ming dynasty, which is not surprising, although they have not imitated it, or few people have read the plain text. And because of the times, the writing is very European, and the thinking has naturally changed significantly compared to 400 years ago. The Qinhuai River in the Sound of Oars and the Shadow of Lights. Complete collection of Zhu Ziqing's prose, Qinhuai River in the Sound of Paddles and Shadows of Lights. One night in August 1923, Uncle Ping and I went on a swim along the Qinhuai River. Uncle Ping was on the river for the first time, and I was starting over again. We hired a 7-board and got off the boat when the sun had gone and the bright moon was coming. So the oars made a gurgling sound, and we started to lead. Let's have a taste of the Qinhuai River with its rose-colored history. The boats in the Qinhuai River are better than those in Beijing's 10,000 Gardens and Summer Palace, better than those in West Lake, and better than those in Yangzhou's slender West Lake. The boats in these places either feel stupid or crude and cramped. None of them can arouse the sentiment of the passengers, just like the boats on the Qinhuai River. The boats on the Qinhuai River can be roughly divided into two types. One is the big boat, the other is the small boat, which is the so-called 7 boards. The large cabin has a wide opening and can accommodate 20 or 30 people. It is furnished with calligraphy, paintings and smooth mahogany furniture. The tables are all inlaid with cold marble surfaces. The window panes are very finely carved, giving people a soft and delicate feeling. The windows reflect red and blue glass. There are exquisite patterns on the glass, which is also quite pleasing to the eye. Although the scale of Kibanzi is not as large as that of a large ship, its light blue railings and spacious cabin are very impressive. It is also enough to express human feelings. And the most outstanding feature is its front cabin. The front part of the cabin is the part on the deck. There is an arc-shaped top on the top, supported by sparse railings on both sides. There are usually 2 rattan lounge chairs inside. Lying down, you can chat, look into the distance, and look at the river houses on both sides of the river. Big boats also have this, so they feel even more beautiful on small boats. Under the roof in front of the cabin, there are all hanging lights. The number of lights, light and dark, color, fine and thick, bright and dark are different. But at least I'll give you a piece of cake. This lantern is really the most attractive thing. Night. As we slowly came down, lights were lit on all boats. The radiating yellow astigmatism is reflected from the double glass, and a hazy haze is reflected. Through this haze, wisps of bright ripples are teased in the dim water waves. In this mist and ripples, listen. With the leisurely intermittent sound of oars, who cannot be led into his sweet dream? I just worry about too many dreams. How can these big and small ships carry them and afford them? We were talking vaguely about the beauty of the Qinhuai River in the late Ming dynasty. As recorded in Peach Blossom Fan and Banqiao Miscellaneous Notes. We were so fascinated. We seemed to have seen with our own eyes the scene when the lanterns reflected the water and the boats rippled. So our ship has become a heavy load of history. We finally realized that the reason why the boats on the Qinhuai River are more elegant than other places and have a strange attraction is actually due to many historical memories. The water of the Qinhuai River is green and gloomy. It looks thick but not greasy, or is it condensed with gold powder from the 6 dynasties? When we first boarded the boat, it was still dark, and the rippling soft waves were so peaceful and gentle. It made us think of vast waters and sky, and on the other hand, we also longed for a state of drunkenness and wealth. When the lights came on, the gloom turned into a dull watery light. Like a dream, the light that occasionally flashes is the eyes of the dream. We sat in front of the cabin, and because of the bulging ceiling, we seemed to be always walking forward with our heads held high, so we, floating as if we were riding the wind, looked at the boats moored in the bay. The figures in the boat were like a revolving door, as if they were in the lower world, far away, and like looking at flowers in the fog, all hazy. By this time we had crossed the Lisha Bridge and saw the Dongguan Point. Along the road I heard intermittent singing. Some were coming from the brothels along the river. Some came from boats on the river. We know clearly that those songs are just conventional words, mechanically uttered from raw voices, but when they pass by, the rippling of the summer night breeze and the swaying of the water gently reach our ears. It is no longer just their singing, but mixed with the secret words of the breeze and the river. So we had to be attracted, shocked, and immersed in this song. From the east, turn around the bay at the juncture and soon reach Dazhong Bridge. The Dazhong Bridge has 3 arches, all of which are wide. It looks like there are 3 gates. It makes us feel that our boat and us in the boat are really colorless when passing under the bridge. The bridge bricks are dark brown, indicating its long history, but they are all intact, which makes people breathless at the beauty of ancient engineering. There are houses with wooden walls on both sides of the bridge. There should be a street in the middle. These houses are dilapidated, and the traces of smoke over the years have obscured their former beauty. I imagine that when the Qinhuai River was at its peak, houses were specially built on such a grand bridge. It must be painted gorgeously. It must be brightly lit at night. Now, there is only darkness left. But the houses built on the bridge allow us to somewhat imagine the prosperity of the past. This is also comforting, and love is better than nothing. Crossed the Dazhong Bridge. Then we arrived at the Qinhuai River where the lights and the moon were shining brightly and music was playing all night long. This is the true face of the Qinhuai River. Woman. Woman. Bai Shui is an honest person and an interesting person. He can speak at length while chatting. This, I heard Mianzi say. A Japanese magazine published, female. The article is a record of several literatis table conversations with the theme of women. He said, "This is interesting, why don't we do it too?" We said, "You come first." He scratched his hair and said, "Okay. I'll come first, you better not run away." We know that he cannot stop talking as usual. Sure enough, the conversation wasted for so long, so that others only had time to make up for it and had no time to talk to themselves. At that time, I was designated as the temporary secretary, and I wrote down what was said on the table. Sort it out now. This is the following article. Since 8 out of 10 of them were Bai Shui's opinions, he used the first-person pronoun as his way of describing himself. I think Bai Shui probably wouldn't deny it, right? To be honest, I am a person who likes women, from the days of national school until now. I have always been attracted to women. Although I have never suffered any female difficulties, I have often appreciated the power of women. Women are magnets, and I am just a piece of soft iron, thinking blankly for an hour or two about a fictional or real woman. I even thought about it for a week or two, and realized that it was true that I didn't know the taste of meat. This kind of thing happens all the time. While walking on the road, I saw a woman coming from a distance, and my eyes were like bees sniffing the fragrance of flowers, grabbing her. But I am very content, an ordinary woman. It's probably enough to look at it once or twice, at most, drop it and look back. Like one of my classmates, when he meets the opposite sex, he stands at attention, turns left or right, carefully uses his two close-up eyes to chase him out from under his glasses for half a day, then loses sight, and then starts walk. I don't need it. There is a local saying in our area, a good boy will look at you once, and a fool will look at you until late. I am probably always on the side of the good boy. No matter where I go, I always look for women with my eyes first. In the train, I have to go through several cars to find women. On the ship, I will go all over the ship to find women. If I can't find any women, I go to playgrounds, go to temple fairs, and, I dare to add, visit girls' schools. These are places where there are many women. So my eyes are even busier. I'm dragging too. Feet follow them, often until tired. What is the woman I am looking for? What is this woman that I find? This is a woman of art. In the past, people compared women to flowers, birds, and lambs. They just said, women are art created by the hands of nature, which make people admire and admire with joy, just as children of art are creations of nature, which make people admire and admire with joy. Not only men are happy to praise, but women are also happy in praise, and jealousy is the other side of joy and praise, just like love. It is the same as the side of joy and praise. It is not only women who are praised and praised, but also men. This Lu Fenglu is cute, just like Zhang Su's time, is a good example, and Maifenjai is a phrase that is particularly historical. But men always seem to have less artistic talent. Jia Baoyu said it well. Men's bones are made of clay, and women's bones are made of water. Is this destiny? Or what about personnel? I don't know yet, I just feel that it is the case. You see, when learning the body painting of painting, who doesn't use a woman as his model? Isn't this because women's curves are cuter? We say that since the beginning of history, women have been more artistic than men. This sentence should not be wrong, right? So I say, artistic woman. The so-called artistic woman has three meanings. She is the most artistic among women. It is the artistic side of women. It is how we see women through the eyes of art. When I say that women are more artistic than men, it is a general statement. When I say that women are the most artistic, it is an individual statement. And the word art, I use it in a narrow sense, refers specifically to the art of the eyes. In the same category as painting, sculpture, and dancing. An artistic woman is a woman with beautiful colors, outlines, and movements. She is a woman whose appearance, figure, and posture make us feel complete when we look at her. There is a natural boundary monument here. What I am talking about is only virgins, young women, middle-aged women, and those old ladies who have been eroded by their years and have gone on the road of withering and withering. In this regard, they are already behind the times. A woman's perfect appearance is just one of her human aspects. She can have great talents, great wisdom, great kindness, great courage, great chastity, etc., but they all do not hinder this aspect. Various phases can help this phase to become more complete. This phase can also help other phases to complete them, and they can sometimes cover up their shortcomings. How we look at women. If you are attracted by her perfect appearance, you will ignore yourself and everything about her, and just be intoxicated in it. This intoxication is momentary, careless, and in silence. Ah hey. Ah hey. I am on winter vacation this time because I am recuperating from illness. Stayed in a relative's villa. The villa is in the countryside. To the left in front is a pale blue lake, surrounded by endless green mountains on the other side. The shadow of the mountain is reflected in the water, becoming clearer and clearer. The water surface is often like a mirror. When the wind blows, there are slight wrinkles, like girls frowning their brows. It will heal after a while. The remaining energy of the lake formed a small harbor, flowing slowly and silently past the door of the villa. There is a small stone bridge in front of the door, and there are acres of fields on the other side of the bridge. Along the coast here, peach trees and willow trees are planted alternately, and there will be a lively dream when spring comes. There is a short bamboo fence surrounding the villa, and there is a small road outside the fence. There is a building facing south, with a mountain behind it. To the west are 3 bungalows, and I live here. There are 2 lawns in the yard. There were 2 or 3 stones randomly placed on it. In other spaces, potted plants are arranged on the ground, or flowers and plants are planted. There are several large trees with winding branches beside the fence, one of which almost reaches into the water. My relative Wei Jun only has a couple and 1 daughter. She was studying outside and had just returned home. She invited 3 classmates to spend the winter vacation at her home. 2 were relatives and 1 was a friend. They lived in the 2 rooms upstairs. Wei Jun, the couple, also live upstairs. In the middle of the downstairs is the living room, which is often used for leisure. The west room is the dining room. The east room is Wei Jun's study, where we chat, drink tea, and read newspapers. After I have eaten, even if I am alone, I still want to come here and sit around for a while. The day after I came, Miss Wei told me her mother wanted to find a good servant for them. The long-term worker He said that she had a cousin, and her mother asked him to bring her over tomorrow to have sex. She seemed so happy that I just agreed casually. Between the bungalow and the building is a small kitchen. I live in a house on the east side, and from the window I can see people coming and going in the kitchen. Before lunch that day, I happened to look outside and saw a familiar female servant, carrying 2 iron kettles in both hands, walking towards the kitchen. Molly from the Wei family was leading her. I don't know what to say to her. Her hair was disheveled, like dead grass in winter. He was wearing a trimmed black cloth cotton-padded jacket and trousers, and the black was already tinged with yellow. The cotton-padded jacket was knee-length, and the trousers were also dragged up to the instep. The feet are double-footed. Wearing black cloth shoes with pointed toes and 2 bear pieces of the same color on the heels. I thought, this is the maid that Chi brought. After thinking about it, I sat down and read a book. After dinner, Miss Wei told me that the maid was here. Her name was He. I said, the name is great, but it's just a bit earthy. What else can be done? She said, even though she is crude, she is very smart. I said, oh. Then I went on to read the newspaper in my hand. From then on, I often saw He coming and going with a kettle in her hands every morning, afternoon, and evening. Her eyes always seemed to be looking forward. 2 weeks passed in a hurry. Miss Wei suddenly told me, don't look at Ahitu. She has a very good ambition. She is a pitiable person. I told my mother to give her the cotton-padded jacket and pants I wore at home the year before last. I thought those 2 clothes were too fancy, so I gave them to her, and they were just right. My mother refused at first, saying she had only been here for a few days. Later I agreed. I took it out for her to wear today. It fits her perfectly. We taught her how to tie her velvet rope shoes. She was so smart and could learn it as soon as she learned it. She said that after receiving her salary, she still had to wear a pair of clothes. I'll wait a few days and talk to my mother about it. This is the night before the Lantern Festival. I had a meal. After sitting in the room for a while, I felt a little bored, so I strolled to the study room. I picked up the newspaper and wanted to read it carefully again. Suddenly the door button rang and Ahi came in. She was holding 3 or 4 colored pencils and pens in her hand. She came closer to me unexpectedly. She stood in front of me. He smiled quietly and said, "Mr. Bai, do you know where the pencil sharpener is?" while showing me the pencil he was holding. I stood up involuntarily and responded hastily, "Here." I pointed to the south pillar with my hand. But I immediately felt like it wasn't enough. I led her closer to the pillar. At this time, I hesitated like lightning, and then said, I. She handed me a pencil without saying a word. I put it in the plane and showed it to her. After digging it twice, I wanted to give it to her, but I finally finished digging one and handed it back to her. She took the pen and looked at it briefly. Still looking up to me. I was terribly embarrassed. In an instant, my thoughts went around several times. In the end I bit the bullet and said, "That's it." I quickly glanced out the door and went back to read the newspaper. But as soon as I lowered my head, my eyes were raised. So far away. She asked calmly, "Can you do it?" She never turned around, she just said, without saying a word. I looked at her back for a while. I feel like I should lower my head. When I looked up again, she had walked out silently. She always seems to be looking forward. I want to ask her one more thing. But in the end it was never exported. I left the newspaper behind, stood up and walked for a while, then returned to my room. By Kai. I wrote the article, By Kai's Poems, in the heat of summer. It had just finished 1 page when I put it down due to illness. At this time, a letter came from Xuanyu, saying that Bai Kai was dead. Died on the ship from Hong Kong to Shanghai. He is alone, his relics are temporarily stored in Lida Academy. There are manuscripts, old style, poems, notes, correspondence between friends and women, and 4 packs of women's hair. I repeated Zunyu's belief several times. I was at a loss for a while. I felt that although Bai Kai had no tolerance for life and death, it would be too cruel to die like this in a boat that was about to arrive at Muzanku. This is something that our descendants will be embarrassed about. Bai Kai is an unpredictable person. His history, his character. Although we now know the outline from the relics, very few people knew about it during his lifetime. He never told anyone, and if you asked him, he would just hesitate. Since his nature is so unconventional, he is naturally isolated, but we can see that he is a good friend. He is a sincere person. You can't get to know each other without fighting, is how I got to know Bai Kai. This is a collection of poems by student Li Fong. Li Fong gave me his collection of poems to delete and edit, and asked me to write a preface. I was in Wenzhou at that time and he was in Shanghai. I was busy with work, so I put it aside for half a year. Li Fong died in Shanghai due to an unknown illness. I regretted my need for relief and quickly found time to work for him. At this moment, Ping Bujuan received a letter from Bai Kai, a short 2-line, urging me to try to publish Li Fong's poems. I have also attached the novel, Poetry, Sun, published in Awakening, for me to read. There are quite a few words in it that ridicule me. At that time, I felt that I did not deserve such ridicule, so I wrote a long letter of nearly 2,000 words, describing the incident in detail to defend him. Once the letter has gone, wait for a reply. But no news. When I gave up hope, he sent a postcard. in my opinion, it was just a few words that were half cold and half warm. I can only say, how can I do what people want? But I just want to be worthy of my heart. Explain yourself, just listen. But because of Ping Boy's transfer of letters. But I often exchanged letters with him. Uncle Ping mentioned him in letters many times and said he was an interesting person. One time Uncle Ping came to see me at Baima Lake. When I went to Ningbo with him, he showed me Bai Kai's poem Love for the Sick in the train. I read it again while my body was shaking. I find it very interesting. So I admitted what Uncle Ping said, he is an interesting person. I also told Uncle Ping that his poems seemed to be influenced by Nietzsche. Later, Ping Bo wrote a letter saying that it was ready. This letter was written to express his gratitude. He quite took it for granted. At that time, I also told Ping Bo that I wanted to write a review about this poem. Ping Bo also told him about it. One time he suddenly wrote to me about this matter. He hoped to see my words earlier so that he could know what I thought of him. What are his poems like? I wrote back and promised him that I would do it. We often corresponded in the future, and he often mentioned this matter. However, it is now 3 years later that I have finished this article, but he is already dead and invisible. His last letter to me before summer vacation. He also talked about his hope. Oh my God! How can I be worthy of such a friend? How can I redeem my mistakes? Neither Ping Bo nor I had ever seen Bai Kai, and everyone thought it was a pity. One time I went to Shanghai, and Uncle Hepping went to Ximen Boulevard. We went to visit him on the 5th in Zhengzingli, Luxin. This was based on the mailing address he gave us. But unfortunately, he had moved somewhere nearby and we had to return home. Number 5 in Ziqing was where my friend Yanling Jun lived. I once talked about Bai Kai. He said that his surname was Tong and that he was studying at an art school. His wife and Mrs. Yanling were friends, and the Yanlings once lived in a pavilion rented by them. I went there when I was visiting Yanling Mausoleum. The bed, tables and chairs were all painted white. It was a small but extremely clean room. It almost made me forget that I was in Ximen, Shanghai. As far as I can see among the photos he has now, several were taken in that room. From his posthumous letters, it is inferred that he was not divorced at that time. He left number 5, Ziqing, perhaps because of the divorce. It's also unknown. This makes us feel somewhat tragic when we think about it afterwards. But Uncle Ping finally didn't see Bai Kai, and I actually got to meet him. That was 5 minutes before I was about to board the train to Shanghai at Lida Academy. On this day, my friends from school. A friend said that Bai Kai was moving here. I've been waiting for a long time since morning, but there's still no news. Just as he was about to get to the station, Bai Kai came in from the door. He spoke Jiangxi dialect, seemed very mature, and looked like he had experienced the changes of the world. Since I still had an appointment in Shanghai, we only had a quick chat and then shook hands and said goodbye. He later wrote to Uncle Ping that I was short and sharp, but it was an interesting statement. This is our first face-to-face, but who knows, it will also be our last face-to-face. Postscript to Plum Blossoms. Postscript to Plum Blossoms. What bad luck this volume of poems has. I've hit the wall several times for it, almost to the point of despair. Now, thanks to the kindness of the owner of Kaming Bookstore, he has agreed to print it, allowing me to fulfill my responsibility to my deceased friend. I am really grateful. I happened to read the preface at the front of the volume and found February 1924 at the back. It was already 4 years ago. Wu Yu's death was reported the year before. After this preface was written, it was published in the literary 10-day issue of 就是新报. Even if someone saw it at that time, they should have forgotten it now, right? It is said that Wu Yu's coffin is still parked somewhere in Shanghai, but the sun and the moon go by so fast, and the personnel changes in the past 5 years, even among Wu Yu's relatives and friends. His name is a bit blurry, right? Thinking of this, I felt quite inexplicably lonely. My last meeting with Wu. It's on the upper floor of Sanli, Ximen District, Shanghai. At that time, he was studying Western painting at the art college and lived in a pavilion in a small alley near Wanyan Bridge. I got there first and then went to Sandri with him. That summer vacation, I came to Shanghai from Wenzhou to play. Because the manuscript of the poem he gave me in the spring had not yet been revised, so I also sent him a letter while visiting him. When we met, his thin, dark, smiling face was still the same as in spring. His face has been like this since I got to know him. I never imagined that it would be so long ago. He will suddenly leave us. But I got the letter very late in Wenzhou. I remember it was as if it was a month or 2 after his death. At that time, I was still busy revising the poem and planning to send it to him. He seems to have few relatives or friends, at least in Shanghai. His condition and date of death. No one can explain it clearly, and I am still a little confused. I only know that the disease is severe and I have no money for proper treatment. It is said that several fellow students pooled their money to organize the funeral. They probably don't have any money, so they can only have a hasty burial. The coffin is sent somewhere. His family wanted to transport it back, but they didn't have the money, even though it was only a few dozen yuan. Both his father and his friend Lin Xingminjun hoped that the poem could be sold for a little money. Unfortunately, I hit 4 walls, but it still remains in my hands. 4 years have flown by. Naturally, I also have to bear a certain amount of responsibility during this period. Until now, whether it was sold or sold, I still remember what Y's thin coffin looked like in the humidity of the south and in the dust of several years. Actually, a pile of rotten bones is nothing to cherish, but humans are humans after all, and even though they know they are obsessed, it is not easy to break them. Wu Yu's father came to Wenzhou to look for me, probably in the spring of 1922. At first glance, it is clear that this is an honest mainlander, he said sadly. The family has spent a lot of money on Wu Yu's studies. Who knew this would happen? He said that now, Wu Yu still has a family to support, and the cost of transporting the coffin is really hard to figure out. I heard that he has some manuscripts. Please take pity on me and give him some ideas. I agreed then. Who knew the delay would be all these years? Later, he also asked someone who was not acquainted with me to write to me and ask. I had already left Wenzhou at that time. Because I still had no clue about the matter, I forgot to reply for a while, and there has been no news or letter since then. Now that I think about it, I feel really uneasy. There are also 2 gentlemen, Bai Kai and Zhou Liaoyin, who are concerned about this poem manuscript. Mr. Bai has a novel called The Son Who Composed Poems, which commemorates Wu Yu, and this poem is mentioned in it. I was still in Wenzhou at that time. He forwarded this novel to me from Uncle Ping, with a letter attached. Urged me to try to get it printed. Neither he nor Uncle Ping knew each other. Since then, he and Uncle Ping often corresponded, and later I also corresponded frequently. This is also quite a coincidence. I told Xingmin again, and Xingmin also wrote to him several times. According to Xingmin, it is said he once planned to finance the printing of this poem, Later, he was too late to print his own poem, so he had no choice but to do so. It is a pity that the manuscript of this poem is about to be printed, but he has been dead for 3 years and can no longer be seen. Mr. Zhou Liyin, according to Xingmin, is also a good friend of Wu Yu. Xingmin said that he would write a preface to the manuscript of the poem and a biography without any details. But he also said that he was always wandering about. No, that's right. As long as there is a chance to print this poem, there is no need to wait for his article. I know he is also somewhere in Nanyang now, Fang. The road is so long, I have no choice but to wait for him. His relationship with Wu Yu has been as good as one day in the past 5 years, which is really unimaginable. Travel notes. Travel notes. This time the China Education Improvement Society held its 3rd annual meeting in Nanjing. I also wanted to see the light, therefore. After traveling 1,000 miles from Zhejiang to Shanghai, we decided to ride on the back of the car that was going to meet the public on July 2nd. A kind hospitality. July 2nd was the day when the members of Zhejiang and Shanghai, on the day of traveling to a meeting in a big station like Shanghai, there are dozens of changes. When you become a member of a society, you may not necessarily see any difference, but I feel that it is indeed different. The light and scenery of the momentary prosperity are clearly visible in a corner of the station. This is to the left of the refreshment room. There is a group of people there, approaching 2 people. Contact the special receptionist. There was a piece of yellow pound paper taped to the wall, with the characters of flying dragons and snakes written on it. 2nd class, for Yuan A, 3rd class, 2, Yuan A. The 2 receptionists began to perform their duties. It was already 6:4 minutes. There are still 20 minutes left before we leave the car. Entertain. The first important thing a member of the public should do is, of course, buy a ticket. Everyone knows how to buy a train ticket, but if you buy a half ticket, you have to give them preferential treatment. Preferential treatment is not an easy thing. When they implement preferential treatment, they have to give everyone a name, a ticket, a fare, and change. They went back and forth between the refreshment room and the ticket office, at least 20 times. They hold a stack of business cards and foreign currency in their hands. Their eyes are always looking ahead, as if they have lost something and are looking for it urgently. Their faces and muscles are flat and tense. The movements of the hands and feet seemed not to be their own. After much effort, I actually bought a few tickets and distributed them with business cards. Every time it was distributed, all the candidates rushed forward. When I can't get the money, I can't help but complain in 2s and 3s. It was a big deal for the 2 ushers to buy tickets, but they didn't care. But the clock went so fast, and before I knew it, it was still 5 minutes behind 7 o'clock. At this time, there were still many people who had not bought the tickets, and everyone was anxious, but the usher did not come out. Some people were anxious and hurriedly looked for them and were willing to get their money back. They bought all the tickets themselves. Some of them stamped their feet, danced and scolded them. But they were just busy taking photos and returning business cards without saying a word. What a nice person. So everyone took 3 steps at a time and bought the tickets themselves. This squeeze was extraordinary, but a small deal. In addition to paying the fare, I was also sweating profusely. I just got a 3rd-class ticket. At this time, the complaints about the 2 waiters started to get louder. Such a loser. What a loser. What did you do earlier? You came at 6 o'clock, so you should buy your own tickets. No injustice. I guess the 2 receptionists' ears were getting a little hot at this time. In fact, I can forgive them, no matter how good their reception performance is. their eyes and legs are finally busy enough, and this is finally attentive. They can also be worthy of the Improvement Club, and the Improvement Club can also be worthy of their members. After getting in the car started driving. Someone asked, "Tu, are you here?" "No." The car started to drive. Tu, being grateful for its prosperity. On the night of July 2nd, it took about 1 hour to buy a spectator sign from the conference registration team. The logo is not pretty, but it is quite practical. I had to attend the opening ceremony of the annual meeting on the morning of July 3rd, all because of it. On the morning of July 3rd, heavy rain poured down. The ceremony was held in the Zhongzheng Street Public Lecture Hall. This hall is 6 or 7 miles away from where I live. But I finally braved the storm and took a rickshaw to the meeting. On this point, my enthusiasm is by no means lower than that of the members. The empty podium was now filled with people. There are 3 chairs in the middle and a row of chairs on each side. The 3 people in the middle are Qi Shiyuan. South Korea, June. There is another young man in a suit. Later, when he gave a speech, I found out that he was the representative of High Supervisory Office, which is abbreviated as N-Hong. These 3 people were sitting in the middle of the stage, which reminded me of the 3 Buddha statues in the Mahavira Hall. Although they were sitting calmly, I felt, for them, for no reason, afraid. So the meeting was held, and it was carried out according to the order sheet. The detailed situation can be read in various newspapers, so there is no need to talk about it again. Now I only mention Qi Shiyuan, South Korea, June, and Southeast University President Guo Bingwen, Dr. Gao discuss. Qi Shiyuan was actually the military governor and patrol envoy. His voice was twice as loud and loud. The audience was particularly quiet at that time. Qi Shiyuan was different after all. He enunciates his words very clearly. His words are word-based, and he spits out each word one by one. I cannot specify the time interval between words. I just felt that my speech took longer than ordinary people. What surprised me most and made me anxious and restless was after I finished a few sentences. At that time, I always thought that the second line should have started, but I didn't know that the first line would not come, the second line would not come, and the third line would not come. He was singing, and there was a full rest here. After the third and fourth beats were completed, the first word of the second sentence came slowly. This was at least a minute. Using subjective timing, it was almost 5 minutes. Come on, what on earth was he talking about? I replied respectfully. Half a piece of stereotyped writing. He used the word-splitting method to split the question, China Education Improvement, Society, into 4 paragraphs. First, the word education is the first part. The second word, education improvement, is the second part. China Education Improvement is the third strand. Adding the word social is the fourth strand. Progress step by step. It's the same as when he was promoted from military governor to patrol envoy. Qi Shiyuan was originally a student of Lin Gong, and this kind of articles was his specialty. Because of the reform of the times, it was inevitable to make some improvements in order to be suitable for the world. There are only 4 parts of the 8-part essay left, probably for this reason. What taught me the most is not to forget. It was the bow he made after he finished speaking. That bow was really different. When he bowed, his upper body was completely parallel to the desk, and we only saw his black hair. Then, he slowly stood up and stepped down. It took an ordinary person 3 times to bow. Yes, indeed. Then came South Korea, June. He had a speech for the Improvement Society meeting, which he distributed before the meeting. There was a section in it that discussed the current bad academic style, which was quite heartbreaking. I'd love to hear his thoughts. But he never preached it according to the text. He had something else to say at this time. He also spent a lot of time, but I don't know whether it was because of my mental weakness or some other reason, but I didn't understand what he meant at all. Only when he raised his voice, and I pricked up my ears, did I hear his warning. He said, politically, the North and the South are not unified now. All the gentlemen present today are from the North and the South. They all take research and education as their professional ambitions and have no territorial distinction. It can be seen that unification depends on culture, not on culture. Force. This last sentence is indeed beautiful. Winning thunderous applause and many slight oohs and ahs. He withdrew amidst applause. What we were paying attention to at this time was Qi Shiyuan, who was at his elbow and armpit. Unfortunately, my eyes were not good and I couldn't see the changes in his face, so I couldn't explain his mood in detail. It's a pity. So, this is the so in my writing, not the so, in fact. Please note, here comes Dr. Guobingwen. He said, I only remember him saying, young people's thoughts should be steady and correct. Someone next to me told me, this is what Qi Shiyuan said. But I found out. This is also what Han Guojun said in his speech at the meeting. Whose words were those? Or is it, what the hero sees is roughly the same? I have to ask Dr. Guo himself about this. But I can't understand, what kind of thinking is correct and stable? Dr. Guo. There were no footnotes in his speech, so I had no choice but to be incomprehensible. Broad sea and sky, and ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. Broad sea and sky, and ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. One day, I was chatting with a new colleague. I accidentally asked, what did you talk about in your first class? He smiled and answered me. I have known all times and all over the world for an hour. He explained the facts in this way and showed humility. I had never thought that the word ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign could be used as a verb, and the word could be added to express the passage of time. Suddenly I heard it, and it was very refreshing. It's like eating Guangdong broad beans that have just come on the market. A few days later, I asked another new colleague the same question. But he said, the sea is vast, the sky is vast. The sea is vast and the sky is vast. I originally knew the couplet, the sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is for birds to fly. It was often seen in the hall of a classmate's house. But this is the first time I heard such usage. I'm so happy that I got two fresh ideas, which allowed me to think about the way of life in an analogous way. Huang Yuansheng once wrote an article, The Public Poison of the Nation, in Oriental Magazine. Talk about the shortcomings of Chinese people's general thinking. He cited the example in the novel, the writer must know everything about music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and the martial artist must be proficient in all 18 kinds of martial arts. I think if he could cite Wen Suchen in The Words of the Wild Old Man and Zhang Qiugu in The Nine-Tailed Turtle, they would be more suitable. Because these two are both civil and military talents. What a talented person in both civil and military fields. The word quan has become a public poison to the nation. Since ancient times, we have had the great sage master, who learned nothing but became famous, and we have the traditional teaching that it is the shame of a Confucian to know nothing, and there is also the talking about the sky, the eagle, the dragon. Zhou Yan and his like, so the lingering influence has spread to this day. Everyone intensified their efforts, thinking that all good people must know heaven, literature, and geography, and Chinese learning is the body, Western learning is the application, is the other side of this good person. Abstract is of course complete, Gaodong and harmony are also complete. Full comes to full. Go, all is a mess, a mess, a mess. You see, Westerners are much smarter. They secretly give omniscient and omnipotent to God, and never want to claim to be omnipotent. Therefore, they settle accounts everywhere, and there is no ambiguity at all. They don't understand the power of being versatile, son. But Oscar Wilde also said something that seems to be our public evil but is not. He wants to eat all the fruits in the garden of the earth. He wants to enjoy as much as possible. He doesn't care about anything. But he is a human, unlike Wen Suchin and Zhang Qiugu who are monsters. He is an idiot. Unlike those who connect China and the West, they are slippery. In short, he is anti-traditional. Although his words are inevitably exaggerated, they are not as exaggerated as traditional Chinese thought, because they only talk about the earth but not the sky. Moreover, he only want rather than can, which is different from Wen Suchin and others. Want is in human relationships, and can. It's beyond human kindness. Omniscient, omnipotent, or really there is only one God, but everyone has the right to the requirement of omniscience. Only with this requirement, it becomes life. There is also the all of E and booze, all or nothing, but it is a sharp steel knife. Because it is on the other side, it is irrelevant. But Wilde's request is exclusive to the world of feeling, and I always thought it was too monotonous. Life is like a kaleidoscope, which is constantly changing due to the differences in time and place. Only when we can understand, feel and participate in many aspects can we have real interest. In ancient times, people called brain, mind. Mindfulness and broadness are slightly close to this. But many aspects are just general requirements. There are several aspects of ability, but they vary according to people's talents. We just hope that the more the better. This is different from the traditional, many aspects seeking perfection, is different. Even if you are groping in secret, you can still know. This kind of mind. The broadest possible use of these two words, if we want to specify the topography and content, I think it is best to use what my two new colleagues said, broad sea and sky, and ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. I use these two words in a positive sense, or to be more worthy of them. Ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. It was originally a curse word and was first seen in New Youth. It was made by Mr. Qian Xiantong. Later, Mr. Zhou Zuoren wrote a miscellany, but he used its positive meaning, probably on intellectual tolerance, but this was 2 or 3 years ago. The content of my article has been blurred. Franz said in his The Adventure of the Soul. The Yi Xingtao I saw. The Yi Xingtao I saw. The first time I met Xingtao was in the autumn of the 10th year of the Republic of China. At that time, Brother Lu Yenling introduced me to Wusong Pao Taiwan China Public School to teach. When he got there, he told me, Yi Xingtao is here too. We have all read Xingtao's novels, so he sued me. I asked curiously, what kind of person? It was beyond my surprise. He answered me, an old gentleman. However, when Yenling and I went to visit Xingtao, I felt that he was not old. Only his simple clothes and silent demeanor were different from what we usually think of him. The imaginary Suzhou young scholar Yi Xingtao doesn't quite fit the mold. I remember it was a cloudy day when we met. As usual, I am speechless when meeting strangers. Xingtao seems to be the same way. We just talked, made a few general comments about the work, and then took our leave. Yanling told me that Mr. Xingtao goes back to Luji every Saturday. He loves him very much. S home. He often invited Yanling out for walks when he was at school. Since I wasn't familiar with him, I just sat in the room alone. Soon, a trend suddenly arose in Chinese public schools. I told Yanling about a tough method. It was really a stupid and boring method. I said I was just afraid. Yi Xingtao may not agree. But to my surprise, he actually agreed. Later, when I thought about it more carefully, he might have intended to be more tolerant of us. This was really the attitude of a big brother. Our method naturally failed and the trend was delayed, so everyone moved to Shanghai. Xingtao and I met almost every day. At the same time, I got to know Shidi and became my brothers. A month has passed like this. This month has actually been a good day for me. I saw that Xingtao was always a man of few words. When everyone gets together to talk, he always sat there and listened. But he didn't like being alone. He always seemed to listen with interest. As for when you are alone with others, you will naturally say something, but debate is out of the question. When he feels that the debate is about to begin, he often smiles and says, "This is not clear." That's it. He is also a very amiable person, and it's easy to see his anger. The copy of the morning news that he saved so hard has his own words on it, and he specially brought it from home. Come and show me. Let me just put it on a bookshelf and get lost. When he and I discovered this at the same time, he only showed a hint of regret, and then said, "It's up to him, it's up to him." I am still ashamed, because I know that there is no manuscript for the composition. His ease comes from nature, not from experience or pretense. He hates the spirit of compromise in the world. In this month, I saw him get angry once. I only saw him get angry once. That is the compromiser contempt for the trend. The trend ended and I went to Hangzhou to teach. The school authorities there asked me to make an appointment with Xingtao. Xingtao wrote a letter saying, "We are going to swim in the West Lake quickly, no matter it is winter." He came and taught me to go to the station to pick him up. I know he will feel lonely when he goes to a place like a station. His home is really nice, and his clothes are always under the control of his family. I often think that he is like a child's innocence, but also like a child who cannot live without his family. When he has to leave his family, he also has to find some familiar friends to keep him company. Loneliness is simply terrible for him. So when he arrived at school, he originally lived in a room alone, but he was willing to use that room as a bedroom for the two of us and use mine as a study room. In this way, we can always be with each other. Of course, I am also happy. We go to the West Lake from time to time. Sometimes we go to the lake, and sometimes we just drink. When we were at school, each had his own desk. I only prepared homework, but he always wrote novels and fairy tales. When he first arrived, the school authorities came to see him. The next day, I asked him, "Do you want to go see them?" He frowned and said, "Do we have to go?" "Just wait a day." I never went. He was the most opposed to formalism. At that time, the materials for his novels were accumulated in the past. The materials for fairy tales were sometimes inspired by a moment of interest. For example, in Scarecrow. This is the article, Big Throat. That morning, we all woke up in bed and heard the factory whistle. He said, "There is another one today." I have already thought about it. It came so fast. The art of that article was very clever. Who would have thought of him? It's just a moment's idea. When he writes words, I often pick up the pen and paper, and write without stopping. There is very little hesitation at the beginning or in the middle. His manuscript is extremely clear, with at most 3 or 5 altered words on each page. He said he had always been like this. After each article is written, I will naturally preview it first. He often commented on the appropriateness of the ending, saying that he was somewhat sure of the ending. After reading it, he immediately sealed it and sent it to Novel Monthly. The photo was sent by regular mail. I always advised him to register, but he said, I'm always like this. He had only been in Hangzhou for 2 months, and he wrote a lot. It makes people envious. The 7 chapters in Fire, From Food to Frenzy, as well as part of Scarecrow, were all written by me at that time when I saw him writing them. You and I. Nowadays, people who have received the new education can make friends whether they are strangers or familiar ones. I tend to like you and me. This is not an old habit but the influence of foreign languages and translations. This trend is not very popular. The general society is not yet willing to adopt this method. The so-called rough people are always yours and mine, but they are treated as a separate matter. A middle school principal once told people that when an old student came to see him, the one on the left said, you, and the one on the right said, you, as if he was tapping his nose with his finger, which was really unbearable. In his mind, only his elders should call him you, and only his wife and old friends deserve to call him you. It's not enough. He also said, you and you, but it was like talking to an old lady on duty. Isn't that annoying? But no, in the old novels, brothers call each other, you and I are worthy of each other, and we have to have enough to have that kind of friendship. The common sayings, you and I are good, and you and I are still like this and that, are also familiar and refer to. Show mutual dependence and trust. We are of the same generation as you and I. In other words, there are only 2 of you and me, and we act as if there is no one else around us. Even though we are looking at them with our 10 eyes and pointing at them with our 10 hands, we have nothing to do with them. When Yang Zhen faces each other, he will think of the knowledge of heaven and earth, besides you and me. What a mysterious and distant excuse. It's a shame he could come up with it. Ordinary people talk about you and me, but it's just that you say it to me and I say it to you. Whether others hear it or not, the person who speaks is not thinking about their irrelevant things at all. Naturally, there are also times when we sing songs from the harp, too. Sometimes we point out the mulberry trees and criticize the Holand trees, but these are words outside the words or words inside the words, and the tone is only directed at that you. In this way, when I say, look, you and I are separated from the group of people and face each other alone. Being alone is terrible and pitiful. Just think about being alone in the wild. You can understand it by being alone in the dark. Since you and I are willing to separate from each other, we are inseparable from each other. Otherwise, why don't we do it and suffer a loss? Inseparability is intimacy, flesh and blood is intimacy, and friendship is also intimacy. Therefore, only elders should be called you, but there are wives and old friends who deserve to be called you. If you and I are compatible, we are just in love with each other. However, we also call the errand woman you at home, and we also call the rickshaw driver you on the street, but they are not the same. In ancient times, eru was used as a contemptuous term. It refers to this category. But contempt and intimacy are sometimes hard to distinguish. For example, calling a child dog and calling a lover sweetheart are obviously comparing people to things, but they are the result of intimacy. When the elders call the younger ones you, there is also a mixture of these 2 flavors. Those who are close to each other and call you, from a distance sometimes have no meaning of intimacy at all and only appear to be senior. Perhaps contempt and intimacy have something in common, that is, both can be done casually, even to the point of touching. Don't call strangers you when meeting each other. The general name is Mr., and there are distinctions between people with and without surname. Without surname, it seems that the person coming is one's old teacher, especially polite, so it is used less often. Peking people call it Master, Master, such as Master Phone, Master Wu, are also general terms, which are more intimate than Mr. Sir was originally an old teacher, but Master was father. It is good to respect a person as a teacher, but it would be too much of a disadvantage to respect a person as a father. I heard that some eunuchs in the former Qing dynasty called everyone master. At that time, they were people who had been sentenced to death and were only exceptions. As for master, if there is an additional word, it will not be confused with father, so the servant is used to refer to his master alone, and the old-style wife is used to refer to her husband. Women are generally called little sister, ma'am, teacher's wife, but they all have surnames, ma'am, teacher's wife. Even more so. Because when called Tai alone, she seems to be the master, and when called master's wife alone, she seems to be a disciple, so she has to take her surname. Mrs. is a common name in the North, but Southerners find it bureaucratic. Master's wife is a common name in the South, but Northerners find it annoying to wear a headscarf. Women have a lot of trouble. There is really nothing I can do. Closer than Mr. are Mr. So-and-so and Brother So-and-so. So-and-so is a nickname or a given name. Brother is chosen to be like a family member. If you go one step further, you can address each other by your nickname, and you can also call them you. In formal gatherings, sometimes people have titles such as Minister Zhang and Manager Wang. You can also use it without a surname, just like Mr. Occasionally, you have to add the word Gui, such as Your Honorable Minister. Subordinates must also be qualified to their superiors. However, small roles such as clerks are inconvenient and have no title, so they have to be relegated to the teacher generation. The story of choosing a mate. The story of choosing a mate. He is the eldest son and grandson. So I started talking about my daughter-in-law when I was less than 11 years old. At that time, I was completely confused about the matter of my daughter-in-law. No, I didn't know how it was already discussed. My great-grandmother's family lives in the countryside of a small county in northern Jiangsu. My family has lived there for a long time. He probably took me with him. He was just too stupid to leave any trace in his memory. Grandma often lay on the cigarette couch and talked about things there, mentioning the names of this and that country person. At first everything seemed to be just in the white smoke. It's been a long time. Unknowingly, we became familiar and intimate. Apart from the place where I lived, which I thought was called Garden Villa at the time, the countryside was really the most interesting place. Therefore, when I heard that my daughter-in-law was staying there, it seemed like a matter of course and I had no objection. Someone came to the field over there in Nian, dressed in a blue shorts, holding a tobacco pipe, and bringing a lot of barley flour, dried sweet potatoes and the like. Occasionally, they mentioned to their families that the young lady was about 4 years older than me, tall and had small feet, but at that time, those were the ones I was actually enthusiastic about. Barley flour and dried sweet potatoes. I remember when I was about 12 years old, a message came from there saying that the young lady had died of tuberculosis. No one in the family felt sorry for her, probably they saw her when she was still young, and as she got older, they couldn't figure out what kind of person she was. My father was an official in another province at that time. My mother was very worried about my marriage, so she asked a tailor who often made clothes to act as a matchmaker. The reason is that the tailors go to many houses and can see the ladies. My lord, there is nothing wrong with my intention. The tailor told me that the family was rich and had 2 young ladies, one of whom was born to his concubine. He was talking about the wife, the eldest daughter. He said he was going on a blind date over there. My mother agreed and set a date for the tailor to take me to the tea house. I remember it was winter, and my mother asked me to put on a maroon Ningbo silk robe and a black Ningbo silk mandarin jacket. Putting on a black satin melon-skin hat with a red knot, he warned himself to be more careful. I met the blind date gentleman in the tea house. He had a big face and big ears, and was about the same age as me now. He wore a cloth robe and a coat, as if he was wearing a filial piety for someone. This man had a kind appearance and kept looking at me. I also asked some questions about what kind of books I was studying. When I came back, the tailor said that people were looking at me carefully. They said that my philtrum was long, not that I would have a short lifespan. They also saw that I was walking and feared that there was something wrong with my feet. Finally, someone has taken a fancy to it, and it's our turn to look at it. Mother sent her confidante, the old lady. The old lady's report is that the eldest young lady is much bigger than me and can fill a circle of chairs when she sits down. The second young lady is actually slim, and her mother said she is too fat to have children, so she is a coward among relatives. She taught the tailor how to talk about the second young lady. The other side seemed to be angry, and if they didn't agree, the matter would be ruined. My mother met a lady at the card table. She had a daughter who was very smart. My mother became interested and came home and said that the girl was the same age as me, jumping around and still just a child. After a few days, I asked someone to check the tone. The officials there seemed to be. They were younger than their father. It was the year before the Restoration, and these things were still important, so they were happy to have this marriage. Things were 90%, when something suddenly went wrong. An old widowed woman who was employed by my great-uncle was familiar with the family's affairs, and she didn't know how to teach her mother to inquire. On fire. I asked her to ask, but her words were cryptic. After finally asking, it turned out that the little girl was brought here as a baby, but her family doted on her as if she were their own. Mother's heart was cold. 2 years later, I heard that she had contracted tuberculosis and was addicted to opium. Mother said. Fortunately, it was not settled at that time. I already understand some things, and I don't think so. In the year of the Restoration, my father fell ill with typhoid fever and asked many doctors to see him. Finally, I invited Mr. Wu, who later became my father-in-law. One day, the footman who often went to see the doctor came back and said, "There is a lady in the doctor's family. Since my father is ill, my mother should naturally be more worried about me." As soon as he heard this, he asked further. The footman only talked casually and couldn't explain why. My mother was with the doctor. When he came, he asked someone to ask the bearer whether the young lady was from his family. The bearer said yes. The mother discussed it with her father and asked her uncle to ask what the doctor meant. That day I was beside my father's bedside and heard their conversation. When the uncle found out that the young lady didn't have a family yet, he asked, "What's wrong with a family like Mr. X?" The doctor said, "It's very good." The words end here. Then came the blind date. It was my mother who was the confidant of the old lady. This time the report is not bad, it is just that the feet are bigger. When the matter was settled like this, my mother instructed the bearer to go back and tell the little sister to bind her feet. After my wife got married, she had already avoided her when it came to blind dates. What I saw was another person. As for the letter brought by the sedan bearer, it caused a small disturbance. The father-in-law said to the mother-in-law that she would have taught you to bind her feet. You don't believe it. Look, why did she say it? The mother-in-law said, I don't want to wrap it up, it depends on how his family is doing. But in the end, a compromise was adopted until his wife got married. Tanja Temple Jiatan Temple. Tanja Temple, Jiatan Temple. I have long known about Tanja Temple and Jiatan Temple. In the Guide to Peking, published by the Commercial Press, I saw a small bronze picture of Tanja. I looked at it vaguely and had no intention of wanting to go. Later, I kept hearing people talk about these two temples. Sometimes they said the road was not peaceful, and sometimes they said the red leaves on the road were beautiful. They said the red leaves are good and advised me to go in autumn, but others advised me to go in summer. I rode once. When the donkey went to Badachu, the driver asked me if I had been to Tanja. I said no. He said that Tanja has beautiful scenery and is full of experienced Taoists. He went there and passed it, which is 70 or 80 miles away from Badachu, and he could ride a sedan or a donkey. I don't really like the sophisticated attire, especially the long hair. He looks arrogant and dirty. I don't even want to ride a donkey for 70 or 80 miles, because I know that neither the donkey nor I can bear it. What really moved me was the name, Tanja Temple. Don't you understand? I just don't understand how wonderful it is. Lazy people pronounce it Tanja Temple. That's even more baffling. I'm afraid this is a trick of Chinese grammar. If we were to Europeanize it and say, Tanja's Temple, then there would be no need to chew or chant. There is also a poem about Qi Gu, in which recent people chanted Tai Song. The poem is full of vigor, and it is the same with Lai Song. So go. But in the spring before summer and autumn, and it is early spring, there are no flowers in early spring in Peking. Only then did he seriously inquire about people who had been there. Some say it is better to live in Tanja, and some say it is better to live in the precept altar. Some people say that the road is too difficult to walk, and when they reach it, they are exhausted and no longer interested in playing. Some people say walking is fun. Another person said that they were riding in a sedan when they were going there. On the way, two sedan bearers quarreled and put the sedan down, saying that they would not carry it anymore. So I secretly decided not to sit in a sedan chair or walk. I took the middle path and rode a donkey. According to common saying, Tanja Temple is always in front. Jiatan Temple was behind, thinking that Jiatan Temple must be far away, so he decided to stay in Tanja, because if he couldn't come back in one day, he would have to stay there. When I got off the bus at Mentugu, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to hire many donkeys because there were so many people, but that was not the case. When I hired donkeys, I realized that going to the altar was half the price. That means nearly half. At this time, I suddenly showed off my ability and wanted to walk. Let's go. This section of the road is quite interesting. It's like a riverbed. You can't find a place without stones. You're always stumbling under your feet. It's annoying. There are no trees. Not even a blade of grass. This area was originally a coal kiln, and carts pulling coal were constantly coming and going. The dust was saturated with coal dust and turned into a dull dark gray, which made people breathless. Walk for an hour. I feel like I can't do anything anymore. I was afraid that I would be exhausted before I got there. Fortunately, a donkey came down from the mountain. I hired it as if I had found a treasure, mounted it, and went. The east wind was particularly strong on this day. Normally, riding a donkey is unstable, but when the wind blows, misfortune never comes singly. There are roads on the east and west sides of the mountain. They are very narrow and have slopes below. Originally, we walked from the west. Seeing that the wind was too strong, the donkey driver pulled the donkey onto the east road. Just like that, one time the wind almost blew the donkey down. If we go west, there is no chance that the donkey and I will go home together. I recall that people in the past painted pictures of riding donkeys in the wind and snow, which were very elegant things. I guess they were not for going to Tanja Temple. As usual, there should be some poetry on the back of a donkey, but I have a donkey underneath and a hat and glasses on top, both of which I need to take care of. I also have a habit of crying when the wind blows, so I often have to take out a handkerchief to dry it. At that time, I really wished I had a third hand. The mountain peaks are rising in the east, and the wind cannot pass. But the donkey can't be ridden either, it's said to be too rough. There are so many obstacles. At this time, my spirit became better. The rugged road is the perfect place to practice my waist and feet, and I have to pay attention to everything from my eyes to my heart to my feet, unlike on the flat ground. The more people there are, the better. I have a competitive mentality and always want to be at the front. Furthermore, although the mountains here are not dangerous, they are abrupt, ugly, and carved in many places. We say this is a bit like a mountain. It is always like Badachu, which is really boring. So I walked straight to the back gate of Tanja Temple. This rough road is half as long as the one walked in the wind. The little donkey is useless. The donkey driver said, "Well, this is just for me. You can be a companion." Early the next morning, more than 20 people hired animals and headed to the altar with great force. Mine is a mule, which is said to be much more stable. This is the first time, so I ride on it happily. This way we have to go through Luoho Ridge. It's just a mountain, but the road is narrow and winding. Although it's not high, it's always convex and concave. In many places only one animal can pass. To be honest, it's a dangerous point, son. I think of the ancient times when we used troops to attack the enemy from the side roads. Perhaps this is also the case. Ziqing Comics, Preface. Ziqing Comics, Preface. Fong Ziqing's comic collection. Brother Ziqing. Knowing that your comic will be published is exactly what I wanted, and I am full of joy. You should always remember that there was a dusk. At dusk on White Horse Lake, in your living room with a ceiling that almost reaches your head, like a dice, you and I read a comic collection by Takahisa Yumeji. You told me that the preface was interesting, and you translated it roughly for me to listen to. You understand me best about painting. A layman through and through. But for comics, you often have to nod or shake your head in a serious manner, and there are always more nodding times than shaking your head, although there is no statistics, I know it. That day I naturally turned my head around, while nodding. I think I first saw a comic, also drawn by a Japanese. There is a painting in it, the title seems to be A.A. Viscount B. Tears, the last two words have been forgotten, which depicts a slightly sideways bust. He wears glasses on his serious face, and there are 3 or 5 double-hooked teardrops. Tick-tick-tick-tock fell from his eyes. I felt great oppression and relaxed pleasure at the same time, a strange contradiction. One of Mang Er's paintings, probably the first in the collection, also gave me a similar feeling. My memory of the title and content of that painting is really poor and has become very blurry. I only remember that in the left or right corner of the bottom of the painting, there were extremely thick, fat, and short exclamation point and question mark painted side by side. It's a pity that I don't remember which of the two brothers has the upper hand. Who stands at a disadvantage? I knew, for shame, that they were the mystery of my entire life. At the same time, I felt like they were the two fat kids that were often seen there. In my mind, it tastes like syrup and ginger juice, but I can't tell what it tastes like. No matter what, I am always amazed. A few strokes of smear will create a small world that will make you sigh and laugh at the same time. Although the sigh is gentle, and the smile is slight, it is like a sharp paper knife that can kill you if it is poked into your throat. And to laugh and sigh at the same time is really unworthy of a man. What a joke. That's a long way to go. Now I just ask you, brother, what did I say to you that day? Do you think this sentence is a bit menacing and difficult to resist? It doesn't matter, let's read the following. I said, you can do the same as Meng Er, and you will also print a copy in the future. You are so old, I probably didn't say anything. Yes, you always say nothing. When I say this, I don't mean it out of words, I really do, and I look forward to it. Moreover, at that time, in your small living room, the two perpendicular walls were already lined with manuscripts of cartoons that looked like little eyes, when the breeze passed through them. You can almost hear the rustling sound. What I say is more certain. Now the Ziqing comics will be published, he can prove that I have not lied. It's windy tonight. The wind from the north troubles my heart no more than the wind from the south. I stopped writing. November 2nd, 1926, Peiping. Venice. Venice. Venice is a unique place. When you get out of the train station, you will immediately feel that there are no buses here, and the way to get there is not to take a small steamer. Just hire a gondola. The Grand Canal runs through Venice, like an S written backwards. This is the main street. There are also 418 small rivers. These are small alleys. The ship is like a bus, walking on the street. The gondola is a small boat with a rowing oar. Unique to Venice, it goes everywhere. Venice is not without bridges. There are 378 of them. As long as you're not afraid of beating around the bush, you can get there without going down the river. However, there are still many people on board the ship, and the business of gondola does not seem to be bad. Venice is the city in the sea. It is a group of small islands on the northeastern corner of the Italian peninsula. A sandbank separates the Adriatic Sea from the outside. Looking from the bell tower of St. Mark's Square, clusters of flowers are rippling in the green waves. In the distance is the water and the sky meet in a vast expanse. There is no soot here, the sky is clean, in the mild sunlight, everything seems transparent. When Chinese people come here, they feel like they are in a water town in the south of the Yangtze River. Those who come from northern Europe in early summer can still see the clear spring here. The back of the sky. The sea water is so green and so strong that it will take you to your dreams. Venice is not only beautiful, you can tell it by walking around St. Mark's Square. This square field faces a canal in the south, the center of the field is eastward, and to the south is the clock tower that can be seen in the distance. The most lively place in Venice is here, and the most gorgeous and solemn place is also here. Except, on the west side, it is surrounded by buildings that are over 300 years old. On the east side, in the middle is St. Mark's Church, which is 800 or 900 years old. The bell tower is on the right side of it. Further to the right is the New Yamen. On the left side of the church is the Old Yamen. The lower floors of these two buildings are now full and shops have been opened. In front of the shop is a long corridor, with people coming and going all day long. Next to the church, extending straight to the canal, is the grandfather's mansion. This half belongs to the small square. The other half belongs to the canal. St. Mark's Church is the owner of the square. It was built in the 11th century and was originally in the Byzantine style, mainly with straight lines. In the 14th century, Gothic-style decorations, such as pointed arches, were added. In the 17th century, Renaissance decorations, such as railings, were added. Therefore, it is both majestic and beautiful, and wonderful at the same time. This is the beauty of the Venetians. The roof and walls of the church are covered with paintings made of broken glass, large, probably real gold, blue and red images of the Holy Spirit. These statues are made very solemnly. The floor of the church is paved with marble in various colors and patterns. In that spacious and dark atmosphere, you feel majestic and solemn. The two buildings on the left and right of the church are of different styles and are not symmetrical. The bell tower is 322 feet high and is also on one side. But both houses have 3 floors and many arches, just in line with the church's facade and dome. They are also made of white stone, which highlights the splendor of the church. To the right of the church is the road to the canal. It is a small square, which originally seemed more spacious. The bell tower just fills this gap. It seems that when a general appears in our play, the flag behind him always takes the lead. The buildings in this square are actually in harmony with their rhythm. Canalet #O, Italy, 18th century. There is a school of painters who specializes in painting Venetian architecture and draws many of their paintings from this square. There are some pictures in the Dresden Painting Academy in Germany, which are really good. There are many murals and ceiling paintings of famous people in the mansion, including Tin D #Orit #O, 16th century. The large painting, Paradise, is the most famous, but more importantly, it is the value of its architecture. Having this house on the canal adds a lot of color. This is completely Gothic style. It was started in the 9th century, at the beginning of the century, and has been repeatedly damaged by fires and rebuilt many times. It is said that the current one is still in its original style. The best thing to see is its southwest side. The west side is diagonally opposite St. Mark's Square, and the south side is on the canal. Looking at it from the canal, it really looks like you are in a painting. It also has 3 floors. The lower 2 floors are pointed arches, and at first glance, there are countless pillars. The arch at the bottom is simple and wide. It looks like it is carrying a load. The upper floor is denser and more for decoration. The top floor is simpler, without a single pillar, and except for a few scattered windows and doors, it is a whole wall. The walls are made of white and rose red marble with simple square patterns. It's as bright as a girl in the daylight. The Venetian is truly a master of coloring. From the canal, the house appears to be in the water. The lower 2 floors are exquisite shelves, and the upper floor is the house. This is a very clever structure, coupled with the bright and elegant colors. It makes people feel confused. There is Taishi Bridge behind the mansion. In the past, there was a prison on one side and a court on the other. Prisoners had to pass here for interrogation, hence the name. Byron once sang this in his poem, so it became popular, but in fact it is only a recent thing. Pengbei Old City. Pengbei Old City. Today's translation is Pompeii. The ancient city of Pompeii is located south of Naples, on the southwest corner of the Italian peninsula. Mount Vesuvius is to its east, like a screen. In AD 79, Vesuvius erupted fire for the first time. The lava that spewed out was nothing but the cracked ash. It pressed down like a mountain, and in the end buried a prosperous Pangbei city alive underneath, without a breath of wind. It was, in the middle of the night. Fortunately, most people, seeing the omen as bad, had already rolled up and left. There aren't many left, I guess they're just poor boys and fools. The city was buried, and over time, no one forgot about it. There are only 2 letters from a man named Junior Bleeny at that time, describing the circumstances of Pangbei's fall. But no one can point out the ruins of this ancient city. It was not until the Colosseum and several other houses were unearthed in 1748 that we had a clue. Systematic excavation was not carried out until 1860. By now most of the city has left and arrived. The work is still going on. Pangbei's culture is very high, which can be seen from roads, buildings, murals, sculptures, utensils, etc. Most of the latter 3 are displayed in the National Museum of Naples. Those who go to Pangbei are best to go there first. But this culture was generally imported from Greece and Rome. Man himself has very little. At that time, the Roman generals had won many battles and had nothing to do, so they became elegant and collected Greek beauties and arts to decorate their houses. Some of these things were stolen during the war, and some were purchased. As the old saying goes, the best is the one above. There must be something like this. This hobby of art gradually became a trend. At that time, the Romans had a lot of money, but the Greeks were poor, and they were happy to have such good patrons. It's just a third-class city where wealthy people display fine art. It is already like a dusty museum, which can be imagined in other big cities. Along the coast of Pangbei, it was connected to Greece at that time and was also a commercial city, and the people were very wealthy. Their life is very luxurious and extravagant, just like the saying, full and warm, thinking about lust. The obscene style seems to be very strong. They worship the male root and believe it can give people good luck and luck, unlike later generations who have dirty thoughts. When walking on the street, it is common to see black male roots placed horizontally on the walls. Utensils are often decorated with them. There is a big house. It was inhabited by 2 single men named Wei Ti, and it was the best preserved. There was a small room inside, and the walls were covered with spring paintings. It is said that they often invited women here from outside. There was originally a fountain in the yard, and the spring water exited from the male root of the small stone statue. The statue is now hidden in that hut. There is also a mural on the corridor, which depicts a scale. In the left plate is a money bag. A man puts his manhood in the right plate, and the left plate becomes taller. It can be seen that Pangbei's emphasis is on that and not here. There is also a brothel. Enter. There is a hallway in the middle of the door, and there are 5 small rooms on both sides. Each room has an earthen bed, and there is not much space outside the bed. There are spring paintings on the walls of the hall, and people's names are sometimes engraved on the walls inside the hut. It is said that these are the names recommended by tourists, so that his friends can see them and choose his favorite. People who have always been drunk and lascivious are also extremely indulgent in drinking. I just saw that there were hotels everywhere and many people's houses had cellars for storing wine, and I knew it. Hotels in Pangbei are somewhat like those in Shaoxing, Hangzhou. The wine bar and counter are at the door, and there is not much space inside. Most of the people who come here drink counter wine. You can still see many broken wine racks and wine jars of various sizes. There are also quite a few wine jars piled up in the cellar. These wine bowls are made of luss, have long necks, thin bellies and pointed bottoms. They look nimble, but they are not stable. I don't know how to arrange it at that time. Pangbei people will enjoy happiness because their bathhouses are well built. There are hot and cold baths and steam baths. There are wardrobes in the venue, one for each bather, so they can take a bath comfortably and safely. The field is wide and tall, and the walls and dome are covered with paintings. There was a big round window in the middle of the roof. Light came from here, and rain also came from here. But they didn't care about the rain, because it was wet inside anyway. One day, there is a restaurant opposite the bathing place. After taking a bath, you can go here to eat and drink. It's so beautiful. Pangbei City is not that big, but there are 3 theaters. The large theater is the largest, with a capacity of 20,000 people. It is probably not commonly used, but it is still in good condition. The 2 commonly used ones are smaller and dilapidated. One is said to have a roof and is used at night, and the other is without a roof and is used during the day. There are several markets in the city. It is a place for public business and entertainment. Courts and temples are among them. Berlin. Berlin. The streets in Berlin are wide and clean, and even London and Paris cannot match them, and because of the recession, the number of vehicles coming and going is also sparse. Walk here. You can breathe the air calmly and freely without having to look around and dodge. It is also very easy to find the way, because the streets are probably crisscrossing each other, and there are few sideways. The largest and widest one is called Under the Linden Tree, which houses the University of Berlin, the National Library, and the new National Academy of Painting. The State Opera House is on this street. The East End is connected to the Museum Island, the Cathedral, and the Forbidden City. The West End is less than 2 miles long, ending at the famous Brandenburg Gate. After passing the gate, you will reach Tiergarten, and the street will continue straight down. This time it is quite long, 37 or 8 miles. The Brandenburg Gate, like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, is also dedicated to merit. The building was built in the late 18th century, somewhat in the style of the Nexicals Gate in Athens. It is 66 feet high and 68.5 yards wide. There are 6 multi-power, Q-style stone pillars on each side. On the top is the Statue of Victory standing in a horse-drawn carriage. It is majestic and solemn, showing the splendor of the German capital. The god was taken away as a victory gift by Napoleon in 1807, but was brought back by German troops 7 years later. Go west from under the Bodhi tree. As soon as you step out of this door, you immediately feel refreshed, and there is a world before your eyes. The vastness, the endless green trees, our Tiergarten. This is Berlin's largest park, 6 miles from east to west and about 2 miles from south to south. The terrain is naturally good, and the trees are planted very skillfully, with small lakes and streams. Whether it is hidden or obvious, it also arranges the place. The road is like the spokes of a wheel, moving towards the axis. Lush tall trees line up along the road. Sometimes there are some white stone statues lined up under the trees, which look even whiter against the dark green background. Small, like the veins on leaves, I don't know how many there are. Follow the road, there will always be a good place, and it will live up to you. There are also many flower beds in the garden. Rosen flower bed is a famous one, with the best roses. A natural wall is surrounded by a circle, with small green round leaves growing densely and thickly on it. The top of the wall is uneven. There are 2 small square pools in the altar, filled with snow-white water lotus flowers, delicately held on the leaves, like the eyes of sleepy stars. Between the two pools is a statue of a queen. The flowers and colors around it seem to be her offerings. For Tiergarten people, workmanship is better than nature. Real nature is a state of mind. I once walked through a forest in the New West District, outside the city. The sparse trees, tall and thin trunks, and the randomly winding road under the trees remind people of Ni Yunlin's painting books. It doesn't look that big, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning. But I haven't left yet. I often see sportsmen-like men and women in and out of Berlin. The women were probably walking boldly with their bare feet and arms exposed, but they were not the same as the men. They are not as slender as Parisian women, nor as restrained as London women, but it's natural. Some people say they are too thick, but they have a lot of strength. The Spree River runs through the city of Berlin, and there are many boaters and people on the river. Often a man and a woman sit opposite each other. The man is only wearing a swimming suit, maybe shirtless and only wearing shorts. It's not surprising to anyone watching. And some cheered. I once saw a female college student pointing at a person rowing like this and saying, "Beautiful." Praising the body and praising sports has become their morality. On Saturdays and Sundays, I went to the waterside to see the outdoors. Everyone, men, women, old and young, showed a little bit of sportsmanship. One step further is the so-called natural movement. We all just don't have to worry about clothes, that's how we live naturally. There is a certain place for this, but of course it won't be seen everywhere. But books and magazines are easy to buy. There are movies like this too. Those people. The movement posture is nice and soft, a bit like Tai Chi against the background of the long sky and the sea. This set is indeed beautiful and harmonious. The newspaper recently said that the German authorities are going to ban them, which seems to be a bit troublesome. Berlin's important museums are concentrated on a small island in the Spree River. This is called Museum Island. Although it is called a continent, because there is so much land around it, the rivers are almost crowded, and with the addition of the 16 bridges, you don't feel like you are in a continent when you walk up there. President of the continent. There are 7 museums in total, 6 of which are connected. The most amazing ones are Pergamon and Near Eastern monuments. Pergamon was an important Greek city in Asia Minor and is now Bergamo. A group of Berlin museums discovered and excavated there. A large hall of enjoyment was excavated, which was used to worship the great god Zeus. This temple was built 2,200 years ago. It is grand in scale and exquisitely carved. It was already dilapidated when it was excavated. Scholars painstakingly studied it and found out what it looked like, so they repaired it accordingly and put it in place. In a large, purpose-built room. The room is so big that one can look at this palace however they want. The roof is covered with glass, allowing the most even light to come from above. The walls are light blue, making this white stone temple even more attractive. The temple is in the shape of a square lock, surrounded by ion Nick-style stone pillars, like a corridor. Where the lock is located, there are several levels of steps. There are also several floors at both ends, with halls and bases on each. On the base of the hall and under the pillars are the famous wall sculptures. Frieze is a special decoration in Greek architecture. Stories are carved half-deep on the narrow strips of stone, embedded in the middle of the wall. This kind of wall sculpture is quite famous. For example, this is the wall sculpture of the Parthenon in Athens that now exists in the British Museum. The one here is 132 yards long, and part of it is already The sutra was moved to the wall opposite the temple. The story engraved is the war between the Olympian gods and the giants of the earth. Among them, the characters are energetic, full of strength, and experience disasters as if they were alive. Another large room houses the remains of Roman architecture. The first is a large three-door gate with 2 floors, the upper floor. All for decoration. There are 6 pairs of Corinthian stone pillars on each of the 2 floors, separated from the door and separated by a slightly winding corridor. There are 3 buildings on the upper floor. The doors are solid and there is a statue inside each. They are all neat and beautiful. One is the small temple. Both were in the 2nd century. Paris. Paris. The Seine River runs through the city of Paris like an arc. Hunan is called the left bank, where the famous Latin Quarter is located. Hebei is called the right bank, and there are 2 major places on the left bank. All the prosperity of Paris is in this area. It is said that Paris is the flower capital, and this area is really it. The right bank is not a place where poor students can often go. So a Chinese friend said that he is from the left bank and adheres to the principle of nothing but the river. A mere strip of water separates the 2 groups of people. But when it comes to art, both sides of the Taiwan Strait have their own advantages, we might as well say. Paris as a whole is an art city. In the past, people said that the vegetable sellers and servants in the 6 dynasties had smoke and water. Everyone in Paris probably had 1 or 2 elegant bones on their body. You see, in the parks and on the streets, there are some fountains and some statues, there are museums everywhere, and exhibitions are always open. They breathe art almost like air, and become elegant naturally. In the center of the right bank is the Congo Square. This square is very wide, extending in all directions, and is surrounded by scenic spots. Standing majestically in the middle is the 2nd monument of Egypt's Ramesses. The monument is a square cone, 76 feet high, and is inscribed with hieroglyphics. It was moved here in 1836, and it has been 100 years in the blink of an eye. There is a bronze water fountain on each side, which is very large. There are some bronze statues surrounding the pool, representing the major cities in France. One of them represents Fort Strasbourg. Since that place was ceded to Germany in 1870, the French have always placed some wreaths and large blades of grass on the statue every July 14th, the national day, and left it there all year round to wake people up. It was not until October 1918 that the peace treaty was concluded. Fort Stays returned to France and then stopped. The monument and water fountain are illuminated with arc lamps every Saturday night. Then, the monument stood out from the darkness. The water was like snow falling from the mountain. This site was originally the site of the guillotine during the French Revolution. In the Age of Terror, Louis XVI, the Queen, and people from various parties took turns to bow their heads and be killed here. But now, there is no trace left. To the east of the field is the Brickyard Garden. There is also a fountain. There are rows of white stone statues, hidden by clumps of green trees. Wander here, wander. You can keep wandering around, and the cars and horses all around are just as if they are not there. The garden is in the so-called French style, with flowers and plants divided into borders, each arranged in an exquisite pattern, symmetrical to each other. It's neat and exquisite, making it pleasing to the eye, but it doesn't have any wild feelings. There is no vitality, like the pug in Peiping. There are the most tourists here in spring and it is very crowded. Sometimes, there are concerts in the shade of green trees. The music was melodious and carried by the wind to the ears of everyone present. Further east is Garrosset Square, separated only by a narrow road. In the time of Louis XIV, this was a school grounds. There is a small triumphal arch in the field, which was built by Napoleon to commemorate his victory. It is modeled after a certain gate in Rome. Napoleon ordered the bronze statue of the horse taken from St. Mark's Church in Venice to be placed on the top of the door. But by 1814, the bronze statue finally returned to its hometown. France had to replace it with a new one, and the luster was naturally much worse. To the west of Congo Square is the famous Ferry Street, which leads directly to the Arc de Triomphe. It is 4.5 miles long. The Arc de Triomphe is located on a high ground, and from the Congo Square, it doesn't seem to be very far away. You'll know as soon as you leave. The eastern half of the street is simply a garden on both sides, covered with dense green leaves in spring. The western half is the real street. The streets are very wide. There are 2 rows of trees on the road, running straight towards the Arc de Triomphe. Kai. The revolving door stands majestically at the end of the street, as if halfway up the sky. I'm afraid the streets in famous European cities will never be as good as here. Calling them fairy streets is not an exaggeration. There are theaters, dance halls, and restaurants on the street, which are enough for tourists to have fun. The construction of the Arc de Triomphe began in 1806. It was also built by Napoleon to commemorate his merits. But he did not see it completed. The door is 160 feet high, 164 feet wide, and 72 feet deep. It is the largest triumphal arch in the world. The dates 1792 to 1815 are carved on the door. The scenes of the war in France during the 1960s were all produced by famous artists. Among them, the departure scene by Roth, Burgundian Rude, 10th and 19th centuries, is so impassioned that it can still inspire us today. This door has a special feature. On the day of Napoleon's death, looking up from Ferry Street, the setting sun happened to be on the doorstep. Under the door's circle is the tomb of an unknown soldier. He is buried here to represent the 1.5 million French soldiers who died in the war. The tomb is flat, with words embedded in the ground. There is a memorial fire in the center. The flames are thick and red, swaying in the wind. This fire is lit every day by regiments of soldiers participating in the war. You can go up to the top of the door by taking an elevator or climbing a stone staircase. The stone staircase has 273 steps. Looking from above, there are no less than 10 or 2 tree-lined roads around. They all converge to the door, like the wheels of a big cart. Literary house. Literary house. Du Fu's, the most practical, said, if the Taoist priests had no talents, how could there be Chu Yuan's house on the mountain? Shui Jingzhu states that, in the north of Zigui County, there is Chu Yuan's former house 160 miles away, with piles of stones as the foundation. It seemed like it was just a pile of rotten stones, and Du Fu was just talking loudly. However, as time goes by, it is natural that it will be uncertain. Speaking more closely, the Li Chuanka, in Nye Hai Hua, is Li Siming. He is remembered in the book. The first sentence of his self-written couplet says, there are 10,000 volumes of books in Bowen Temple Street. But for those who are walking through Baosi Street in Beiping now, who knows that there is a house where he lived? Not to mention what was going on inside the house, what it was like when he lived there. I wanted to pay my respects and stay, so I had to stand in the street for a while, lost in thought. Westerners take hero worship seriously, and the former homes of celebrities are often well preserved. For example, Shakespeare's house, the old house, the new house, and the old lady's house are all in good condition, even the furniture and belongings are preserved. Shakespeare may be special, but others. If there is an old house that can be recognized, it should at least be marked with a wooden sign on the wall so that visitors can have a place to wander, whether there are people living in the house or it has been converted into a shop. The 4 literati houses I saw in London this time were of recent times, and the conditions inside the houses were better than those of Shakespeare, the 4 houses. They were probably purchased with private donations, decorated, and then handed over to the public. Dr. Samuel Johnson's, Samuel John, Psalm, 1709–1784, house is a 3-story building in the Old City, quietly located in the corner of a small square. He entered the house in 1748 and lived there for 11 years. His wife died here. His assistant compiled it in the small room 3 floors above, which became his big dictionary. That allegorical novel, #Edgorical novel, Isella, c. Rasselas, was probably written in this room. It was written at night, only for a week, in order to pay for the burial of my mother. Everywhere in the house, such as the entrance hall, wainscoting, stairs, cupboards, kitchen, etc., is full of ancient style. The famous large dictionary is displayed in the living room downstairs. It is the 3rd edition, 2 thick volumes. He compiled this dictionary to preserve the purity of English and to determine the meaning of words, because at that time, writers used too many French words. Some of the meanings defined in the dictionary are very different. Humor, such as she-poet, mother-poet, she-poet, spelling example of she-goat, female goat dash, or oats, a kind of grain, are used to feed horses in England, while in Scotland, thinking it as food for the people is enough to cause damage. The London Johnson Society used this house as its meeting place. Keats, John Keats, 1795–1821, house, in Hampstead District, Hampstead, North City. Although he did not live or die in this house, he lived here, fell in love here, and was attacked here. Write immortal poetry here. At that time, Hampstead was still a rural area and famous for its scenery. It was not as densely populated as it is now. Coise lives with his friend Brown, Charles Armitage Brown. Behind the house is a large garden. The green grass and flowers are as quiet as a lifetime ago. In the middle is an old plum tree that died in 1921, but its trunks are still there. According to Brown's memoirs, Nightingale's Song seems to have been written under this tree. Brown said, in the spring of 1819, there was a nightingale nesting near this house. Jiz often listened to it singing to please himself. One morning after breakfast, he picked up a chair and sat down on the grass under the plum tree, and sat upright for 2 or 3 hours. When he entered the room, he saw him holding a few pieces of paper and stuffing them behind the book. Ask him. Only then did I realize that it was written by the nightingale who sang about us. The plum tree mentioned here may be the one in the garden. But there is grass in front of the house, and there is also a 300-year-old mulberry tree on the ground, with sparse branches and leaves, and it still bears mulberries. Some people think that Nightingale's Song may be here. Written under a tree. Jiz wrote the most good poems in this house. Their engagement ring is also here, set with a ruby. There is also a copy of a quarterfold edition of Shakespeare that Jiz often uses. He worked hard on Shakespeare. The margins of the book are filled with quotes and some exquisite comments. Wrote in his own handwriting in the margins 2 poems from the play, King Lear, written by him when he met Milton and sat alone to reread it. On the title page of the book it was written, to Bronfan, nigh, 1820, according to the year. I must have given it as a souvenir when I went to Italy. A copy of Cologne's ink imprint of The Nightingale Song is here. There is also a manuscript of Hardy's poem, Hampstead House, donated by Mrs. Hardy. Photocopies are sold in the house. Jiz's calligraphy excels with its beauty. Hardy's old age wins. Galtonian Market. Galtonian Market. People who have lived in Peiping always know the fun of visiting temple fairs and small markets. You pace back and forth, looking here, standing there, looking for something you like, and comparing the price. Buy some and let people take a look and tell them how good they are. Then mention the price and tell them how clever it is. Your hard work is not in vain. It doesn't matter if you don't buy anything, just 1, 2, 3, or 4 items that you like are enough for you to talk about. Besides, after staying in the market for a while, I have passed my mushroom addiction, so what's there to complain about? Londoners are going to the Caledonian Market one after another, and it is this energy that drives them. The landlady placed a grenade shell on the stove in the living room to hold soot. A little smaller than a melon, the surface is polished and shiny, and the small square pieces are bordered by thick and deep black channels. They are good at being pretty and good at being silly. The landlady said it was still her home. I bought it from the Galtonian Market when my husband was still alive. She said that this market sells second-hand goods, and you can bargain. There are many kinds of goods, some of which are stolen, but there are also good things. There are so many people going there. The market is only open on Tuesdays and Fridays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's a bit like a temple fair. There are several second-hand book and junk shops outside the market, but they seem to be doing business frequently, and it's a bit like a small market. First, we went to a used bookstore outside. No windows or doors. The land on my back was gray and fluffy. It had just rained, and there was still a small puddle at the door. Going in from the middle of the messy pile of books, you can see that they are sorted into different categories. Literature is in the room, and the air has changed, and it smells bad. It has been 3 years now, and I haven't forgotten it, but I can't tell what the smell is. There are the most Bibles, a whole box. No, there are a bunch of related novels left and right. But I also picked out a complete collection of Shakespeare and a few serious anthologies of poetry. The complete works of Shakespeare were, of course, an ordinary book, but they only cost 9 pence, which was only 50 or 60 cents. The shop also sells old chatterbox films, which are constantly turned on for people to listen to. 3 or 5 male and female waiters were moving around like a shuttle. I didn't go inside the other shops, but when I looked outside, they were all gray and rustic. There is a small sign at the entrance of the market that says the opening date, and another one that says, "Beware of pickpockets," something I haven't seen anywhere else in London. The size of the ground is similar to that of Dongan Market in Peking, with half of it covered and half open air. It is clean and tidy, but far inferior to Dongan Market. There are many stalls. There are no stalls in the house, but in the open air. The people setting up the stalls include men, women, old and young, with all kinds of colors. There are also Indians with their hair tied around their heads. What is sold is daily necessities, cloth, knickknacks, and furnishings. The variety is not that great, and most of them are too old-fashioned. There were a few pieces of Japanese porcelain, but no Chinese items. There are also people selling food and entertainment. After walking around for a long time, I saw a copper lion paperweight. It was heavy enough and the lion was quite majestic. The asking price was 3 shillings, a surplus of 2 yuan, and I paid 1 shilling, but the purchase was not successful. When they were about to leave, they caught a glimpse of a large and thick book on the ground. They picked it up and flipped through it. It turned out to be a sample of a private New Year's greeting card from a book and paper shop. Although these old New Year's cards are trash, they are beautifully printed and different from each other. Same, when I asked the price, it was only 4 pence, which was more than 2 cents, so I bought it immediately. When I went out, I bought another velvet roller for shoe polishing. It was cheap, and I still use it to this day. At this time, I was worried about the inconvenience of holding a large booklet, but when I looked up, I saw a seller selling cardboard bags in various sizes. Everyone who buys something must buy one of these. Outside the door and along the road to the street, people are walking around. Almost all of them are carrying paper bags. The sample New Year's card in my pocket, when I returned home, I showed it to Miss Ty's children, and they all couldn't put it down. Let them guess the price, at least 4 yuan. I can't help but think that a trip to Galtoni is worth it. Written on April 11, 1935. Originally published in issue 147 of Ta Kung Pao Literary Supplement, on April 14, 1935. Christmas. Christmas. Christmas Day, December 25th. The British celebrate Christmas just like we do in the old calendar year. In terms of customs and religion, this day is simply New Year's Day. It is said that this was already the case in the 7th century, from the 14th century to the mid-18th century. Although the New Year's Day was changed to March 25th, the situation will remain the same from now on. As for January 1st, which is only the nominal beginning of the year, they have never paid much attention to it. These days, people have more and more opportunities to have fun, and they don't care to wait until the holidays. Therefore, the scenes of New Year's Eve fade away again and again, and things that are as enthusiastically anticipated and enthusiastically used as before may only exist in the memories of the elderly and the imagination of children. This is especially true in big cities. You can see it in Shanghai. Not to mention the more prosperous London. Besides, in these bad days, who has the heart to have fun seriously? So even though it's Christmas, everyone only decorates it to celebrate the occasion. But the postmen were very busy, with thousands of greeting cards passing through their hands. In addition to the greeting cards, there are also calendar cards. This kind of calendar card is a little larger, mounted on a card, and has pictures and auspicious words. There are a lot of tricks, but they are far inferior to the greeting cards. There are 2 types of greeting cards, one with the name filled in and the other with the name printed. Those who are well-traveled use the latter option, which is naturally more expensive. It is said that in previous years, people had to engage in intrigues and tricks, but this year they mostly kept things simple in order to save some money. The former type is different. Each bookstore has to compete for buyers, so there are more colors than before. But it is said that it is not very fresh and surprising. After all, this is just a thing for the occasion, son. But in the eyes of a foreigner, the colorful scenery is just enough to look at. I once went to a big book and paper shop in the old city and saw 4 thick volumes with as many as 3,000 kinds of samples. The sample begins with a royal greeting card. The King's painting is a painting of St. Paul's Hall, the Queen's 2 paintings inside and outside, one of which is a garden painting, the Prince of Wales's painting is a painting of an audience, and the Duke and Duchess of York's painting is a painting of the ice play in St. James's Park in 1660. Princess Marley's hunting, picture. St. Paul's Church is majestic and majestic. Looking down at the City of London, the flowers in the garden reveal the smile of God. Waiting for others is a metaphor for good luck and joy, waiting for you on the road of life. St. James's Park, south of St. James's Palace, represents the palace, and ice skating and hunting represents the British people's hobby of sports. The picture of ice skating is antique and full of dignity. These greeting cards are large as they are, and there are also small ones. Anyone can buy them, fill in their name, and send them to others. In addition, there are all gold ones, sparkling and shining, ones with butterfly wings, sparkling sapphire blue, and ones with hollow intarsia yarn. Exquisite and clear, like chewing ice and snow. There are also parchment imitation quarterfold editions, small windmills inlaid with copper sheets, images of the Virgin inlaid with stained glass sheets, inlaid with paper-cut birds, and ones with wool glued on the heads of owls. All of them are designed to give people a sense of reality. The ladies are also very busy. Arranging gifts for relatives, friends, husbands and children, decorating the house, Christmas trees, fires, chickens, etc. A week before the festival, I would go to the Oxford Street area every day when the lights first came on, and the people hurriedly walking past each other on the sidewalk were all selling New Year's goods. Needless to say, there are many ladies. There are two things that are indispensable for decorating a house, namely holly and mistletoe branches. The former is also used in churches, the latter is only used in people's homes. Most of them are installed in high places. Choose the green holly. Sometimes they also carry small red fruits. They have been used to decorate Christmas for a long time. Some people suspect that Christians picked them up from Roman and horse customs. Apple parasite has small white berries, but it is a British folk custom. It was used as late as the beginning of the 17th century. Once upon a time beneath it. A young man can kiss any woman, but after kissing he must take off a piece of the fruit. After picking the fruit, no more kissing is allowed down there. On Christmas night, I was at my friend's landlady's house. As usual, we should eat turkey and plum pudding. The landlady was very poor with money, but she sold some old furniture and bought a 22-pound turkey for the holidays. It's a pity that the maid was not careful and it dried up a little bit. The old lady nagged a few words to herself, but for the time being, she let it go. But the taste of turkey is not particularly similar. During the meal, everyone threw paper balls and played with fireworks. Two people pulled them, sometimes with just a single sound, sometimes with small pieces of paper between them, most of which were auspicious words with the word love. Play games after dinner. There are musical chairs. The number of chairs was one less than the number of people. When the music stopped, everyone rushed to sit, covering their eyes and blowing candles, catching people blind, robbing people, dividing into teams, grabbing balloons, etc. Everyone seemed to be in a mess, childish. Finally there is dancing. The night passed, and the next day everything was pretty much the same as before. A big loss for Chinese academic circles. A big loss for Chinese academic circles. Morning to Mr. Idwa. 1. Mr. Wen Idwa was brutally assassinated in Kunming, arousing grief and indignation across the country. This is a big loss for the democratic movement and a big loss for Chinese academics. Regarding the latter aspect, the author knows a lot, but now I will give a rough outline to commemorate this old friend whom I have admired for many years. Everyone knows that Mr. Wen is a poet. His Red Candle, especially his Dead Water, has been read by many people. This is one of the features of these collections. It's those patriotic poems. Before the anti-Japanese war, he was perhaps the only new patriotic poet. Here we can see his attitude towards literature. Since the new literature movement, many authors have understood the political and social nature of literature and expressed it. But Mr. Wen got to know him very cordially and acted very emphatic. He admires Du Fu the most among the poets in the past because Du Fu's poems are the most political and social. Later he went a step further and paid attention to the singing and dancing of primitive people. This is the art of the group and is also related to life. The art of living together. What he wants is enthusiasm, strength, and life like fire. But he did not ignore language skills. Everyone remembers him as the person who advocated the new rhythm of poetry and the person who created the new rhythm of poetry. He creates his own poetic language. And create your own language of prose. Everyone knows the poems, so there is no need to elaborate. The prose is like miscellaneous comments on Tang poems, but it's a pity that there are only 5 articles. The economical words and sentences, the complete and short length, are simply poetry. I, listening to his recent speeches, have been so powerful 2 or 3 times. Every word and sentence seems to be weighed out, but it is so natural and smooth. He, therefore, is particularly able to appreciate the twists and turns of ancient languages. Of course, the above all rely on academic ability, but more importantly, they rely on talent, that is, imagination. Just reading ancient books. Of course, one must first master the study of text and rhyme, but this is not enough. Without a vivid imagination and power, one can only do bits and pieces of work, and will never be able to master it. Care is needed here, but also boldness is needed. Mr. Wen, students can appreciate the expression of ancient languages. His collation of ancient books is frighteningly bold in some places, but you have to read it carefully to get what you have learned. If you read it calmly, you can't help but believe it. School books can be divided into dead schools and living schools. He is naturally a living school because of the general progress of knowledge and technology. His achievements surpass those of Gao Yuwang and his son from Jiahua School. He studies ancient China, but he wants to resurrect the partially fossilized ancient times in the minds of modern people. Because ancient times and modern times belong to the same society and the same country. And history is coherent. We need to objectively understand ancient times, however, we are objectively understanding ancient times. We modern people must be able to imagine ancient life in our minds and share ancient life in our minds. Only then can we understand the living antiquity. Perhaps this is the real ancient times. This is also the objective understanding of ancient times. Mr. Wen's study of Fuxi's story or myth is to integrate this myth with people's lives. Myths are not fantasy, no, they are entertainment, but the expression of people's desire for life and vitality. This is news of life and death and a record of the struggle between man and nature. It is no small matter. He also had the same attitude when studying the myths of Chu Ci. When he looked at Chu Yuan, he also placed him in the context of the entire era and society. He acknowledged that Chu Yuan was a great genius. But genius is a living person, not an idol. Only by looking at it this way can Chu Yuan's true face be reappeared in our hearts. When he studied the stories in The Book of Changes, he first had the image of the entire society in his mind. The same goes for studying the Book of Songs. He noticed that there were many sentences praising sexual life in those love poems. He often told jokes that he was becoming more and more physical when studying the Book of Songs. In fact, this showed the power of life. He is a man with a sense of humor. His knowledge is ancient. Sometimes I rely on this sense of humor. If you look at the article, Wolf, Postscript, in Kangjai Ruled Letters, you will know that he can appreciate the sense of humor of the ancients that others have never experienced. The so-called Kuang-zhai originated from Kuang, and Heng's sentence about poetry interpreting Ren-yi has exactly the meaning of humor. Mr. Wen Yi was desk, in his Dead Water, is also a rare humorous poem. He had a strong vitality and often told us that he would live to be 80 years old. But now he is not yet 48, and he died tragically under that despicable and vicious gun. A student once visited his body and saw that he was covered with blood, holding his head in his hands, and his whole body was in convulsions. Well, he is not willing to give in, and neither are we. On moral integrity. On moral integrity. Integrity is the inherent moral standard of our country. This standard is still used in modern times to measure people's behavior. The main thing is the way of life of so-called readers, scholars, or scholars. But this seems to be the case only among the middle-aged generation. The young generation seems not to pay much attention to this traditional standard. They are using the new standards that are being established, which can also be called new standards. The middle age generally accepts this tradition, but the young generation ignores it. This disconnection is common in such changing or turbulent times. Therefore, it cannot cause any discussion. It was not until recent years that Mr. Feng Xiufeng raised this standard and tradition as a problem, analyzed and criticized it. This was in his collection of essays, Country Style and City Style. Mr. Feng pointed out that there are two typical types of shijia. One is loyal ministers, and the other is noble scholars. He said that the latter often become nihilists who take restraints for the sake of restraint, because they are divorced from reality, and as a result, they often change their restraints. But he also said that shijia is a firm attitude toward life and a manifestation of independent personal will. Therefore, it is also possible to create a rebel or revolutionary who is close to the people, but the creation or completion of such a character can only be achieved in a later era, such as ours. The author generally agrees with Mr. Feng's analysis. I have often thought about this issue recently. Now I write down some of my own opinions. Maybe I can add something that Mr. Feng didn't mention. Qi and festival seem to be two independent ideas. There is a saying in Zhuang about fighting in one go, which refers to fighting. Later the so-called morale was this spirit, that is, fighting spirit. This refers to warriors. The Haran Qi advocated by Mencius seems to be the transformation and expansion of this Qi. He said the most powerful and strong and nurturing courage are both bringing it has the nature of fighting. Haran Qi is born of justice, and righteousness is what is later called righteousness. The meaning is narrower, but it can also be regarded as a branch of Haran Qi. The sense of justice we often talk about now, although it is special and does not emphasize reality, seems to be related to the awesome spirit. As for the righteousness that Wen Tianxiang sang, it is more obviously related to the awesome spirit. In the same vein. However, in the author's opinion, the two are not exactly the same. One seems to be emphasizing the negative aspect. The idea of festivals also existed in the pre-Qin period. There is a saying in Zhuang that the first time a festival is achieved, the second time it will be kept, and the next time it will be lost. In ancient times, etiquette and music were emphasized, and the spirit of music was harmony. The spirit of etiquette is section. Ritual and music are the means of noble life, which can also be said to be the purpose. They want to set levels, distinguish themselves, and have a stable social order, so they must section, but they want to rule, to be superior and to unify the subordinates, so they also want to be harmony. The etiquette is mainly about section, but it must also be combined with harmony. Cooperation, music is based on harmony, but it must be coordinated with festival. Section and some are opposite and complementary. Understanding this truth, we can say that the so-called Qingda festival and other festivals are derived from rituals and music and have become standards of behavior or standards of life. And this festival is actually the middle way of tradition. It is said that harmony is also the middle way, but the difference is that harmony focuses on unity, and section focuses on division. The emphasis is on division, so it is important to avoid making mistakes and not causing chaos, which brings negativity. Under various social conditions in the authoritarian era, it is not easy to express collective actions, so the scholar's attitude towards society was biased towards the standard of section. Those who are in power must be loyal ministers. This kind of loyalty may be manifested in direct remonstrances that offend the dignity of the monarch, sometimes even at the cost of one's life. Or it may be manifested in not serving as an official in the new dynasty or even martyrdom for the country. To be loyal even to the point of death is to be loyal and fierce. Those in the opposition should be noble people. This kind of people express their unwillingness to cooperate with those in power, so they are far away from reality, or even worse, they escape into the mountains and forests. That is a reclusive person. These two kinds of moral integrity, loyalty, and high moral integrity, are both negative expressions of the individual. Loyalty and integrity can at most create some failed heroes, and high integrity can only create some arrogant people who are wise and self-protective, and even some nihilists. It turns out that qi is moving. Can vary. We often talk about ambition. Ambition is the direction of the heart. It can be anywhere or thousands of miles away. Ambition and qi go hand in hand. However, integrity is quiet and unchanging, therefore, one must keep the integrity or not lose the integrity. Sometimes the knots even become dead, and the dead knots are disconnected from the living reality. As a result, people who think they are noble eventually change their moral integrity. Mr. Feng Xiafeng's discussion of Zhou's conduct as a human being is an example before his eyes. From the standpoint of the ruling class, loyalty is helpful to deeds. After all, loyal ministers protect this class, while noble people tolerate rebels. It is also beneficial to this class. So people in the Song dynasty said, starving to death is a small matter, but being dishonest is a big deal. Originally they were talking about women, but later they also used it to talk about scholars. This was exactly the tone of the spokesperson of the ruling class, but it was also. It means that the personal status of the warriors increased and their responsibilities increased at that time. On reading 100 times and never getting tired of it. On reading 100 times and never getting tired of it. I attended a seminar a few days ago to discuss Mr. Zhao Shuli's Li Youcai's Banhua. A young man in the audience suggested one fact: he read this book and liked it, but he didn't want to read it again. Everyone spent some time discussing this fact. Yes, people express their opinions and say that they don't want to read it again, which does not necessarily reduce the goodness of this book or its value. But time is running out. No clear conclusion has been reached. On the one hand, it seems that no one has reread this book, and it seems that they have never thought of rereading it. However, the problem is not only about this book, but about all literary and artistic works. Why do some people cannot read 100 times some works? Tired of reading, but some people don't want to read it a second time? Is it because the works are different? Is it because the people who read them are different? If the works are different, is never tired of reading them 100 times a criterion for evaluating works? These are all it's worth thinking about. Su Dongpa's poem, Send Off the Scholar Zhang Dun and Return to the West, the first two sentences are I never tire of reading old books 100 times. Read it carefully and think deeply, and you will know yourself. This is where the idiom, never tires of reading 100 times, comes from. Old books refer to classics, so you should read them carefully and think deeply. 3. Guizhi Weiji Huang Sichuan Note. Classics give people knowledge and teach them how to behave. There are many linguistic, historical, and cultural topics in them, and there are many annotations and explanations. In addition, there are many related textual researches. Even if you read them hundreds of times, you may not be able to understand everything. Teaching people to read more makes sense. However, the later so-called never tire of reading 100 times often refers not to classics but to some poems, some articles, and some novels. These works are read with relish, rereading, and never tire of reading them again and again, so they are said to be never tired. Never tire of reading them not only is not annoying, but also never get tired of it. Poems and novels are both literary and artistic works. There are also some language and historical topics in them. Poems also have some annotations and textual research. As for novels, no one paid attention to these topics until modern times, so there are also various textual researches. But past. The average reader only pays attention to the annotations of poems and articles and pays little attention to those topics, especially for novels. They focus on reading, reciting, or browsing this article. These people recite poetry for appreciation, or even just for entertainment, and browse or read novels just for entertainment. What they require is fun and pleasure. This is different from reciting the classics. Reciting classics is for knowledge and teaching, and it must be read seriously, and with an upright attitude. Unlike reading poems and novels, which can be done casually, in bed, even on trains and ships. This can also teach people to never tire of reading 100 times. What exactly do those poems and novels rely on? In the author's opinion, poetry mainly relies on tone, while novels mainly rely on plot. In the past, most readers probably chanted. They recite poems and derive interest or pleasure from the tone of the recitation or the music. The meaning has little to do with it, as long as they understand the literal meaning. It does not matter if the meaning of the whole poem is not clear. Mr. Liang Qichao has talked about some of Li Yishan's poems, although he doesn't understand them. I don't know what it actually means, but it's still very interesting to read, generally. This interest may be partly in the images of the literal words, and partly in the music of the 7-character rhyme poem. Literal images cause people to have strange feelings, this kind of image. What they represent are often rare and gorgeous scenery that are not easily accessible to ordinary people, such as the so-called 7 Treasures Pavilion. The gums that are often seen in folk and literature and art have exactly this effect. Popular folk tunes focus on music, not words. Appreciation also focuses on music, just like reciting poetry. The enjoyment of feeling seems to be direct and instinctive, that is, even the feeling caused by literal images is still more or less the case. As for minor tunes and chants, it is more obvious to appeal directly to hearing. No wonder it easily evokes a general sense of fun and pleasure. As for the appreciation of meaning, it depends on the imagination that combines all the senses. This requires long-term education. However, like the well-educated Mr. Liang Qichao, he sometimes lets his feelings lead him, which shows that his feelings lead him. The power is great. The never tire of reading novels mainly depends on the story or plot. People love to listen to stories when they are children, especially strange stories. Adults still love stories, but the plots are more complicated. These stories are probably always about gods, martial arts, and talents. Sun and beauty, after all kinds of joys and sorrows, they end up happily reunited. The joys and sorrows must be unusual, and the happy reunion is enough and strange. The novel originally originated from the folk, among farmers and small townspeople. In feudal society, farmers and small citizens were heavily oppressed. They don't have much freedom, but they have the freedom to daydream. They pin their hopes on surreal gods, deified martial arts, and the talented and beauties of the upper class who look upon them as gods. They hope that one day they will become like this. Such a character. This is naturally a miracle that cannot be realized, but it can give them comfort, fun, and pleasure. They want a happy reunion, precisely because it is rare for them to have a happy reunion in their lives, and strange feelings are normal. They sympathized with the characters in the story and put themselves in their shoes. Worried about the ancients, this is also because of the strange things and strange people. It seems that the novels of the past have never been completely handed over to the hands of scholars and officials. When scholar officials read novels, they only read casual books. Even when they wrote novels, they were just game articles. In short, they were just for entertainment. That's all. They have to pretend to be ordinary citizens to enjoy and write. In their view, novels are more interesting than facts and are just a kind of entertainment, so they cannot be serious or serious, and are just for entertainment. Say. Who can remain silent except the mute? Someone said at this time. Don't say it at that time. Some people talk about this place but not that place. Some people tell these people, but not those people. Some people talk more and some talk less. Some people like to talk, some don't. Although Hua Zi doesn't speak, there are still sounds of yaying and pointing gestures. Speaking is not an easy thing. If you talk every day, you may not be able to speak well. Many people have been talking all their lives, but they have not said it well for more than a few sentences. The so-called praises such as the sharp tongue of a debater and an impeccable tongue are evidence that things are rare and valuable. Literati pay attention to voicing attributes. The same is true. We don't want to be debaters, lobbyists, or literati, but life is nothing more than words and actions. Apart from actions, there are only words. Half of the so-called worldliness is in words. It is said in the ancient text, Shangshu, only speaking can lead to good things and lead the army. Sometimes the impact of a sentence is unexpected. There are many examples in history and novels. Even if speaking is not more difficult than writing, it is certainly not easier than writing. Some people can speak but not compose, but there are also people who can compose but cannot speak. Speak like flowing clouds and flowing water. You can't go over each word by word, so there will inevitably be some omissions and sloppiness. It's better to be careful in your composition. But those natural things that flow like clouds and flowing water are by no means covered by ordinary articles. If an article can reach such a state, it should be judged by words, and it is no longer an article. But what a hard-to-reach state this is. Although our article, philosophy, has a standard of using a pen like a tongue, how many people in ancient and modern times can really use a pen like a tongue? However, the writing is not very natural, and it can be regarded as a skillful one, but speaking is not enough. If you have a skillful way of speaking, you think, it would be really impressive. How many kinds of speech there are, I can't say. Roughly speaking, explaining, and even storytelling to everyone are one kind, meetings and discussions are one kind, public and private negotiations are one kind, and court trials are one kind. Talking to a journalist is a form of speaking. These may be called formal. Chatting among friends is also a type of conversation that can be called informal. Formal expressions do not necessarily require elongated faces, but elongated ones often do. These words are all in fragments. Sometimes it is actually prepared in advance. There is only chatting, which can be about ancient and modern times. If it is called mixed talk, it will naturally be fragmented, with the exception of fragments. Small talk cannot be said to be prepared, but is full of casual conversation, chatting, and adapting to circumstances. Say you are ready and then go have a casual chat. Wouldn't that be a big joke? There are probably some formulas for all kinds of talk, even for small talk. Weather is often the starting point of small talk, as an example. But the formula is dead and not enough. God and God still care about people. He can talk and make you happy. What I want say will make you confused, even if it is the same meaning, thought, or even the same sentence. Chinese people have the highest attitude toward speaking, forgetting to speak. However, if Zen Buddhism teaches people to hang their mouths on the wall, they still cannot avoid speaking. The second is to be cautious, reticent, and slow to speak. There are differences between these three things. Being cautious means speaking carefully, and then speaking less. Speaking less means making fewer mistakes. Taciturn means speaking little and is a deep or quiet character or quality. To be speechless is to be speechless, which is a kind of honest character or moral character. Most of these two are generated. The third is rhetoric or rhetoric. A sincere gentleman, the power of personality shines through all the darkness. There is no need to talk much, and there is no need to modify what you say. A person who only cares about grooming, has a colorful mouth and a sharp sword in his belly is the so-called villain. He is so good at grooming that it's hard to believe. His tricks are always exposed one day. We are ordinary people between the two. We don't have that great courage, but we won't forget ourselves. It's just that we can't ignore the common sense of the world. We look at the time and the place. Look at people and modify our speech under the two conditions of politeness and interest. There is no strength here, only wit. Real strength cannot be obtained by embellishment. All we can hope for is, speak less and speak well. The Chinese have long been particular about speaking. Zhuozhuan. National policy and Shishua are our three classics. One is diplomatic rhetoric, the other is family talk, and the other is plain talk. Look at how tactful and wishful their words are. Every word of their words touches people's hearts. There is also a dream of red mansions. The dialogue inside is also very relaxed and beautiful. In addition, the title of Jia Jun's house in the Han Dynasty was Yu Miao Tian Xia, but unfortunately all that is left to us is this praise. Lu Jingting storytellers in the Ming Dynasty were very famous, but it is a pity that we have no way to understand them. The new literature in recent years has Europeanized vernacular literature. It borrows many lively and sophisticated expressions from foreign literature, and at the same time implies that we will reevaluate some of the old expressions. This gives our language a new flavor and new power. Coupled with the difficulty of speaking in recent years, newspapers in general have become more obedient. They know how to express things from the side, from the back, and between the cracks. This is an unavoidable and good training for readers. They gradually become sensitive, and only sensitive people can appreciate the subtle and chewy taste. The art of speaking did make considerable progress during this period. Regarding the art of speaking, the only famous text in the past seemed to be Han Fei's Speaking of Difficulties, which was a detailed analysis of the text. Now we have many fine works of caution, including Mr. Lu Sun. This is the Li Luan written by the students. This proves what I said is considerable progress. Such as an interview. Such as an interview. A friend sent me a box of letterhead. On the letterhead was engraved two figures in ancient costumes, bowing to each other, with the words, like a face-to-face meeting, written on the side. It was the first time that these three words were inscribed on Zhongxing's ruler slips of the Ming dynasty. These three words exactly describe the purpose of writing letters. The letter was originally written to you or a few of you. It was originally a private conversation between I and you or a few of you, and it was just a written conversation. Although the people you are talking to vary from close to distant, the conversation should never sound like a speech, as this will be intolerable to the obedient person. When you write a letter, you can't write it like an essay, which will make the reader of the letter unbearable. You have to make the reader feel that the words in the letter are addressed to you. It depends on the various tones. Only when the tone is appropriate can it be like a face-to-face interview. But writing a letter is not an interview, after all. Not only is it not like you can use tone, expression, gestures, etc. in an interview, but it is always your own monologue, without the convenience of interspersing and covering up, and it is also more difficult than an interview. Writing a letter should be like an interview. It requires more thought and skills than an interview. It cannot be done with just one stroke of pen. But in a language, this kind of thinking and skills gradually become stylized after being used by many generations. As long as you are familiar with those programs. In application, like interviewing, is not necessarily that difficult. Our classical Chinese letters are formalized and formalized over time. By using those procedures, the letter writer can easily write a formal letter that is more or less like an interview. If you teach them to write in vernacular. It's not easy to write a letter like this. Essays on 2 Autumn Rains records a man writing a letter home to a woman. The woman wanted to write it as she asked, but the man wrote for a long time and finally stopped writing. He couldn't write what she said into a letter like a letter. Letters written in classical Chinese have a certain appearance, but letters written in vernacular have no appearance at all. The person may feel that vernacular is simply unusable for writing letters. In the same way, calligraphers do not use vernacular to write letters for those who are illiterate. They would rather use those illiterate, classical Chinese, such as. There is no difference between letters, and so on. We now naturally believe that vernacular can be used to write letters, and sometimes we practice writing letters in vernacular. However, it seems that people who often write in vernacular, except Mr. Hu Shiji, still use classical Chinese when writing letters to friends. There are many times. You only need to look through modern slips and other books to believe this. The reason is just the word lazy. Letters written in classical Chinese have a ready-made formula, so it's clear. Every word of a letter has to be carefully considered, just like a composition. It's too laborious. Who always has so much time? Classical Chinese can still be lazy, slowly. Find some programs for applied writing in vernacular, and classical Chinese will really be dead. Mr. Lin Yutang said in The Use of Confucius Recording Style, The Analects of Confucius, Issue 26. When a person is writing a book, he doesn't say, "I'm aware of it," but says, "I received your letter." Instead of saying, "I'm very grateful," or "I'm very sorry," he says, "I'm very grateful to you." "I'm very ashamed" is just too verbose and the article is uneconomical. The most troublesome thing is the title. The relationship between the title and the tone is the most direct. It can be seen with just one stroke of writing and cannot be detoured. When talking, use titles less often, and if you make a mistake, you can be more sloppy. Writing letters cannot be face-to-face like talking. You need to use more names. If you make a mistake, you will see black words on the white paper, and there is simply no place to hide. There are many levels of titles in classical Chinese letters, and the honorifics underneath the titles are countless. The title at the beginning. It is the title of the trustee, and sometimes it is necessary to overlap, such as, my parents, my dear friend, sir, etc. Nowadays, my dear friend, and so on are rarely used, but replaced by, senpai, my brother, and the like. As for parents plus adult, it is still very common. The title at the beginning. Some of the honorifics carried at the bottom of the call seem to be positional words, such as, under the knees, and under the feet. This means that one does not believe in oneself, so one can directly hand it to the recipient and only put it in his or their, on your knees, and, on your feet. Let him or them read it at their own leisure. Some originally refer to the person who serves, such as, Your Excellency. Deacon. This means that people who only dare to hand the letter to Your Excellency's servants, or deacons, have them pass it on to the recipient without hesitation. But after using it for a long time and getting used to it, no one will pay attention to it. Those meanings are just used as honorifics, but these honorifics represent different identities. People who use it understand it. These honorifics also have another important purpose. When addressing the recipient in a letter, sometimes just Your Majesty, Your Excellency, and Deacon are enough. These shorten, replace the cumbersome words at the beginning. There is a special short title in the letter, like Tai Duan is the case. Others are honorifics, but they are really just honorifics, such as Daijian, Tai Jian, Jun Jian, Sun Jian, Dao Jian, etc., Yu, Tao, yes. There are also some that are only considered adjuncts, not honorifics, such as Rumian, Rume, Ruju, and Lon, Yu, seeing words, Jiji, etc., probably used for people close to you or juniors. Very good. Very good. The words very good are really on our lips. We said, Your idea is very good. Your article is very good. Zhang San is a very good person. This thing is very good. People asked, how can this matter be done in this way? What do you think? We often reply, very good. Sometimes we add another one casually and say, very good, very good. Or instead of saying, very good, you say, that's great, but the tone is still the same. In this way, haven't we all become Mr. Nice? We know that Mr. Nice Guy is not an indiscriminate idiot. It is the wish of having a city. Although there are many idiots and idiots, no one can believe that those who often say, very good, or really good, are idiots or idiots. The words very good or really good that ordinary people say are not only not necessarily very good or really good, but also not necessarily good. In fact, these two words only mean the so-called sympathy, due respect, and minimum sympathy. In ordinary conversation, respect and sympathy seem to be much more important than truth. A person can tell the truth everywhere and everything, no, but knowledge and ability do not allow it. And you have to be at odds with others all day long. This doesn't make you impatient, it simply makes you unable to live, so go ahead. Naturally, a person should always be serious sometimes, but when there is no need to be serious, there is no need to be serious. Let others take it from your mouth. Getting a little respect and sympathy from the children and maintaining a strong or weak friendship with each other seems to be the way to be human in this world. When saying, very good or really good, the emphasis is not on objective praise but on subjective favorable impression. Use the little bit you gave me to listen to me, and feel good about me. In exchange for a little favor from the obedient one, that's all. If you are an expert or an important person, and you stick to your word, then that's a different matter. If you are not an expert or an important person, and you say good things, bad things, and just average things, it doesn't matter. If you say bad things, most people will just say that you are bad-mouthed or bad-tempered behind your back, so why bother? Even if you are an expert or important person, you can only seriously criticize those who are within your threshold. There is no omnipotent expert or important person in the world, so when you say something beyond the threshold, aren't you as insignificant as others? Don't you have to pay attention to respect and sympathy? We listen to our own and other people's soft and happy, very good, or so good sounds all day long. Anyway, I understand the weight of these two words. If someone expects others to take his own words as a correct comment, or indeed, to take other people's words as his correct comment, then he is really wishful thinking or a fool. I said gently. Quickly, this is the so-called tone. As long as you say, very good, excellent, great, it's all the same. It doesn't hurt anyway. It's itchy, but very good, true, good can be said more briskly, but the words very, true, and good are used. If one of the words is said more slowly or more strongly, or if the whole thing is said more seriously than slowly, the weight will be different. At least you are saying that you like that idea, that article, that chapter, that person, that thing, that method, etc., even if you are not yet confident that your words are an accurate comment. Sometimes not, I say it more forcefully and slowly, but add some words before and after, such as, very good, cough. It's really good. I believe Zhang San is very good. Look, the stuff is really good. It was also a likable tone. Great and other words can be used in the same way. Having said that, since it is not necessarily very good or really good, or even not necessarily good at all, why not just be silent? Isn't it boring and perfunctory to say something without being silent? But silence is not easy. You have to have the patience to do it. Silence can be no opinion. It can be, it doesn't matter, or it can be no good, but obedient people can easily interpret your silence as no good. At least they will think that you are too cold and even say a little respect on your lips. They are stingy and withhold sympathy from others. Under this situation, if you are not a cold person by birth or training, it would be weird if you can't help but say something. To say it, it's nothing more than very good or really good. In life, when you encounter things that you don't need to take seriously, you should be happy to love more and hate less. It doesn't seem to be boring. It's just perfunctory and has ulterior motives. It seems that you can't say a few words casually, but it doesn't mean anything nice. There is a ghost in the words. There is a ghost in the words. Whether we believe in ghosts or not, there are inevitably ghosts in our words. There is not only ghost in our words. Moreover, the character of the ghost was cast, the shape of the ghost was depicted, and the intelligence of the ghost was given. According to our words, ghosts exist and are alive. This has a long history and is very ancient. We have many ghost legends, ghost art and ghost literature. But in a word, we do it on our own terms. Created demons, just as the God of religionists created man in his own likeness. Ghosts are the incarnation of humans, they're shadows. We hate this shadow, but sometimes we also like this shadow. It is precisely because it is your own incarnation that you can speak vividly and grow old. Keep it on your lips. Ghost is usually not a good word. Saying, "this ghost," is a curse, and so is saying, "dead ghost." There are also smokers, ghosts, drunkards, greedy ghosts, etc., which are not good words. However, there is anger and laughter in cursing. Anger is hate, laughter is love. As the saying goes, hitting hurts, scolding is love. That's clear evidence. Even if the person scolding pretends to be itchy, the person receiving the scolding will feel itchy in his heart. Women like to call people ghost and dead ghost. This is probably the reason. As for mean ghosts, stingy ghosts, etc., although they are not very lovable. But scolding with a smile can also give people a kind of heat, but there is no light. How can a ghost have light? How can there be ghosts in broad daylight? Of course, there is also the phrase, during the day, seeing ghosts, which is the same as seeing ghosts and living seeing ghosts. It just means that you are neighboring ghosts and that you are a ghost. Ghost. There is no yang energy, so there is no light. So there are only old ghosts and little ghosts. There are no young ghosts and strong ghosts. The elderly, whose yang energy is almost the same as that of children, can be ghosts based on their age. Young people and middle-aged people have yang energy. Zheng Sheng cannot be a ghost. Young, middle-aged and middle-aged people can also be ghosts. But there is no such thing as a ghost, regardless of age. It's easy to meet the king of hell, but it's hard to be a little ghost. Well, the little one is the status, so it is scary and hateful, depending on age. The old ghost and the little ghost can both hate and love. If you say, "little Grade2, it's so cute and warm." Some people also like to say, "Ghosts, that's just ghosts. Ghosts are things, and things are ghosts." In short, ghosts are greedy and ghosts are petty, so, if you have money, ghosts will grind, ghosts are the same. Yin energy is a dark thing. People are also greedy and small, and there are dark places. Ghosts are actually the shadows of others. So we only talk about good people and bad people, but we only talk about bad ghosts, whether we hate them or love them. We never say good ghosts. Good ghost is not a problem, nor is beautiful ghost, but ugly ghost is often heard. Saying ghost-like or looking like a ghost also refers to ghosts. But being ugly doesn't necessarily mean being cute. Especially when a woman says, "Look at me like a ghost," or "Look at me like a ghost." Does she really want to make people hate her? Making faces is also a ghost, but it is often endearing and makes people laugh. These are all interestingly ugly. Ghostly is not only ugly, but also ugly and stingy. Ghostly. It is also small, and the ghost's mind is also small. Ghost fetus, needless to say, is a freak, and pregnant with a ghost fetus is needless to say scary. Also, the book says, it's as cold as ghost hands. Ghost hands are cold, and corpses are cold. Ghosts screaming and ghosts crying are harsh and unpleasant. Ghostly courage and ghostly mind. But there are people who love you just for the sake of being pitiful. The ghost bodies we see from our words are probably these. Besides, although sneaky is similar to sneaky, it only depicts the stingy and unclear attitude, without pointing out the body parts. This is followed by, there is a ghost. There is a ghost in it. Of course, ghost and crafty have the same pronunciation, but whether it is crafty because of ghost or ghost because of crafty seems to be a question. Endless circles. We also say, out of the tricks, there are tricks in it. The tricks are exactly cunning and trickster. Ghosts can't be trickier, so there are many tricks. We say that a person is very ghostly. The words cunning tricks in books and many tricks in words refer to this type of person. This kind of people only make people hate and hate them. Whoever falls in love with them will be surprised. Naturally, the words of such people are often nonsense. However, nonsense is not necessarily the words of such people. Some of them are so melodious that they are simply like loving children's words or strange stories from overseas. That's nonsense. Even if you don't believe it, you still like to hear it. There are many. Ordinary lies are also called ghost lies. Oscar Wilde made sense. Lies can be beautiful, as long as they are spread well. The ghost is not always so shrewd, and there are also times when he is careless. When he says such non-concern nonsense, that is when he is careless. Failure to write well is called ghost painting, and poor work is also called ghost painting, both of which are careless and perfunctory. Ruoyan's irrelevant nonsense. If you don't like to talk, you don't even use talisman. If you like to draw, you are even more lazy. A lazy guy can still hope that he is not lazy. What he fears most is fooling around. Just fooling around means there is no future. About others. About others. Only when you have yourself can you have others, and only when others have you can you have yourself. Everyone knows this. But many people cannot practice this way. Originally, there are all others besides myself, but some are relevant and some are irrelevant. It can be said that those that are my, such as mine, parents, wife, my friends, etc., are relevant others, and the rest are irrelevant others. Relevant others form a family, clan, relatives and friends with oneself. Unrelated others form a society, country, and oneself. He may be willing to only care about himself, but he and others are related to each other. He doesn't care about himself without others, so he has to take care of his family, relatives and friends. And the social state requires him to take care of those irrelevant others. Therefore, self-centered man is not a good man, self-care is not a good word, selfish, disregarding others, life and death, only knowing oneself and not knowing others, are not good people. Therefore, the way of Confucius is only loyalty and forgiveness. Loyalty belongs to oneself. Do to others what you want, but don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. These are two sides of the same thing, so we say, consistency, consistency. The way of Confucius only teaches people to consider others. But if Confucianism has a killing of relatives, there is also a level of consideration for others. Family comes first, relatives come second. Friends first, third, irrelevant others next to you. For thousands of years, caring for the family has been a duty, and caring for others is more or less just loyalty. Duty is a duty, duty is a duty, and loyalty is an extra point. But the obligations seem to be too heavy, and others are suppressing them. This was the May 4th era. This is a self. In the era of liberation, individuals broke away from the oppression of their families and began to become independent in society. As a result, I am the first and above everything else, and it seems that I have almost no obligations to others. But we have to transform society, the country, and even the world. It is your responsibility to say this. Although it is a responsibility, it is an unlimited responsibility. There is no end to your love, and you will do as much as you love. Anyway, society, country, and the world can be just abstract nouns, not like a family waiting for you with their mouths open. So take care of yourself. First in practice, taking into account the social and national world, and first in name. This is considered an obligation. Taking care of others, whether relevant or irrelevant, is just loyalty and politeness. These liberated people, as well as those who were born late and did not catch up with that kind of oppression, people. Since you are above all else, you should consider it polite to take care of others without looking at them. In fact, in the eyes of the emperor and his arrogant sons, others seem to live for themselves, and it is only reasonable that they all have to support themselves. I love me became the trend. Thinking about oneself at all times is true, thinking about others is false and hypocritical. But here, fake is a bit cute, and real is a bit scary. Thinking about others is actually just pushing yourself from yourself to others, or treating yourself as others. There is no fundamental difference between thinking about yourself and thinking about yourself. However, it does take considerable reluctance to put oneself in others' shoes, and it is not as natural as, I love me. The so-called false and true probably mean this. This kind of true may not necessarily be good, and this kind of false may not necessarily be bad. Read small. When talking about watching a play, I often sweat and shed tears for the people in the book and the play, so-called worrying about the ancients. This is also to apply oneself to others, to assume that one is in one's own place. But because people and places are only in books and plays, they are not real, there are no interests to be calculated, and the relevant and irrelevant are lost. That distinction, so, pushing, and setting up, feels natural. Acting in novels cannot be like this. You have to observe, figure out, and consider other people's tone, identity, and psychology in order to achieve a realistic level. Especially when it comes to acting, if you can't forget yourself, it will be a disaster. You have to force yourself and train yourself. The better you train, the more realistic and beautiful it will be, and the more it will infect readers and audiences. If truth is nature, it seems that readers of novels and audiences of dramas cannot think about others in that way and call it false. Observations and speculations by authors of novels and actors in dramas. Thoughtfulness seems fake, but they can achieve it to the point of realism, and what they seek is still truth. In literature and art, thinking about others is true, but in real life, it is said to be false and hypocritical, which seems to be due to the calculation of interests. The calculation of interests is the bottom line: true, false, false, fake. It's just a good-looking facade. If you care too much about the pros and cons, you are really like what France said, closed in your own prison. If you are always so closed, you must die. Fortunately, these people can still read novels and watch plays. They should read them carefully and learn how to consider others. On youth. On youth. Mr. Feng Yulan pointed out for the first time in New Issues, Praise for China, that most people now value youth more than old age. This sums up our times. This is the age of youth. And this era should start with the May 4th movement. From then on, young people raised their heads and discovered that they were no longer just the grandson of their grandparents, the son of their parents, and the children of society. They discovered themselves and their group. Discovered the power of myself and my group. They fight against tradition and against society, constantly striving for their own leadership and even social leadership, to truly be the masters of New China. However, like all societies in all times, The leadership of China is in the hands of the elderly and middle-aged people, especially the middle-aged people. Then came the rebellion of young people, resisting their teachers in school and resisting rulers in society. They rebelled against tradition and discipline by sabotaging work and sometimes by attacking. The middle-aged ruler remembers the calmness of the youth before the May 4th movement, and feels that the young people now love to make trouble and cause trouble, so the first step is to suppress them. But it didn't work. So I continued to deal with it. The perfunctory situation reached the point where it was difficult to deal with it, so we came to collective training to create a new situation. But we have to wait and see. Youth have rebelled against tradition and society since ancient times, but they have always bowed to them and been pressured, unable to exert great strength, and have remained calm and quiet. It is common for parents and children to have quarrels in families, which is a sign of oppression and resistance. In politics, there are also struggles between the old and the young. There are many examples from Jia Yi of the Han Dynasty to the Six Gentlemen of Wushu. Middle-aged people are always in a dominant position, and when the elderly are powerful enough to influence their status, it is the age of old age. When young people are powerful enough to affect their status, it is the youth era. The power of old and young people waxes and wanes with each other, but middle-aged people are always in power, so there is no middle-aged era. The decay of the elderly is the past, and the immaturity of the young is the future. Only middle-aged people occupy the present. On the one hand, they have to comfort the elderly and cultivate the young, but on the other hand, they also ridicule the former and hate the latter. Comforting is smooth, but cultivation is often counterproductive, so it is more difficult. Training is based on the knowledge and experience of middle-aged people as the standard. Generally speaking, we should cultivate Chinese people who are responsible, protective, loving of people and things. Young people hate this kind of close typical standard, which hinders their ideal of leaping forward. They are not willing to be pressed into the mold before their ideals are tired, so they are always struggling. Looking forward to the realm of vast seas and sky. Middle-aged people cannot understand why young people always like to take sideways steps instead of taking the right path. They say it is a disease of the times. In fact, this is the road to becoming a moral person, struggling against oppression. The achievement of moral character lies in the balance of these two forces. These two forces are eternally balancing step by step, which has been the case since ancient times, but now it is more superficial. Young people love to say that they are innocent and pure. But look at this era, there are so many experienced young people. Sophisticated but just working on his own, when big things happen. Judging big doubts seems childish again. It is natural for young people to demand progress and reform. They have the strength to fight. However, it is difficult to focus on the big picture, but it is easy to start on the small side. Their full energy may finally be used only on their own material reform and progress. Therefore, he is arrogant, extravagant and licentious, doing everything for his own benefit and no righteousness. There is me but no one. There is no shortage of such people among middle-aged people, but their efficiency is not as high as that of young people. If you are short-sighted, you can still take a step forward, which is to be a free man and live in a muddle-headed way, or you can even take a step back and be passive when things happen. Dealing with it carelessly and not seriously at all. In middle age, there are enough people of both kinds. However, if you contract these habits when you are young, you will age before you get old, which is even more terrifying. Fortunately, young people are easy to look back. The prodigal son never changes his mind for gold, unlike middle-aged people who often make mistakes. Keep sinking to the bottom. Young people can easily change their appearance, which is something they can really be proud of. They are energetic, have long years, and have a broad road ahead, which is also something they can be proud of. Probably more anyway. Maybe the more you rely on, the more you can rely on, so young people are crazy. People say you are not crazy when you are young. When did you become crazy? Good. But this madness must be cured when the time comes, otherwise we will forget the reason. Young people love to be sarcastic, and scolding. They can learn it once and never get rid of it, but this is only enough to make them happy for a while, and it will become boring after a long time. Young people scold middle-aged people. Escaping reality, being tactful, not struggling, and compromising have their own reasons. However, young people are sometimes enveloped by reality, unable to stretch their heads, unable to open their eyes, and can only vaguely see a section of the road in front of them. It is true that you will never see the ancients before, and you will never see the newcomers afterward. This is again, small place. If you can take a rest in the so-called world outside the world by chance, you may be able to enlarge yourself a little bit. Young people are sometimes paranoid. In the past, they thought that studying could not save the country. At that time, Mr. Kai Jimin pointed out, if you don't forget to read, you will save the country. Don't forget to study to save the country. This is not a compromise, but a tactful view of weighing the importance. If you understand this tact, you can calm yourself down. Only when you can magnify yourself and calm yourself can you have the true work and seriousness. Here is the need to struggle. The responsibility of parents. Parental responsibilities. In ancient times, parents did not know what responsibilities they had towards their children. At that time, parents thought that childbirth was a kind of magic, due to the influence of elves, but they did not know that it was their own power. So it was really even. The concept of parents is also very vague, let alone any responsibility. Hapu Hiroshi once said this: their attitude and method of treating their children, presumably, are based on natural love and traditional superstition. These two bases, there are no conscious standards. It can be asserted. Later, as people progressed, the idea of elven worship was slowly eliminated. Parents began to understand that their children were just the result of sexual intercourse, and there were no gods or monsters at all. But what about the relationship between children and their parents? What about parents' responsibilities towards their children? Those ones. The unyielding parents gradually came up with various ideas. Let's just talk about China. From the time of Mencius to the present, the so-called orthodox thinking probably goes like this: sons continue the ancestral sacrifice, that is, sons live and exist for their parents' parents. Parents should raise their sons to be adults and become worthy sons. The younger ones should be able to earn money to support the family, and the older ones should be able to honor their ancestors. But now, the second condition seems to be more important. In addition, marrying a wife for their son is also a major responsibility of the parents. It is not a responsibility for the son. It is a responsibility to their ancestors and themselves, because the first purpose of marrying a wife is to continue the ancestral sacrifice. As for their daughter, everyone does not pay attention to her, and some even hate her. Sell her as a prostitute, concubine, or maidservant, and foster her into other people's homes as their daughters. Sending her to the nursery is an ordinary and insignificant matter. As for treating her as a loser, that is even more ordinary. Under such circumstances, parents have almost no responsibility for their daughters. Usually they are just raised after they are born. When they are older, the mother will learn some needlework and housework. Waiting to get married. There is no certain responsibility for these. and they are all done, at will, by the parents. Only when you get married, your parents have to bear some responsibilities, but they are quite minor. At these times, parents finally have clear responsibilities towards their sons and some responsibilities towards their daughters. But they are all calculated from the birth of the child. As for the responsibilities before birth, there are none, and no one seems to have thought of it. If I tell them about it, I'm afraid they will be surprised. In their vague minds, there are only two things: having a son, and having more sons. It is a wish before the child is born, but it is not a responsibility. Although those who have passed the age of 30 and have not given birth to a son take concubines, take tonics, and do everything possible to have a son, this cannot be regarded as their responsibility after all. So, these parents produce children. I just gave them a life in a daze. Therefore, everyone has the right to have children at will. The development of modern biological sciences and life sciences has made human research increasingly sophisticated. The concept of human responsibility has changed a lot because of this. The view of parents' responsibilities has been significantly revised. From biological sciences, we know that children do not live for their parents. On the contrary, most parents live for their children. Rather than continuing religious rituals, it is better to say, continue life and continue life. Related to the natural requirements of life, there is also the requirement of expanding or developing life. This was previously buried by customs or ethics, but now it has reared its head. Therefore, today's parents should no longer force their children to conform to their own mold and call them xiaozi. They should be given sufficient strength to develop freely and successfully surpass themselves. As for the equal treatment of sons and daughters, it is even more obvious as explained by the life science of sex research and revealed by real life. At this time, parents have assumed the responsibilities assigned by the new science and cannot be as casual as before. They learned that childbearing is not only a personal right, but more importantly, it is a service to society. Therefore, they are concerned about childbirth and the accompanying upbringing. Bento bears social responsibility. We should not educate our children as just our own heirs, we should educate them as the next generation of society. In this way, the daughter can be treated in any way she likes, and it is in the interests of the family and herself. The matter of educating his son should be protested. After this view becomes a trend, it will form a new morality. Being a parent is the noblest and most sacred obligation and right of a human being, and it is also the most important opportunity to serve the society. Therefore, being a parent. It is not a frivolous or easy thing. People have to think about their abilities before becoming parents. Those who have no parental ability and become parents hastily, thus giving birth to or raising children who are physically or mentally unhealthy. You will be punished by society and conscience. In such a society, children are all blessed. However, I am ashamed to say that this new morality is still only an ideal state. Mourning for Mr. He. Mourning for Mr. He. He Gong, namely He Honglai, is a student of Tsinghua University. He was the editor-in-chief of Tsinghua Weekly at the time. He was a native of Wenzhou, Zhejiang. He will not participate in any love or national movement. He was injured in the March 18th massacre in 1926. The old injury recurred in early December of the same year. He died on December 30th. Editor. One day a week after Yi Gong first became ill. His fellow countryman Xia Jun hurriedly told me, Yi Gong is ill. He asked you to help the weekly. I was about to go to class at that time, and I didn't ask about my illness in detail. I thought it was just an ordinary illness. On the evening of that Saturday, Mr. Li Jianwu came to see me about something. From his manuscript, I learned that Yigong's illness was very serious, but he got better in those 2 days. Kango and I made an appointment to see him after dinner. When I went to the hospital after dinner, the footman told me that he had moved to Union Medical College Hospital. This surprised me. I went to Xiehe because I was always very sick. So I wanted to go to the city the next Saturday to see him. I found out that he had broken up with us on Thursday. On Sunday morning, I went to attend his funeral. It was like a dream. The news of Yigong's death was told to me by Mr. Li Weiguo upstairs in the library on Thursday night. At that time, I had just returned from a banquet and was checking books in the library. Li Jun suddenly came to me and said, "Sir, do you know that Stanley Ho is dead?" I was stunned. I feel that the joys and sorrows in this world are truly unpredictable and depressing. Li Jun said that they were very unfortunate at this level. After Lord Zhou Mingxuan, there was another weak one, and both of them were very good. He said that they discussed the commemorative album in front of their peers, and everyone agreed that this commemorative album should be dedicated to Lord Zhou Mingxuan, and said that this should be the last person who can be dedicated. Who knows who else is He Jun? Li Jun also said that when Yigong first fell ill, he went to see him and joked with him, "Mr. Yigong is ill. When will he die? We can prepare elegiac couplets and memorial texts." Yigong also smiled and said, "Okay. Get ready quickly." These have all become prophecies, which is really beyond dreams. No one could have dreamed of Yigong's death. Even when he was ill, he couldn't have thought of it. On the day of the funeral, his fellow countryman, Yi Yu, told me that he never had a last word. They tried it several times, but he never seemed to feel it. How could he, a lively young man, have thought that he would meet the god of death? He is really a lively person and a very kind person. His death was mourned by all who knew him. I think he will be remembered often. Yigong is the best at talking. After the summer vacation the year before last, when I first arrived at Tsinghua University, he was the first among my classmates to talk to me. He was also the first classmate I met. This is because he is from Wenzhou and I taught in Wenzhou. So he came to see me as soon as I arrived. It was an evening. We talked for 2 hours. I can no longer remember the topic discussed, and it probably involved something very far away. All I remember is that his words and the way he talked were very interesting. He also had a long conversation with me once or twice later. Once, Mr. Sun Chuntai came to Qing Dynasty to paint chrysanthemums and stayed for a week. He and Yigong are also friends. Yigong often came to talk to him at night. I only remember one time when he went back to the dormitory at 2 o'clock. The next day Chuntai told me that what he was talking about was drama and politics, and that these were the 2 subjects he would specialize in the future. I knew he was interested in drama, but I only found out this time that he was interested in politics. But in his usual conversations, he actually talks a lot about drama. His love of theater and literature seemed too political. I always thought so. This can be proved by the comments given to him by his classmates as Shakespeare, Asia. He is really passionate about drama. He has written several scripts, but I have not read them in detail. I wrote them the year before last. During the National Day celebration of our school, I saw a play written and directed by him. Although he later said it was not good in a humble manner, I thought it was really good. He has various plans for the school's drama, but due to lack of help, they have not been realized. But Mr. Li Jianwu sued me, Mr. Before getting sick, I told him that he must act in a show in the near future. Everything is finished now. Yi Gong discusses drama, essays, and studies, and often has sharp words. When I returned to South China during the summer vacation last year, he and I were on the same boat. One night, we were all leaning on the railing to look at the moon. The moon was perfectly round and shone with silver light. There were surging waves below, and the waves rolled up from time to time, making us all wet. Yi Gong and I talked about nature and creation. His words were very weighty. White Horse Lake. White Horse Lake. Today is a rainy day. This reminds me of White Horse Lake. Because the first time I returned to Beima Lake, it was a spring day with a gentle breeze. Beima Lake is located at the Ziqing station of the Yongshao Railway. It is a very small rural place. Speaking of this name in the north, Guanbao Yi, 100 people don't know it. But it's not a bad place. First of all, this name is not a bad name. It is said that from before Song Dynasty, there was a man named Zhou who rode a white horse into the lake to go to the immortals, hence the name. This story is not a bad one either. If you are willing to collect. Or you can compile it into a small book and send it to Beijing bookstore for printing. White Horse Lake is not a round or square lake. As you might think, it is the name of many lakes with twists and turns. The lake is as clear as you can imagine. Nothing like a mirror. The water along the railway line is nowhere clearer than here. It is a public opinion. In the summer of drought years, grass grows in other lakes, but it remains clear here. Beima Lake is the largest, the best, and the best. It was the one in front of the house where we lived. The lake is not small, but its mouth is surrounded by mountains on both sides. There was only a slight blue wave outside, but I didn't expect it to be so big. At the end of the lake, there is a village with families in their 30s or 40s. It is called Shisueo because there are many people named Su. This village is not connected to the outside world. People in the village have to go out and punt. Later, Chunhui Middle School built a house by the lake, and then built 2 small wooden bridges and built a cinder road leading directly to Ziqing Station. It is a narrow pedestrian road, winding and winding. Although there are often no people on the road, you don't feel lonely when you walk on it. Especially in the drizzle of spring, when a new visitor looks around, he can only feel the excitement. Chunhui Middle School is located in the most scenic spot of the lake. The house we stayed in was not far from the same, it was semi-Western style. The scenery of lakes and mountains comes in from the door and the wall, and comes to our window and table. We have several families in a row. The Wang's family is the most elegant. There are famous calligraphy and paintings in the house, ancient porcelain, a bronze Buddha, and the yard is full of flowers. The furnishings in the room change frequently, giving people fresh enjoyment. He had such a nice house and wife, and he was very hospitable, so we would go to his house from time to drink wine. Mrs. Wang's cooking is also very good. Every time she is always full, she takes out the dishes and takes them back empty. The best time to visit Beima Lake is at dusk. The mountains on the lake are covered with a layer of blue mist, reflecting jagged and blurry shadows in the water. The water light was slightly dim, like a bronze mirror. There were a few ripples when the breeze blew, but then they calmed down. Occasionally we saw a few returning birds in the sky, and we watched them fly further and further away until they disappeared. This time is when we drink. We talked very little, we talked more when the lights were on, but everyone was already slightly drunk. It's time to go home, time. If there is moonlight, you may have to linger for a while, if it is dark, you will have to grope in the dark and go back drunk. Spring in Baima Lake is naturally the best. The mountains are green enough to drip, and the water is full and soft. On both sides of the small road, peaches and willows are planted one after another. Each peach is dotted with a few double-petaled red flowers, like sparse stars in the night sky. Willows are swaying in the warm wind. Walking along this road, it is unique to hear the sharp and long whistle of the train from time to time. In spring, it doesn't matter whether it's sunny or rainy, moonlit night or dark night. White Horse Lake is good. The colors of cauliflower are the earliest and brightest in the fields in the rain. Although nothing can be seen in the dark night, you can quietly enjoy the power of spring. Summer nights are also good. When there is a moon, you can row a boat in the lake, surrounded by green and mist. Looking at other villages from the boat, it's like a mirage. Floating on the water, confused and wandering, sometimes hearing human voices or barking dogs, it feels very out of this world. If there is no moon, just watch the fireflies in the fields. The fireflies are not just a speck of fireflies, as you can see in the city. They are thousands and hundreds of fireflies. A piece flew out. It's like a network of golden threads, and it's like playing with many match ropes. There is only one level of envoy, and I feel resentful. There are many paddy fields and too many mosquitoes, and almost all of them are malarial mosquitoes. Our whole family has been infected with malaria for 3 or 4 years now, and there are still some cases that have not been eradicated. There are too many mosquitoes to reduce the interest in sitting out and talking at night or boating at night, which is a fly in the ointment. It was a winter day 3 years ago when we left Baima Lake. At the farewell banquet the night before, there were Wang and Yunjun. I can't forget that Wang was a sincere and generous friend. But I can't forget Yunjun, should say this, that is a cute child. Sadness comes from each other. Sadness comes from each other. In March, Mr. Lu Xuanyu wrote to me saying that he was ill, and that it was a hopeless disease. The doctor said he had to wait for a while. April. At the end of the day, I saw the announcement of the Reader Society in the Jiji Xinbao. I didn't expect that Hu Sheng would die so soon. Later I heard that his illness was really miserable, so I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to go there early and suffer less. But leaving behind this school, this classmate of Lida, he will definitely not be resigned to this class of students and will not rest in peace. What we remember most about Hu Sheng is his attitude as a person. He was originally made of steel and iron, and his dark skin lined with the big cloth clothes made him look like a countryman. He can endure all kinds of hardships and never knows how to enjoy them. Also like country people. The fire in his heart also resembled that of a countryman. That ball of fire is heat, power, and light. He doesn't like to talk much, but he often smiles. That smile is natural and warm. In his view, people can love each other, except for some deep-seated prejudices. Not willing to open the window and speak frankly. He felt a little disgusted with these people and refused to show off any color. In the world, only those who can hate can love. Love and hate have no definite opinions, but only play a role that does nothing. Hu Sheng feels that young people have few prejudices and have the most hope. Therefore, I am willing to give every drop of my life to them, let the religion of love flourish among them, and let them all go to the new world. It is the true spirit of Confucianism not to talk about each other, but to bury one's head and serve one's father. I haven't had an in-depth conversation with him. But judging from his actions, I believe I know him. Few people can match Hu Sheng's concentration in doing things. When he was doing lunch, eating, sitting and lying down, he He only thought about Lida and nothing else. Lida was like his lover and his only son. His temperament is a bit gentle, but for Lida. I also often go to see a group of adults, and even more often, I go to see bosses who have money to borrow. He scraped here and there to raise money for Reader, and even traveled to Beijing and Nanjing. Once, he could have studied abroad. But I couldn't leave Lida behind, so I didn't go. He dedicated his life to Reader. Reader is his life. He has been running Lida for so many years, but not many people know his personal name. He has long forgotten himself. Now that he was so strong, his body was finally sacrificed for Lida. It is meaningful for him to sacrifice his own ideals. But this ideal is just budding. We all should think about it. How can Reader avoid death? If Lida is immortal, Huixing will also be immortal.